within the speed of light.
What?
Yes,
Come on,
exactly.
Benzo.
I know. I know. It's
Equals
wild.
MC squared? Equals MC squared. Like, that's the speed of light within relativity.
Where did you get the 299,925 meters per second?
It's a measurement. It's a measured quantity. We don't calculate it. We just measure it. We shoot a beam of light and we measure the time taken. Yeah.
Exactly. And was that beam of light in a straight line?
No.
It wasn't. Can you show me? Citation,
like I
please.
said, there's no such thing as a truly straight line, Benzo. That is why we can't even measure the one-way speed of light.
How did it come back?
Due to
Hold on.
hang on, Benzo.
I'm about to Google. I'm gonna fact check you live.
Yeah,
Live.
fact check me.
Okay,
But that's even the reason we can't.
It's a two-way speed, isn't it? There
it's
and
a two-way speed.
So
That's why.
has to be a
It's
straight line.
two-way between 2 points. No one says it's traveling a straight line. It's just going between 2 points. Number one. Number two, it's because of relativity that we can't get the one-way speed of light, because once you travel at light speed or close to light speed, relativistic effects come into place, and it's impossible to synchronize two clocks for a one-way speed calculation. So you have to do it two-way.
Here we go.
That's fine.
Here we go. The speed of light traveling through a vacuum is exactly 2,900,792,458 meters per second in a straight line.
Where are you reading this, Benzo? Post this.
It's all over Google. It's all over Google. All over Google.
It's not. It's a straight line, but it's not an absolute straight line, Benzo. The way you guys would define absolutely straight. There's always that, that effect of space. Space-time it's everywhere. It always has that effect. It's never 100% straight. It might be 99.888% straight, but you need it 100% straight, because in your model or in your worldview, there's no such thing as relativity, right? And the open of space-time.
Is the space that it's being measured in curved or straight?
Curved.
Okay. So
but the curve is so small that we don't factor for it, and you can't even see it. But it's there.
All right, then.
Now, the issue is bandsaw wants to do a measurement for the speed of light over a straight line within a flat Earth model. And within that flat Earth model, there's no such thing as relativity and things of that nature. So,
well, if space is inherently curved, then how do you do your whole celestial navigation?
It's not inherently curved. It's curved due to matter being present.
Well, yeah, I know that, but like, how would that square with celestial navigation? Doesn't that require straight lines?
You think
it requires lines to be as straight as we can make them, But now that we know that there's no such thing as straight lines, and now that we know that matter bends space-time, we sometimes. Oh, thank you, Benson.
There you go. The speed of light is measured in a straight line. Boom. You thought I just pulled that out of my.
Yeah, we try to measure it as straight as possible, Benzo. But due to general relativity and the warp in the space-time, there's no such thing as straight lines.
It is measured in a straight line. It's even highlighted. It's in bold, so you can't miss it.
Because I'm sure that's what you searched for, so it's going to highlight the keywords. But no, Benzo.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what you typed into Google. Speed of light measured in a straight line. So it's going to highlight the keyword.
Okay. Speed of light. I'm going to type in a curved line. Let's see what happens in a curved line.
Let's see. But what I'm saying still stands. Yeah, we try to measure it in as straight as line as possible. But there's no such thing as perfectly straight lines. Come on.
Oh, you are as slippery.
At least within our model.
You are slippery.
No, but that's how our model works, Benzo. General relativity is a real thing in our model.
It's versus straight line. Sorry, Jerry, I cut you off, buddy.
Well, I was going to say, doesn't surveying assume straight lines from your eye to whatever you're looking at?
Yeah, straightish.
Straightish. It does, because the curvature it's so slight that it's a non-factor. You know, Branch said it brilliantly. The error you would need to adjust for curvature is less than the error you would need to account for in the tools you are using.
Well, how do you know
that
if
small?
You got the measurements from
Because when we do factor it in, because when we do factor in curvature, it makes no change to our results.
Sorry, Jerry, I wanted to hear your response, and it got rather cut over.
No, how do you know that the ground is curving and not the light?
Because of the tolerance of the instruments, Jerry, and the fact that what we're looking at is something that's less than tolerance of the instruments. I mean, but the problem you have with anything that is like you can call it a platonic ideal or whatever, is we don't have perfectly straight lines. We can't do them. We don't have perfect triangles. We can't do them. We don't have perfect circles. We don't have perfect cubes. There's always a slight amount of error in them.
All right.
And when it comes to things like sort of the bending of light in the atmosphere, over short distances, it comes under the concept of the square root of fuck all.
All right, Dress.
It's one of my favorites.
I know.
But it always gets a laugh, so I think it always brings a little bit of joy. And I always use the measurement of my table as an example. My table is 1.70 meters long and 1.20 meters deep. It's a big table. I like a big table. But is it 120 centimeters long? Is it 170 centimeters long? Is it 120 centimeters deep at its deepest point? No, but it's pretty close to it.
Yeah.
No such thing as absolutes in reality, Jerry.
There you go. So we could only model it, right?
No, we factor in tolerance. So what I can say is my table is definitely in between 169 centimeters and 171. If I wanted a plus or minus one error bar, yeah, I could probably get it down to a couple of millimeters, easily without going into a ball-ache level of precision. Now, if I'm building a cylinder for a car or a motorbike, now I'm dealing with a lot tighter tolerances. My square root of fuck all factor drops quite significantly.
Okay, did you measure your table with a straight ruler?
No, I did it in a couple of ways, actually. I used a tape measure and I used a laser measure.
So how do you square the use of a straight ruler and a laser? Because light would be bent slightly.
Because over that distance, it really is the square root of fuck all. I'm talking about, nanometers, picometers kind of differentiation, if that. Probably something that would be so irrelevant to that measurement, because if I was looking to put a cover on my table, make a nice leather pad for it, and I wanted it to fit edge to edge, then I don't really need it to be down to the picometer. I can actually get it down to the millimeter by that dimension of fabric, and then I can cover my table, and I can have it going all the way up to the edge, and I can make it look really nice. And I probably would be a little bit over, would be my goal, and then I can trim it to the edge.
So you agree we can only model our reality?
No, well, anything that isn't our reality is an abstraction, isn't it?
Right.
So any time that we'd write a description of anything, you want to say the Earth is flat, for instance, that's an abstraction from the reality. So in your world, that is still a model. You are describing something, therefore you're modeling it. A model is merely a description with attributes.
Correct. So I go into this knowing that I can't prove it.
What do you mean you can't prove it?
What's that?
Or what do you mean? Is my table 1.80 meters long or 1.60 meters long? Or can I say my table is about 1.70 meters, but it's definitely not 180 and it's definitely not 160?
I don't know. There's no way to know.
What do you mean there's no way to know?
Settle. We can only settle on what we choose to settle on.
No, I could use an instrument. I can make sure that instrument's calibrated. I can compare it against other things that have recorded dimensions. And if you're saying that I cannot get within 10 centimeters of accuracy on the length of an object, then you really want to go down that route?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we can't know 100%, right?
No, it's an observation. That's a fact. There's no interpretation required. It's merely using an instrument to make a measure and accepting the fact there's a certain amount of tolerance. But what I can say, it's not 160 centimeters long, and I can say it's not 180 centimeters long. Those are factual statements.
All right. So where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here? So, again, I can say that, the Earth has curvature, and we can measure that curvature to a tolerance of x. So we know that the curve is not x minus y, and it's not x plus y. In the same way as I've just done that for the table. It's 170 centimeters long. It's not 160, x minus 10, and it's not 180, x plus 10. That's how tolerances work, Jerry.
Right, but if you're using light to measure it, and light is curved, you just say that the light is curved and the surface is flat.
Well, again, that wouldn't really work, would it, Jerry? Because we're not just talking about using a laser here. We're talking about multiple different measurements. So that's when I said what I can do is I can go and see how well calibrated my methods are. So I can take multiple different methods of doing that measurement, like the laser and the physical tape measure, and I can start to say, well, do I see a convergence in that? So that's why we use something like an Eratosthenes, we can use an Alberuni, we can use geodesic surveying, we can use satellite imagery from space and LiDAR. We can say, do all of these things kind of come towards the same kind of conclusion?
Yeah, because they all start with the root assumption that light works in straight lines.
No, and I think that's a really unfair, because part of what you have when you're doing most surveying is the inclusion of a refractive index. Do you not?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the overall behavior. Like take what Eratosthenes did from the sun to Earth. You could assume that instead of the ground being curved and light going straight, light is curved and the ground is straight.
Yeah, but Eratosthenes is like 2,000, almost 3,000 years old, Jerry. No one is gonna, go off of that anymore. That isn't.
Right, but
he just assumed things. Because sun rays are parallel, the sun is infinitely far away. No one works like that anymore.
Well, he operated under the same assumption of how light works as we do today.
But we don't have that assumption anymore.
No, he didn't.
Druss just told you that we put in a,
No, I'm talking about from Earth
a refractive
all the way,
index number.
From Earth all the way to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Not from the sun to the atmosphere and then to
what I would expect to happen in that case is that every time that you did that observation, you get different results.
Yeah. Which means that the path to those different locations was curving.
And what we don't get when we do those observations is widely varying different results. And especially if we start to take multiple points, and whilst Aristophanes is quite a long time ago, you start to get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different points spread across a wide area. Guess what?
Yeah.
You're now refining the accuracy. And if all of those different observations are coming to very similar conclusions and giving you that data, then you can then start to say, okay, well, how much would light have to bend to do that? And do we observe that anywhere? And then we can go and say, well, actually, no, because that's weird. When we do surveying, we're using a fairly good standard refractive index, which is giving us pinpoint accuracy. It's at such a small error margin that we have to measure it in arc seconds.
Would you agree that the path that light takes from any celestial body to us is not empirical and we could only model it?
Well, no, I mean, what do you mean by the path?
You know, with these measurements, take, say that Sly Sparkane did. All of those lines that he had at the end were perfectly straight. So what he did was curve the Earth.
I deny that they were perfectly
they're-
straight.
they're
I'd say
all-
they're an approximation of straightness, but yeah, go on.
So to get around that, he curved the Earth and said, "Oh, look, this proves that, you know, the lines of light are almost, you know, parallel, and the sun's really, really far away. Well, I could just curve those lines of light and keep the ground straight. Say that the sun is close,
Mm.
and it would work the exact same way."
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like things like the moon, and I like things like Polaris, because those to me are two very, very simple observations that you can make.
Sure.
You know, the fact that every 60 nautical miles I move north, Polaris elevates by 1 degree. And that's very fucking difficult to explain on a flat Earth. You'd have to have light bending all which way and every way with no consistency. And the fact that refractive index is based on changes in medium is problematical, because then all of a sudden we don't understand anything about how light refracts. Yet we still get we get a result that is so fucking accurate that I can place myself within about 4 or 5 miles to my point of latitude using a fucking bit of tin and a couple of mirrors.
Right. So
isn't that incredible?
It's fantastic. But my whole point here is that if you assume straight lines from any celestial body all over the Earth, you will end up with a globe. But you could model it the same way on a flat Earth if you just curve those lines, you know, accordingly.
Yeah. So if you want to make that assumption that they have to curve radically, then you can do that. And also, what's the angle of incident and the angle of exit have to do with each other?
No, I'm talking about from the path, from the star all the way to your eye.
Yeah. And if I'm looking at something at 90 degrees up, directly above my head, what's my angle of incidence and my angle of exit going to be?
I don't know. All you have is your feet, your eye, and the star. So you have 3 points. That doesn't tell you anything about the shape of the ground you're on.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you want to say that light curves, does this weird curvy thing, and I'm actually bringing up some very basic laws on refractive index. That's why I said, you know, if I'm looking directly up, yeah, so 90 degrees is how the light's coming down to me. Yeah, through that medium of the atmosphere.
Yeah.
How's it going to bend?
It would bend to make the model work.
No, that's why I would seriously. I'm not going to sort of say anything. Seriously, go and look up refractive indexes. Go and look up angle of incidence.
No, I'm not talking about once the light enters the atmosphere. I'm talking about from the body itself all the way to Earth.
Yeah.
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 So we would model light accordingly to make it work on a flat Earth.
And you think that subtle and slight variations of that is going to give you the perfect then conclusion that just by considering it to be straight, we get a globe, and you're talking about something that's coming from, you know, a very long distance away, 93 million miles for our local star.
It could be any distance. Depends how you model the paths of light.
Well, we know it. We know the sun's got to be more than, you know, 264,000 miles away, because, you know, it goes behind the fucking moon.
Sure.
And we know the distance to the moon because that's directly measured.
Well, I don't know about that.
Multiple different methods of measuring it all come up with the same fucking number.
Yeah, but there's that path of light thing, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
So we know the sun is further away than the moon.
Sure, you could see that during a solar eclipse.
Yeah. And we know how far away the moon is.
You could assume so, based on what you think's going on
Approximately.
with light.
Let's say we're 1,000 miles out either way. I'll be generous on my tolerance measurement, even though we got it down to way below that.
Well, mind you, I'm not saying that, any of this proves flat Earth. I'm saying we could only model what's going on with our reality.
And anything that isn't direct reality is a model. So what?
Correct. And the paths
So
of light is
model
not
is just a
empirical.
description. A model is just a description with attributes.
It's based
which you agree to. So anytime I describe something, it's an abstraction because it's not the actual thing. It's a description of the actual thing.
My headphones died. What'd you say?
I said, anytime that I describe something, it's an abstraction because it's a description of the actual thing, not the actual thing itself.
Right, and models are made to work. That's it.
No, models are made to show the data that we've collected.
Yeah, and data is interpretive.
No, data is objective. The interpretation of data is interpretive.
Okay, so what's the data here?
Which particular bit, Jerry?
As far as the path of light from the sun to Earth.
Yeah, as far as the sun to us, the data sort of says that it's pretty fucking straight, and for all intents and purposes, we can treat it as parallel because the differential is the square root of fuck all.
Go ahead, Ben. So I hear you getting ready to go.
No, I was just, of course, models are made to work. Otherwise, what's the point of having it if it doesn't work? So they have to work. So it's a model. So to say that they're not made to work is actually not correct.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it depends on how you're sort of employing the made to worky bit.
No, I am intending it just the way I said it. The model is made to work so you can use it. It's not made to work so you can't use it.
Well,
What's
it's
the point
made.
of having it?
Because I can say, okay, well, what I want to do is I want to model a data center, and what I'm trying to do is understand whether the architecture that I put together, and I may not even have the physical architecture when I do a data center model. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all these components in, and then I'm going to run workload over it, which is a synthetic workload that I'll inject into a model, and I'm going to start to see the outcome. So the model itself, yes, the mechanics of it are defined, but the outcome, what it's looking to actually demonstrate, isn't. The outcome is based on the input data. So what I can say is, oh fuck, I screwed that up. My latency is for shit, and I can't support the user profile numbers that this data center is designed is supposed to be designed to support. So I need to go back and I need to look. Yeah, that's a stochastic method of modeling.
Not a model. Difference.
No, but I have to have the model itself, the outcome, and that's what we do when we're looking at things like the shape of the Earth. We're modeling, so we're taking data in. And we're saying, okay, what conclusions can we draw from the data based on the observations that we've made? So that's modeling. You can't have a model without modeling. So yeah, for me, it's it's a mechanism. It's a description, and it's something that can allow us to draw speculative conclusions out of it, which we can then test in real world.
Two weeks to flatten the curve. Who remembers that modelling? Is that how accurate the ball is too?
I've no idea what you're talking about, mate. I'm going to have to disappear in about 60 seconds because I've got a meeting. I wish I was like Nick Cage, by the way, I reckon. That would be so fucking cool. Plus, I'd have an awesome Ghost Rider tattoo. I will catch you people later. Be kind, be nice.
Right, Trust, catch you later, man.
And if you're going to cause an Aussie guy a cunt, use the friendly version and not the nasty. Thank I'm the raw prawn, mate. I love fucking cunt, mate.
More than vegetarians. So they had a model, and that model suggested 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Then they did some modeling and showed, that might work if we do this, this, and this. And it didn't work because it took 2 years. So, and that was just 2 years ago. You'd think if they were good at the modeling, they'd be good at modeling. So, not sure how much we can trust this ball model at all, really.
Yeah, even if you look on Walter Bislin's site, like he makes everything work with the caveat that light would have to do impossible things. Like, okay, but impossible compared to what? It's just a model.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, Druss did say that light would have to curve or bend dramatically, right, Jerry? But when you're talking about something that is 400 million light years away, how dramatic does it really have to be?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
go ahead, say that it's, coming in straight. I don't know. Nobody knows that, if you could make Earth work as a globe, fine. But just know that you could make it work as flat too, if you wanted to. If you're going to go off the stars. It's like we could only make shit work. We can't know. Well, I mean, like nature isn't going to tell us. Like we could know like internally, but nature isn't going to say, yeah, this is what it is, because there's too many variables.
What do you think about the notion of the stars and stuff over our head being also in a horizontal plane alignment rather than, you know, the widely kind of accepted dome or spherical?
Yeah, I heard Demok talk about that the other
Yeah.
day.
Mm.
But yeah, it's fine. But see, but like once you put, like once you say that, then you're gonna have to deal with, well, they wouldn't make circles over our heads. Like eventually they would turn to, ovals. But that would also assume straight lines of light. It's impossible to know.
Yeah.
So Demok could be right.
Mm-hmm.
If we're to go by the voltage potential, increasing meter by meter by meter as we go up vertically, and the way that operates, that does suggest there's two horizontal surfaces, two plates. So I believe the top is horizontal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we're told White, that there is a stronger magnetic field at the poles. Yeah, you'd agree with that or not? Maybe not. Would anyone agree
Yes,
with
mate.
that?
To a
Yeah.
certain extent. Yeah.
Yeah. So this voltage that we can measure in the air, the higher you go up and all that sort of stuff. Do you think it's also too possible that the closer that you get to the poles, this voltage reading that you could measure would also too be higher? Because magnetism and energy seem to be pretty closely related. They go hand in hand. So if you have a stronger magnetic field, it kind of makes a logical sense that there also to be a stronger energy field, higher voltages that would register. Yeah.
I don't know because, as far as I'm aware, the magnetism, or the effect of the compass, is very different to the sort of the static voltage that's going on. So I don't know about that, Bandy. That'd be interesting.
Okay. It was just a thought that I had because this this thing that's been thrown around for a bit, that gravity is nothing but electrostatics. You've heard this over the last couple of weeks, maybe over. Demok's been on this, for quite some time, years actually.
Does he say that's gravity, or that just sets the direction?
That's the direction. This is what is setting the direction, the electrostatics.
Great.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now, so we know. Well, we don't know. We're told that the Earth has different gravitational pulls at different locations, and it seems to get weaker around the equator. Yeah, that's what I've been led to believe. Well, if it's weaker around the equator, now this also to be equated to the strength of that electromagnetic field around the equator. Thus, going back to what I initially said, like at the north, if the magnetic poles force is stronger at the poles, it would make sense that there would be a stronger electrostatic energy field in the air the higher you go up, and the further away that you get from that, it would slightly get weaker and weaker as well. So that could be also to this difference in gravitational downwards force. Could be this
And what?
electrostatic
Could I ask a question, Basil?
Go for it, mate. Go for it.
Why does it get heavier the closer you get to the South Pole all over again?
What do you mean?
Or strong like this electrostatic force.
Why does it get stronger?
Mm.
Because we're told that at the poles, right,
Mm-hmm.
this is where the magnetic strength is the strongest. So whether or not it is strongest in the center or strongest on the outer, say on a flat Earth model, right, they would still be the poles, so to speak, the positive and the negative, two magnetic poles. So it's the same, and it's
So the
weaker in the
whole
center around the
so
equator.
the whole outer ring, it's strong all over again. That's the whole South Pole for you.
Well,
If this was a flat Earth.
the outer, yes. Why not?
Interesting.
That makes sense, don't you think? Why does it have to be one point? Right, that point could be the whole rim all the way around, and the center could be the central point, and then you have one outer point being the edge all the way around, or the rim all the way around.
I don't know.
Huh?
I
You
don't
don't
know,
know?
Vance. I would need to think about that. Doesn't sound possible, but
Of course, it's
you never
possible.
know. You never know, yeah.
100% possible and plausible. It's logical. That's what it is. It's logical. That's the problem. You don't like logic, mate. You hate logic. Like we've already established this.
No, I'm just a real skeptic,
Well, what?
Don't,
Oh, yeah, but you're not skeptical about bending bloody fabrics in time and whatnot. You're not skeptical about that at all.
I mean, we see it happen,
Well,
so
you haven't
y-
seen anything happen,
y-
right? And what
yeah,
is
no
wrong?
such thing as a straight lines.
What is wrong? Yeah, no such thing as a strike. I just gave you a Google quote, all right? So don't tell me there's not. So where is my logic flawed? Where's it flawed? Point it out, please. I'd like to know. You can't flaw it. I already know that you can't, but I'd like to hear you try.
Have you ever seen a magnet like that, like an electromagnet or something?
What do you mean?
That
Have I ever
works like
seen an electromagnet like that?
yeah, like what you
Like,
describing
like
with the central North Pole and then the opposite pole is like a ring around it.
it
I've
doesn't matter whether I've seen one exactly like that or not. Yeah, I have actually. Here, Earth. That's my demonstration. Boom.
I should demonstrate.
Yeah. There it is.
I would need to think about it, but it doesn't sound likely.
Oh,
So
come on, Nate. You're just hand waving, dismissing for the
I'm
sake of
not.
hand
I'm
waving.
not. It's just
You are. I know. I'm just shattering your paradigm. Every time we talk, I shatter it even more. I know. Bit
it's
by
not
bit,
even
though.
true.
Bit by bit.
Hello.
Dawn,
Okay.
is that you, mate?
Hi.
Hey, mate.
The logic's flawed because it's not a real inquiry or investigation. It's just a mad pipe dream theory. So that makes the logic flawed all the way through.
No, not really. Not at all.
If I said, like, what if dragons are real while I was high and I didn't really care if they were real, that would be bad logic to start an investigation.
Well, I don't know. Are you high? Is the first question.
If it was like, if it was 3 a.m. or whatever, and I was suggesting something crazy that's different to what everyone else believes, I think that's bad logic. to start
I think
a theory.
technology is some crazy stuff that everybody believes that they think is like new, and they think science has been new. When 1,000 years ago, we probably had the same bottle rockets we have now. What has NASA brought us other than a bottle rocket bomb?
I really don't.
What?
That's
don't.
old technology that we got from
What?
1,000 years ago.
I believe we used to have bottle rockets as well.
Yeah,
Velcro.
they're 1,000 years old. The Chinese made bottle rockets, and the Germans started the Chinese. So where'd the bottle rocket technology really come from, and who made the first bottle rocket? If NASA's not making bottle rockets, and rockets
Whoa,
always
whoa,
existed,
whoa.
hold
The,
on.
the,
Where
the
did the first
Germans
bottle
started
rocket
the
come from?
Chinese? Did you just say
Where
that?
did the
Yeah.
first bottle? What you need to pay attention to is where you think the first bottle rocket got started in what year, how long ago? Because you think
I have
NASA
no
has
idea.
technology,
Let me
right? That's
tell you.
new, but it's an
Let me
old bottle
tell you.
rocket. So how's that new, Don? Tell me how
About,
your
I'll tell
1,000-year-old
you
bottle
now.
rocket's new. Okay.
It's not new. It's about 50,000 years old or more, and the ancients used to do it, and the gods, the Elohim, taught them.
So why are we paying NASA for 50,000-year-old technology that we've already been doing
Because
for
you're a
50,000
slave.
years? Because what?
Because you're a slave, and you pay money to lots of stupid organizations with no choice.
Well, I'd say the killers that control you would make you do so, right?
Yeah,
Who
exactly.
makes you the slave? I don't think you
That's
make
what I'm-
yourself a slave, buddy. I don't think you're like, I'm a slave.
No, but by
I
paying
vote.
taxes, that's one part where you're choosing to act out the slavery, right? Like
I don't think
do it
anybody's
too.
choosing to do anything.
I do
If
it
you're a
too.
smaller group, you don't never choose shit, buddy. You get made to do it. That's how
Do
that
you pay
goes.
tax to NASA?
I
So,
don't know who NASA is. Who's NASA?
so
Oh my God,
is
you
your
brought them up.
response, Dawn, to what I said is just a crazy idea? Is that your response? Like
No,
seriously?
no. I'll try and be more
Like,
specific.
well,
Because it's not
that's pretty
because
much
it's
what
not
you
a
said.
totally serious idea, and it's just an anti-globe idea. That means
No.
that the whole idea is based on
No.
faulty logical reasoning.
No, it's not. It wasn't anti-globe at all, right? It's actually based in fact, the idea.
Well, no,
Right?
what you're
So
saying,
to
right?
say
Can I just
it's anti-globe or anything like that, you're on the wrong premise to start
Just
off with.
making stuff
Right?
up without being
I
installed
saw
by
your
you.
position.
The actual hold on, Dawn. The actual premise was based on fact, right? What we can already demonstrate, right? This voltage in the air. That's what it was based on. We are also too told, right, that the magnetic fields are stronger at the poles. This is also too established fact. So what I proposed, right, is actually pretty logical.
Did you propose that Earth isn't a globe and the downward force is to do with electrostatic on a flat Earth?
The downward force with electrostatics? No, I did not propose that. But after hearing that idea, right, and also to knowing the idea that the Earth has different gravitational fields, they are weaker around the equator and they get a bit stronger towards the poles. Right, this is already established fact, right? That I've already inquired about, right? So knowing this information that this is so, right, that's where my train of thought took me as an alternative explanation for it. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right?
saying. Because you're looking for an alternative explanation for something that other people have studied, that's not a good basis for an inquiry into what's true.
Of course, it's a good basis to look into anything.
That's what science is.
I don't think so.
What the hell? Oh,
What are you talking
Dawn,
about? You can't.
seriously.
How did science? How did it get started then? How did you ever do
I'm not
anything
trying
then?
to diss you. I was just trying to
Dawn.
say it's not logical to me.
Dawn, it's not logical to do what? You're on an island. You don't know anything. You don't have any science. How do you go about your science again? How do you find out what?
I am on an island, but I do know stuff. Thank you.
No. You don't know anything. This is an example.
I
You were
do know
just born.
things.
You're
Okay,
just
an
born. You
example,
grew
yeah.
up as a little kid. You're the only one that exists now. Everybody's
All
dead.
right.
You're on an island. How do you find out what the shape of what you're on is?
I don't care about what the shape of the
Yeah,
Earth
you
is
don't
at that
fucking
point.
know, and you couldn't figure it out if you tried.
Yeah,
You
I
say a
don't care
bunch
at
of
that
goofy
point.
shit. Now you can't repeat the
That's
stories
a
of your
troll
shoulders of
answer.
midgets.
If
He
I'm the
don't
only
care.
human
Shoulders of
alive,
midgets.
I'm not interested in working out what
You're
Earth is.
standing on the shoulders of midgets, though. You don't
I'm
know
interested
how
in
to find out
surviving.
what you're on.
You
All
have
that
to listen.
science you got.
Hang on. You have to stop and listen to his answer. He said he doesn't care. So
I
he's
wouldn't.
here now.
No,
He's
Rakia,
here
I
now
said
as
I
a
wouldn't
person.
care in his hypothetical, I wouldn't care. I didn't say I don't care now.
Yes, you would care if you're on an island by yourself. You'd want to know everything about that island. You would want to
Rakia,
know more.
if he added on to his hypothetical that I've decided I want to know what Earth is, that would work. But if he's just asserting I'm
That's not how
deserted and
human
I'm the
nature
only
is.
human alive, I'm
Yeah,
going to
you
tell
would
him
want to
no, I
know
don't
everything.
care.
No, that's wrong. You're trolling. You'd want to know
Yeah,
every
why you
inch
No,
of
care?
I
that
would want
island.
to survive. That's
No,
what I'd
you're
really want.
survive.
You
Yeah,
don't
to
care.
survive, you would want to know every inch of that island. You would want to know
Yeah, island,
everything about your
not Earth,
habitation.
not Earth,
If
just
you didn't
island.
care,
What?
you'd be
Yes,
sleeping
you would.
right now, Dawn. If you didn't care, you'd be at home asleep, liar. Next.
What you're trying to claim is that
You'd be
one
at home
man on
asleep,
his own.
liar. What you're
Hang on,
trying to
dude.
claim is you
Dude.
care after you claimed you didn't care. That's what the
Okay.
problem is here.
What you're trying to.
Now, where do we go from here,
Okay.
Dawn? You don't care or you do care? Which one is it? This information we're telling you about
What
the
up,
flat Earth, do
PG?
you care or do
Can
you
you not
not
tell
care?
him so I can have a talk?
Do you care or do you not care? We want to figure out where your place is, buddy. We don't want the jumping around you Globers do. We need to hold you to something.
Right. I'll give you it now.
So do
If
you
I
care
was,
or do you not
dude,
care?
if you talk over
That
me, I
wasn't the
can't tell
answer.
you anything,
That
can
was
I?
not the answer.
Hold on,
Dawn, can
Denmark.
you
Let
hear
him,
me?
let him
Let him.
This dude
respond.
can't even answer a question.
If you give me space to answer, listen while I answer. Yeah, I'll give you it. If I'm on an island and I've decided I want to know what Earth is, then I would start looking into it. Yes. So let's start from there.
You are on an island right now.
Yes.
Do you want to know what Earth is?
I know what it is already, so I'm not.
Yeah,
super-
there you go. That's what I thought.
Right?
That's your problem.
Don't
Fucking
you?
bias.
Don't
You
you
already
know what it is
everything,
already?
God. Dawn, you're God. We already know you know it all, buddy. We don't have to
I
ask
did not
anything
say
else.
that.
We don't need to know anything
No
else.
one heard
God.
me say it, so they all
You
know
just
that
said you
you're
already
making it
know
up.
what Earth is. You already
Yeah,
know.
that isn't me saying I'm God,
Well,
is
for
it?
you, because NASA doesn't know. No one else
That's
knows.
two different
The
statements.
billions of people in the world don't
Well,
know, but you do.
You know what? This has turned to shit. Well, I was trying to have an honest conversation, and you've just turned it to shit. To be quite honest with you, Dawn.
Hemlock
Oh,
has.
you really,
Because
you
he's shouting over
really
me and
have.
Rick is joining you
No,
and shouting.
no. You just hand wave dismissed anything. You said it was a ludicrous idea just to try and to prove
No, you
flat
try and
Earth or
say it to
whatever.
me sensibly, Bansor, and I'll respond sensibly.
I did say to you sensibly, and I was speaking to Nate about it sensibly as well, right?
Yeah, that was just one comment I had on your theory. We can carry on talking. That isn't me turning the voice into shit, is it? Demok and Rakia were shouting at me. That's what
we
shit
can.
is.
I'm not shouting. I'm not shouting. Don't try and turn this on me. This is Rakia talking, and I'm telling you, we've had hours and hours of conversations without you that are perfectly normal, calm, no one interrupting. It seems to be the Globers. I even pointed it out last night. They get so triggered and irrational and start saying, "You're talking over me," when you talked over him just as much.
If you
Now
don't
everybody's
admit,
excited. Yeah,
you can't
everybody's excited, and we
carry
hear
on.
what you say. When you say that you already know, therein lies the problem in our eyes, and you know that.
Let me forget Demok making it hard for me to discuss things with you normally. And let me ask you a question. Do you know what Earth is already, like me?
No.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
but you
insult
said like me.
I'm not going to insult you for it. It's fair enough if you don't know what Earth is, but I do.
You said like me. Yeah, you think you know. You think you're
Yes,
all knowing.
and
That's
you seem
wrong.
to have a
That's
problem
not
with
science.
that, right?
No, I don't have a problem with you saying like you thinking that. I have a problem
Okay.
with you saying it because everyone knows you can't know. You're not the
Okay, so
all-knowing.
you do have a problem with me knowing things.
Not really. You can believe what you want.
Okay, so you need
It's
to
not knowing.
make your mind up, dude. If you have a problem with me knowing Earth's the globe, or if you don't.
As your belief, yeah, I have no problem with your beliefs. But you
Okay.
saying you know, like you've been like high enough, or have you been to space?
No, I haven't been to space.
Have you measured it?
Have I measured Earth? No.
How the hell do you know then? You're just trusting
Hang on,
others, right?
Let me explain. By thinking about it and trusting people who explain it.
There you go. That's what we have an issue with. And you know
so
that.
you do have an issue. You do have an issue with it.
Would middlemen bringing you a story of a dragon that's slayed that they don't have? Yeah, we always have a problem with that.
I actually believe in
we
dragons.
hate liars. We despise liars, Dawn. If
I
you
actually
love
believe in
liars,
dragons.
that's your problem, buddy. Okay? No, we don't. We keep it cut and dry here. You either are or you ain't. It's not no fucking 20 different things. You can't be this, that, this,
I don't
that,
know what
this,
you're
that, this,
referring
that.
to.
Dawn, only basketball balls are for fucking bouncing around. We keep it level and straight here, buddy. One thing.
Look here. Maybe you could talk to Demok about how he's not being sensible right now.
No,
And
I'm talking to you about how you're not being sensible. How
That's
do you
your
know?
issue then. That's your problem then.
No, that's your.
and
I'm asking you, so it makes it your problem. Who did you trust? Name that person.
I'll totally ignore what Demok just said to me and answer you because you're asking no real
Yeah,
questions.
you said you trusted others.
Yep.
Who were they? Who?
Lots of different people, including random.
Who? Name
Hang on,
one.
I'm going to explain now. Lots of different people, including random people I've never met, who've just written stuff online.
Okay. Can you name any of them? Have you checked into their
I
history?
can name one of
Hold on
them.
a
Carl
second. How many
Sagan.
flat earthers do you believe that you randomly haven't met but only online? So the same scrutiny doesn't go for both sides, does it, Donnie boy?
Yes, it
No,
does. I'm
it just
scrutiny.
fits
I
his
do scrutiny
bias.
on both sides.
Surely
Thank you.
not. 99% not.
I do
But
scrutiny
we
on
can
both
all
sides.
hear you.
Thank
We're all adults. We hear what you're saying, bias boy.
I don't accept your accusation that I'm biased. Sorry.
We don't accept your lie. So cool.
You're not really a we right now.
Well, you're not really anything. Who do you speak for but your 1% of your plastic belief?
I didn't claim to be anything.
You only speak for a plastic ball that you believe in that's hollow. In a fucking
Plastic
it's
ball.
a plastic
Can you
ball,
hear what
dude.
he's saying, Ricky, and how that's not sensible?
Yeah, your
Plastic ball.
ball. What else is your model? What do you have?
Have you heard me talk about a
Plastic
pizza
ball.
earth or a
Have
plastic
you
plate?
showed us your physics? Forget what we talk about. Why do you guys keep paying attention to Bugs Bunny words, dude? Santa Claus is not going to
Bugs
help
Bunny
you.
now.
The demonstration of a lab, right? In the lab
Why
is
do you
how
say
you
Bugs Bunny
demonstrate
words
things,
if you don't want me to pay
right?
attention to it?
Dawn,
You
it's
get
hard for me to accept you complain about over talking when you continuously over talk.
He's talking nonsense for 5 minutes. 2
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah, that's your opinion.
If
You
you
should
do
agree
not
with
get
me.
a demonstration, you do not get money, dollars, lobby. You do not get it. No demo, no dollars, Dawn. Do you understand how labs work? Physics? So if you don't have a demo, you don't get no dollars. That means you have no globe. So the story you keep telling us sounds great. I know you believe it wholeheartedly. You pray into plastic and stickers. I get you. But can you demonstrate your belief, your religion? Can you bring it in the lab? If you can't, it's just a religion. Religions that can't be brought in the lab are just that, religions.
Same as your religion, bro.
What's my? Tell me my. I don't. What are you talking about? What did that mean?
Last night you said I'll pray for you. That's what you said to me.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll pray for
telling you that religion you're
Praying
referring
to your
to
plastic
can't be
globe
brought in
ball.
a lab.
I'm praying to your plastic sticker ball belief, Dawn, that you get better, that you understand that plastic sticker balls cannot be prayed to. They are not a god. They are not real. They are not physics. I pray that you understand that to something, anything, whatever you pick.
You were joking
Plastic
about the praying.
globe god. That's all I got from you is a plastic globe. That's your god. I mean,
You were joking about the praying when you mentioned it then.
I was joking about you having real physics of a real globe. I wasn't joking about you being a plastic believer in hollow plastic balls that don't do anything. I mean, where the physics at? What physics are we talking about here, Don? Your plastic ball don't have
And
any.
so I wouldn't even mind discussing something with you. That's why I came in, not for this.
oh,
He doesn't like reality. He doesn't like the physical lab. See how the ballers don't want to go from the lab? If you mention the word lab and physics, the ballers will shut up and leave your channel. If you say we have to go to the lab and present a demonstration, if it don't make demos, it don't make dollars. If it don't make dollars for them, it doesn't make science. There's a problem here. Science should
oh.
not be made by money. There's a problem.
Let's get back to a convo. Something a bit more productive, guys.
Mm.
Can we?
Yeah.
I know you have opinions, Demok, but they don't come across as real thoughts when you express them.
Physics don't cost money to produce to little kids, buddy. Only your fucking lies do. So just keep it up.
Oh,
I don't know. I had opinions on Rakia really hates the fact that I think I know what Earth is. But then he'll say in another breath, it's fine what you believe. But when you say you know it, I just want to explain that my knowledge is just a belief. That's the same thing for me. That's what I mean. When I know it, I believe it.
Oh, well, that's better. That would have been a lot better if you said it's just a belief, and I understand.
If you
that would be
understood they're
good.
the same thing, I wouldn't have to explain it, would I?
I don't know what that means for you. Your mind thinks different than mine.
Google
What
it.
you just said, I didn't
Google
say
it.
no.
Google the definitions.
No, I don't have to Google anything. That's for you, Parrot.
Well, that's your fault
I
for
don't
not
need to Google
understanding
stuff,
then.
buddy. I don't need to hold anybody's hand to think. Stop. That's for you, Don. That's for plastic believers.
I have often wondered,
Google is for plastic believers.
on a
Now,
flat
can we
earth.
get on a topic that you can stick with or not?
Not with you, sorry. Maybe gravity is attraction to the flat earth, but not to the center. It's just down all over. I don't think it's logical. I just think you can theorize about such things.
Well, yeah, you can always theorize. I don't think the flat earth needs gravity. I think it's already got an electrical ground. Do you understand that?
That's what we were talking about, actually.
Yeah, go ahead and go back to it.
Yep.
I was just saying that's the idea, right?
The current seems logical, right? We see it in reality all the time in rivers, streams, whatever. In pipes that we create a slope on, there's current, or if there's positive to negative, high to low, you hear that in science a lot. So to me, if there's a higher current up in the upper atmosphere and it gets lower and lower and lower as it approaches the ground is another term in electrical.
For resistance.
In the electrical, yeah, that would create a downward bias in my book. Current flow. So when you lift things up into that higher current and they're trying to get down to the lower, they're following the current from high to low, then they would fall back down to the ground until they met more resistance, which would be the medium.
And the current's higher where there's less, the voltage is higher where there's less resistance, right?
Yeah. You would have acceleration, just like you can accelerate things with magnetism.
Oh, definitely.
They have tracks. You can accelerate things with electrical charge. It creates current. Acceleration. Sound familiar? Sound familiar?
Maglev train, yes, sir. Electromagnetic railgun, the magnetic levitation train that China's got all over the world, going 90 and 100 miles an hour.
The only reason you need more of that at ground level is because the natural attraction is from high to low, up to down. So if you're trying to go horizontal at surface, you're going to need to add a bunch of charge to get that thing to move. But it's using the same force.
You're giving it more potential.
It'd be interesting to see if this electrostatic potential does vary closer to the poles and then get lesser towards the equator.
It has to. By the sheer idea of cold and hot, Bandsaw. Super cold, super heat. It has to. The desert versus Antarctica. There you go.
Yeah.
It's also how, like, if you have current, you have flow. So once it hits that certain medium, if it's not absorbed or used up, it's gonna move outwards or upwards again.
We have the little superconduction like things and like certain demo, like what you're talking about, Bandsaw. I think they have. I don't think they put them all together. That's the problem. They don't put like a flat earth sandbox with the superconductor ring within the sand, and then put the things levitating over it. Then you pour some water, and it should create a current and watch it flow. You should be able to really do that right outside, anywhere.
Do you reckon you could do that demo in the lab?
I reckon it's probably already done. They just don't put them together. Did you hear me? They have a thing that superconducts. You put the little things, you spin them around the ring. It's a flat ring sitting in the science lab. Dawn, it's in a lab. You can watch it. I don't have to do your research for you.
Let me know when you find
You're an adult. Let me know when you figure out how to push a button. So when they're in the lab already on YouTube, and little kids already watch, my little kids already watched them all from a long time. Superconduction been around since you were a baby, Dawn. So don't act like you don't understand what it is, buddy. You get a frozen ring of a metal and you put another metal on top. Superconduction, levitation. So then if you pour sand on top of that a little bit, it's still going to be superconduction. You put a little cold temperature, put a little heat.
Get it in the lab, mate. Get it in the lab, mate.
Yeah, it's already done in the lab, buddy. That's where I found it out. That's where I looked at to see it. I looked on
Present
the
it now,
lab
please.
scientific experiment to see how superconduction works in a lab, Dawn.
Present it now,
Push the
please.
buttons, Dawn. Push the buttons, buddy.
Lab or outside
Pushing
demo
buttons.
right now.
Do you know what a button is? A button's too complicated for you. I can't go any further.
Tell me what to type in and I'll present
Tell
it.
me what a button is. Superconduction.
Yeah.
The words that are coming out of my mouth, dude.
Show us your
Superconduction in a
buttons.
Where
lab
did you grow
demo
up at, Dawn?
Superconduction, superconductivity. There's heaps
in a
of stuff
lab.
on it.
Temperature, creating differential, creating power. Look it all up. Look up science to start with, for one, because I don't think you know any. Personally, it's my opinion.
No insults, please.
I think you got, yeah, well, to stop insulting yourself. You know everything about globe science, don't you? It's the fucking same. So
No,
stop
I
acting
don't.
stupid.
I don't
Yeah,
know
if
everything
you know
about
about globe
science.
superconduction, same thing.
Okay. Just
I
calm
mean,
it down. Just calm it down just a little bit, Tim, for me, can you? Just a little bit.
I know, but it's easy to look up superconduction.
Yeah, I know it is. It's
So I
all
don't know
over
why Dawn
Wiki.
does this.
It's all over YouTube. It's all over
Look up.
Wiki.
Right.
It's not
But
in a
Dawn's
lab, it's
never seen it.
outside.
He's never heard of it. Well, it's new
It's a
technology.
outside
Did you
demo. There
thank
you
me
go,
for
mate.
teaching you something new? In front of all these people, did you say, Democ, thank you for teaching me about superconduction, and then I can go look it up and look into it
No,
myself?
dude, no.
No?
You made me search it, so that's not you teaching me about it, is it?
Oh, so you're not learning about it right now?
I've seen this before. I was
me
teaching
telling
you about
no,
you
now
haven't done
you've
it in a
seen
lab
it.
yet.
Now you've seen it. Know
You
about
haven't
it.
done a flat Earth with sand
Okay,
with two poles in a
okay.
lab. That was my
I
joke.
don't have to, Glober. Apparently they don't exist, Globe boy, Globe physics. I
If
don't
you
have
haven't presented them
to.
in a lab, then
You're
they
the
don't
one
exist.
with
That's
the
your
globe
logic.
claim. Listen, stop. Listen, all you guys do is try to talk about stuff that don't exist and not go to the lab with your globe. You'll do anything to stay out of the lab for your globe, won't you, Dawn? Stop it. Just prove your globe. Your sweet baby religion. Your God.
Do a flat Earth in a lab and hit me up.
I don't know what that is, buddy. I know what superconduction is. I know what sand is, and I know what outside in reality is. I know what physics are. Physics are my model. So whenever you keep saying flat Earth, I don't know what the fuck that is. Physics in a lab are my Earth model. Whatever we can do there, you're welcome to live there with me, buddy. In reality,
It doesn't make sense, mate. Sorry.
that's the only thing that makes sense. It's the only thing possible.
There is
Only
so
thing
much
possible.
on the superconductors. It's incredible. Like it's
20
just
cents.
endless.
Yeah, and
Endless.
it just so happens it uses the things that get used up here in our atmosphere, helium being one. We're like, where's all the helium go? Well, hello, creates a superfluid. Well, what about a superconductor?
Super.
Yep, we got other gases in our atmosphere that we seem to lose a lot of that could be creating
Nitrogen,
the superconductor.
hydrogen, nitrogen, helium, argon, all the man-made noble gases. They're made from nature. Also, don't get me wrong, they are produced in the natural process of reality and physics. But man, when they put certain ones in a bottle and contain it, those are all man-made.
And then you got these gases that are being used up, and you have these high speed objects in the upper atmosphere that seem to follow a certain track day to day, year to year, second to second.
Thousands of miles an hour, right? Isn't that what that is? That current?
Yeah, frictionless. It doesn't speed wouldn't matter. It's frictionless. Once
Voltage,
it's set in
current,
motion by
frictionless.
whatever, it'll be held there forever. Nothing would ever stop it unless something like a force was put against it.
Oh, like a fake balloon ISS. Oh, that'd be cool. We could have 1,000-mile-an-hour fake balloon just flowing around up there forever, huh? And
You
we
could
can
have a
calculate when it comes back.
You could have a
Oh,
17,000 miles an hour object in the sky.
in the
Whatever
flat
speed you
air
want.
of the flat layer of that flat air.
Show me an ISS balloon in a lab, 17,000 miles an hour.
It's called helium, buddy. How fast is your bird going? Come outside and tell me how fast this object is going. I'm going to throw it in front of you. Tell me how fast it's going and tell me how you know, Dawn. When you talk
You can
speed, stop
include
talking
the
out of your
physics.
ass, please. You don't know about speeds. You don't know what speed is.
Physics of ISS fake balloon.
Well, how do you judge the speed of sound? If you woke up in the morning and you saw a plane flying and you didn't hear it, how would you know how fast it's going, Dawn? How would you judge that? It's in the air. You have nothing to go by but the plane flying. How does super knowing Dawn
If
know
you
how
haven't
fast
got
that
it in a
plane's
lab, I
going?
simply don't believe
So
you.
you're
Sorry.
not going to demonstrate. Stop, man. Why are you doing what I'm not asking for? I want your calculation of your great physics and your mathematics on how you know how fast this plane is going when you wake up. That's all I need from you, not other stories. If you can't calculate how fast an object's going because you don't know, because you're just looky-looing, then stop talking to me about speeds, please, because you don't know speeds. It's all a lie, buddy. It's all relative.
I'll
That
wait
means
till you've
whatever
done
you
it in a
want to
lab.
make. Relativity means whatever you want to make up or whatever you and your buddy agree on. Remember that.
Meters are a lie.
Meters are electric. All you're reading is tension or resistance. The spring, you get resistance. It gives an electrical current down to the fucking reading.
You ever listen to Billy Carson?
Electricity.
Meters are a lie.
Am I-
Electricity is not a lie. Sorry, boys. Try again.
You ever listen to Billy Carson?
No, I listen to Demok. You ever listen to Dawn?
You sound like Billy Carson sometimes.
No, never met the guy. But if I do, I'll tell him I said hello. I'll tell him
And
you say hello.
you sound like every all-knowing glober I've ever talked to that's not done anything for themselves, that just listen to people, other people who claim to be all-knowing. It's a weird phenomena
I
that
never claimed
I've
to be all
discovered.
knowing, dude. I didn't.
Now, everything we've asked you about, you said you know for sure as a fact because you've heard other people tell you, and that's what you believe.
What else did
I-
you
Not
ask
for
me?
you.
Ricky, what else did you ask me other than is Earth a globe?
Everything I've ever heard you say.
Well, can you
You act
remember
like
any
this
of
is the
them?
first. Yeah, I'm going to go through. Let me just spend my time wasting time talking about nonsense. Like
Well,
you've
if
never
you
made
can't
any
remember
other
any other
claims of things you
examples,
know.
I'm not
Oh,
sure there
because
is
I
any.
can't remember them or
Almost
won't
too
state
much.
them, they don't exist. Come
Yeah,
on,
I
man.
don't know if
He's
they
talking
exist.
You're
about
just
he
here. You're just
said-
trolling
He's
again.
talking about the
No, I'm
one
not.
where he said he is belief. It's a belief for him. That's the one he's going to point out to you because earlier he said it's a belief for him. That's all he's pointing out.
And I explained how
Yeah.
knowledge is a
He knows
belief.
too
It's the
much.
same thing.
No,
So
I
you
heard
think
you, and
knowing
I'm
is
sure
a
he
belief?
heard you too,
Yes,
but
Ricky, that's what the dictionary says.
It's hard.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't you?
yeah,
Can you
that's what we
describe a
don't agree
difference
with.
between believing and knowing?
I'm pretty sure I don't trust you at all. I'm pretty sure of that.
Can you
I'm pretty
describe
sure
a
I've already
difference?
called you a troll. I think you're here wasting time.
I'm
Right.
asking you real questions and you're not answering or engaging. So who's the
Are they
troll?
about physics? Are they about measurements? Are they about the curve that you can't find? If I lost $80 million
Right
on
now.
the curve right now, would you be able to go get it, Dawn?
They're developing superconductors at room temperature.
Yes,
It's gonna
sir.
and they can get them to operate at around 15 degrees thereabouts. Damn.
Yep. All you have is the differential. Once you create the differential, you're good to go, Bensol.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's what we talked about the other day. They're creating these helium-3 and 4 superfluids, but they have to get it at a certain pressure and very, very low temperature. But if you have gases that have been combined, maybe those temperatures and pressures don't have to be as extreme.
Yeah.
Because
Right. They're already what exactly? You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're already like pre-done. Like if you take some food and you digest it, like the mama bird spits in they chew it up a little bit and get it worked for them. They work it out for them and then spit it in the baby and then they can digest it better. Their system takes it in better. So exactly what you're saying is right. Yes.
Yeah, the
Maybe a
implication
weird example, but
is huge. Like just the transfer of power along power lines they're talking about, like the loss of power just in the power lines themselves.
oh my
It's
God.
huge.
Listen, radiant energy is not what you guys think it is. It is the helium. It is the inert gas they try to. All this stuff's been done to this thing, it's been cold all night. It's been hot. You send a current and an amp, same as water, through this wire, through this frequency that's insulated in this thing, and all these things happen to it. Now, the radiant energy is the same. It's the same electrical effect as what they get from the container when they put the so-called gas potential in there. Okay? It's the same fucking thing. All right? The same reaction and action. Radiant energy that you can't light up with the lighter that's fucking rising away is it's basically helium. I mean, I don't see how it could be anything different. You know, so in a way, these things that are all inert and they're going up, they all go together, they mix, they help each other out, and yeah, and it's all different amounts of electrical permeability. That's how I see it.
And it's not like it's Joe Blow on the internet, this quack flat earther that's coming up with these things. These are MIT, Penn State, big
Yeah.
physics departments that are studying the superfluid and
Repeating.
how it could be up there and how it could be also fooling the observations that they think they're doing.
Exactly, the reaction from high to low, hot to cold, the pressure mediation reaction from one medium to the next. There is no vacuum. I already fucking told them about it. They're repeating my shit. I'm sure we all have, though. They're repeating all of our shit from fucking about 8 years ago. When we first tried to figure this bullshit out on what the maps were, when we found out they were wrong for flat or round, when you figure out distances are wrong on flat or round, not in reality, not when you go across the street and you got the ruler and you know what you're fucking doing. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the amounts and the distances you were given or told are not right. They're not correct. Orientation is not correct. We're fucked all the way around. So it's hard to get a present point of area, orientation, or location, or bearings on what kind of science you can do from that point as just one little guy. And that's why I brought up the thing for Dawn. You're a little guy on the fucking island. What can you do? Not much, man. You need help. And you can't get help from liars. It's got to be reality. It's got to be. It's got to be demonstrable.
What's the first step then if we're on the island and we want to work out what Earth is?
I just told you I would have no fucking clue. How could I?
Solipsism. We can't know.
So tell me what you do. That's why I asked you in the first place. That's where we started, Dawn.
Okay.
You get it? We're back.
I'll tell you. Because I did try before, but you went off on one. So I'm on an island. I've decided I want to know what Earth is. My first step is to think about what it might be. Yeah? That's step one. What do you think about that?
I think that's pretty biased. I don't think you need to think about anything, but just try to
No, I'm
figure
not
out how you
biased.
can.
I'm the only human on an island and I don't know anything, so there's no bias. I'm just
So why
thinking
don't you
about
just
what Earth
think-
might be.
Exactly. So just think,
All
what the fuck is
possibilities.
this?
Possibilities.
Now, how would you figure out what the shape is from that point? What is this?
Are you happy that first we should start by thinking about what it might be?
No, you should think about why you're thinking that thought in the first place.
Okay, well, if you can't agree with step one, what's the point in step two?
I know. We're all back here again, huh? So as a human,
You don't want to use
when
your
you're
thinking brain
hold
as
on
a
a minute,
starting
man.
point.
Hold on a minute. So as a human, if I'm sitting on this island and I'm like, what the hell am I on? What the hell am I on? I see water. I see dirt. I see trees. I see fruit. I see animals. I see birds. I see light. I see shit in the sky. I wouldn't equate shit to the sky for shit down here that I'm on. I would say I might be on a big water ball, a big water flat. I might be on some big water. I might be on a big lake.
There you go.
Something that's water because I see the
We're
water
agreed
in
on
front of
step
me.
one.
Hold on a minute. I'm not done. I see the water in front of me and I'm standing on dirt. So I'd say what I'm on is dirt and water so far. And then I'd go from there.
Okay. So would you not think possibly this water and dirt is part of a larger thing?
No, why would I think that?
Because normally smaller things are part of larger things.
No, that'd be called ignorance.
You know, you could stand on a tree stump and then you can see this is a smaller part of this whole island. So then you can use that logic to think this small island might be a small part of a big pond.
I'm surrounded by water, so I would think this little island's all that exists in this big water.
So yeah, so it could be a small part of a big pond. We've got to that point, right?
All I know is there's water and dirt and grass, so I would never say.
But you've also got the desire to know what this water and dirt is a part of, right?
I can also look out and see the flat ass fucking horizon. It's flat as fuck.
So you're getting.
So where do I go from here? I got flat water. I'm standing on a piece of dirt, and I got flat water everywhere. What do I do?
I would say for this first night, you're pretty sure it might be just a huge flat pond. and you go
Pretty
to
much.
bed. You go to
With the
bed,
rules
and then the
approximately,
moon, and the
yeah.
moon comes up. And the moon comes up during the night.
What if the moon doesn't come up? What if the moon comes forward?
Well, you know what I mean. It appears in the sky.
No, I don't know what you mean. I'm not going to make anything up. If I see the moon coming forward at me like a jet and not going
Yeah.
up and down like an elevator, then that's not what the fuck's
No,
going on,
I've
all right?
taken away the up thing. It's just appearing in the sky. as
Okay,
in-
well, say elevator moon for you, for your globe, and say jet moon for me, because jets and planes come in horizontally.
hang on.
No,
So
I'm not hanging on to
you're on
nothing.
an island and you don't know anything. How do you know about jets and horizontally and all of that?
Well, all I'd explain to you was I was on flat water with some dirt. That's
Yeah,
what I
but you
told
don't know about jets, do you? Or do you?
Flat water doesn't say anything about jets.
There you go. So you don't think, oh, that's definitely a jet moon. You just think it's a moon or it's an
No,
object
I
in
don't.
the
I
sky,
don't
right?
perceive how I think it's coming in like you did. Is what I
Yes.
told you. I don't make
Okay.
up one way or the
I
other.
used the
I'll
word
say
up
I
to
see
mean
a
higher.
moon.
Higher
I see
in
a
the
moon.
sky,
Does
appearing
that hurt
higher.
you? Listen, stop adding shit to my sentence. I see a moon. Now you go with your idea of what you're on your island. On my island, I'm me, dirt, flat water. I see a moon. Cool fucking story. Happy days. Now what do you see?
So we're agreed.
You
We've
said
done the
no.
first.
I don't agree with
Dude,
you at
no, you
all.
can't just speak over me when I speak. That's not fair.
No, you said I agree. Don't ever say that. Don't ever say I agree with you. Now keep going.
I'm allowed to say what I want. Thank you.
No, I don't agree with you. Well, say I don't agree with you, because that's my sentence to you. That's me, Demarc, to you. I never
What I'm
agree
trying
with
to
you.
say is,
So
in this
remember this. I
hypothetical,
never agree with you.
dude,
Okay.
I mean, damn.
You gotta let him. You gotta let him talk.
in this hypothetical thought experiment, me and you are on the island, and we've seen the moon at this point. Yeah, in the sky.
Yeah, I guess you brought the moon in, but
So we
yeah.
agree on that. That's what all I meant. Yeah, and then what I'm saying is, if it was me on the island, even if I was there with you, I would say, look at that moon. So it's not just a pond and an island. There's stuff above us now, extra stuff, and that could make us think. So if there's stuff above us, what is it? Could that relate to what we are and what we're on?
No, because then tomorrow we could see a rainbow and then a mirage. Are we on a rainbow and a mirage too? Hello? Did I lose you? Do we live on a rainbow? Because we see rainbows in the sky too, Dawn. Do you understand this?
Okay,
We
yeah,
see birds in the sky too. Do we live on a bird?
yeah. Let's say
Are we
the
not on a
next
bird?
day, the next day we see a rainbow and some birds.
So which one do we live on? A rainbow, a
I'm
bird,
not,
or a
I'm not
moon?
saying we live on rainbows or birds or the moon. I'm
You
not saying
said the
that.
moon.
No,
you
I
said,
didn't.
hey, there's a
No, I
moon
didn't.
up there. Don't you think there's other stuff up there? Yeah, what the fuck's that got to do with anything?
Yeah, I did say that.
I mean,
But
what's that got to do with
that's
anything?
just
We're
an
standing
extra
on
thought.
dirt.
It's just an
We're
extra
not.
thought to add to our
I
environment.
know. I know. The next step would be, okay, but can we stand on that like we're standing on this? The
Yeah,
answer is
that
no.
would be a good thought to have. Yeah.
The answer would be no. We can't
How
stand
do
on
you
the
know?
rainbow
Okay, how do
either,
you know it's no?
because I'm not standing on it. Me and
No,
you
no.
don't
The
have
question isn't,
anything.
are you standing on it? The question is,
'Cause
could we?
No, we're
How
on
do
an
you know?
island. We don't have any. Because I'm not stupid. What do you keep asking me dumb
Okay,
shit
no,
for,
you
dude?
need proper
Does a
reasoning
3-year-old
because it's
know
me
he
and you
can't
on an
fly?
island, and if you just say, I
Oh
know
my
because I'm not
God, dude,
stupid,
you're
that's
saying
not good enough.
stop. A 3-year-old is not gonna fucking try to wonder why he can't fly to the moon with his no wings and no rocket and no nothing and no nothing. He's just standing there as a 3-year-old. That'd be an idiotic thing to ask yourself as a human with a brain. There's no way possible
Well,
for me
I
to go there.
disagree. So we're at a point of disagreement,
So
and we're
you
going to
think
have
you can
to.
float there
Dude,
with
you're
your naked
interrupting me.
body? So your naked body on an island's floating to the moon now. The first time we ever
You're
saw it.
interrupting me
This
and
is
making up
great.
mad stuff.
This is great.
Oh.
So when you imagine a moon in the air, you float to it. Now you imagine you could fly to that motherfucker with your naked body, because we're on an island.
You gotta let Dawn get a word in and then respond. Damn. You gotta.
I thought he was done. I don't hear him.
No, you didn't. You waited till you heard me and then started speaking.
Yeah, hold on. Well then speak. I'll make it one at a time.
So,
All right.
in this hypothetical thought experiment, we're on the island, and because I'm thinking differently about what the moon could mean to you, we're going to split our investigations now. You've decided that we definitely can't stand on the moon because that's stupid. And I've decided this means maybe we could stand on things in the sky and there's other things. So we've split our investigation into two paths now. If you want to hear about mine more, you can ask.
I wouldn't care. I'd say I'm doing fine with mine, and I'd go to
that's
sleep.
great. And who do you think would work out what Earth is faster, me or you?
Definitely not you, because you already think you can fly.
Would it be you?
I'd go to sleep. I'm on the Earth.
Yeah, I
It
think
looks flat. It looks flat to me. I'm doing fine.
I think at that point you've stopped thinking probably, and I'm still thinking probably. So I'd probably be more likely to work out what Earth is.
How did you start thinking properly? I thought you lived on a bird.
Because I didn't stop at no, that's impossible. That's stupid. I kept thinking
Well,
maybe.
how's
It's
it impossible? Sorry, I can't tell when you're done. Like,
Yeah, you need to keep practicing, telling when people are done.
yeah, you. I don't know when you're done.
It's fine. I like to hear you try.
Are you done? So if I'm on an island and I see a bird flying, with your logic, I'm just gonna say we live on a bird and go to sleep and we're done. We're
No,
good to
that's
go,
not
right?
my logic.
Yeah.
No,
Look
dude,
at
I'm
that
not
bird.
jumping to moon exists, so we live on the Earth. That's my
I see a
actual.
moon.
That's
in
my
the
evidence for
sky.
now in real life. That's not my evidence for being on an island, not knowing anything. It's a slower
Yeah,
process
you said
when you're on an island.
you said when we're on an island, you would
Yeah.
look at something you'd never seen before in the sky and think you lived on that all of a sudden.
No, I did not say
So-
that. Please don't lie about me.
Oh, then why do you think you live on a globe?
Oh, you want to know that? That's a different question. We
Well,
have
it's
to
pretty
ignore the
much
island
same
thing.
question. You're still
Yeah.
the same human
We
on
on
the
an
same
island at
dirt.
this point?
You're still on the same dirt that you would always be on the same reality or same earth that you're
No,
on.
you need to tell me,
So-
are we on a hypothetical island not knowing anything, or are we in real life?
I don't know where you're at, buddy. I'm asking you a question.
Well, I don't know what to
How do
tell
you
you then.
know what the earth is, dude?
Okay, in
stay
real
with me.
life, I know what the Earth is through thinking about it, learning about it, and trusting the information.
What did you learn about? Where's the material
I
for you to learn
learned,
for?
I learned that space exists, spheres
Which-
exist in space, and Earth is one of them.
How did you demonstrate the physics of that?
I didn't demonstrate the physics of it.
So you don't have any labs or physics or anything to back anything you just said.
Yeah, there's other people who've done stuff in labs and physics that backs up what I said.
Can we see them?
I guess. What did you want to see?
Globe physics. Anything that can be floating
Which
around
part
or
of globe
orbit,
physics? 'Cause there's lots of orbits.
orbits, all of it, any of it,
Orbits in a
any of it
lab.
that works right, any of it
Can't do
that's
it.
at the scale,
We can't do that.
any of it that works right.
We can't do orbits in a lab. Sorry.
You can't do. Can you do tides and waterfalls next to each other, separated?
No, you can't do gravity tides in a lab. Sorry.
So you can't do river. So you can't do anything in a lab for a physical ball.
You can flow water down a hill like a river. Yeah, you can do
On
that.
a flat Earth, I know. On a flat gradient, you could do everything, Dawn. That's not what I asked you. I said, for the globe, do you have any globe physics that brought you to the conclusion that you reside upon a spherical Earth of 24,901 miles in a radius with a curve that you can't find anywhere? Do you have the physics to back that? Because on this Earth, the only physics that would be possible in the fucking lab are the ones that are happening in front of you. You wouldn't say, in this lab, globe physics stop. What's going on here? Why does physics stop at the lab door for you, for a glober?
I think what you mean is, can I show you an
No,
Earth?
what I mean,
Dude, you
what
did
I
it
mean
again.
is what
You're
I
doing
said.
it again. You asked a really long
What
question
I
and
mean
then
is what
interrupted
the
the
fuck
answer.
I said.
Bro, let him answer it and then correct him after his answer.
What's the point, Demok, in asking a really long question if you're going to speak over the answer? What's the point?
What's the point of not listening and repeating something different after I just fucking said it 100 times? What's your point?
You don't know the point in what you just did.
Apparently you don't. Where are your physics in a lab? We'll keep going back to it. Where are they?
I'm going to answer now. I think you mean you want to see Earth with water sticking to it with orbits in a lab. And I'm telling you right now, you're correct. We cannot show you that. That can't work in a lab.
Then how does it work? These are physics in a physical lab of physics. How can your physics not work in the lab? Something's wrong here. They're not physics if they don't work in physics, buddy.
You're conflating physics with the whole solar system.
I'm conflating physics with physics. Do you have two different physics?
I understand the question.
Am I missing something out? How many physics do you have? We have one physics. I don't understand what you're saying here. You're losing me. We have one type of science and one type of physics. How do you have three different physics? Do you know what physics are in a lab with a sphere?
You're not answering my questions. You're just asking other questions.
Dude, you haven't answered mine. You haven't showed us
I
the
did. You
physics
haven't
of a lab.
responded to the answer.
So stop. Let me get this straight so we can be clear. So you agree that you have no demonstration. Physics of a globe aren't possible. We can't demonstrate anything that even makes sense remotely close to the idea of a globe explanation in a real lab with real life physics on a flat Earth with flat gradients.
That's not
correct. So
No.
which globe physics can you show us in a lab that are true?
We could show you gravity.
I'll help you out, Dawn. I'll help you out. Right? Physics, right? The branch of science concerned with the nature and properties of matter and energy, right? So it includes the mechanics of heat, light, other radiation, sound, and electricity, and magnetism. That is what physics is.
I didn't hear gravity in there. So Dawn, do you have
So which parts of that do you want to see in a lab that relate to the globe? Come on.
whatever you got? Why do you keep asking me what I want to see about all your beautiful
If you're not sure what you
1,000-year-old?
want to see, maybe
Listen,
stop
you're
asking
hold
for
on, man. I can't even finish my sentence. You want me to let you? You're on the shoulders, the cankles of midgets, right? Show us the broken cankles of the midgets you're on, right? Show us their science. Why do you keep asking me what you should show for a globe that convinced you? This is weird here.
I didn't ask that.
We started the premises with what convinced you in
What?
physics.
Oh, dude, I've already told you. What convinced me is nothing to do with the lab.
It's nothing. Okay, we're
Don't
good.
lie
So
about
you
me.
don't need
Nothing
anything.
to do with a lab.
So if physics don't convince you and you don't need physical demonstrations,
I didn't
why
say
the
that.
fuck
I
are
did
you
not
here?
say that.
Where is your physical demonstration that showed you you're on a ball? You're circled.
There's different physical demonstrations that help.
There's only one physics. We just read them to you. Dawn, stick with us. Which physics promoted you or prompted you to believe or have the idea that you're on a sphere?
It wasn't really physics that did it.
What was it?
It was hearing the story, understanding it, believing it, and deciding I think it's true.
So you read a globe Bible. I'm done.
Cool.
When you read the Bible,
Can you be specific, Dawn?
Fuck no, I don't read the Bible.
Right,
Why
boss.
don't you stop worrying about what other people do and worry about what we're asking you? Because this is about the questions you said you had for your proof, for your demonstration of the idea of how you were going to explain to us. We don't know much, but you're on a globe.
Hey, Globus. It's
How flat earthers are wrong.
Going to talk about me, Globus. It's everything that I learned since hearing the idea that Earth might not be a globe from flat Earth. 200 clues.
So can we ask for some specificity? Is that too much to ask?
Yeah,
or-
Globus. But you'd have to be more specific when asking for specificity than what.
Whoa. Whoa.
And I believe you can be quite specific, Globus, in your questions. You're very good.
I can be, absolutely.
So you have to be a word wizard to find out why you think you live on a globe.
No, you have to
besides
talk
belief.
simply as an adult human. That's enough.
And just say, believe, globe, Bible. Got you.
Do you want to give it a crack, Globus, with Dawn?
Uh,
See if you can- Any inroads?
I'm not sure that I do, man. You're not sure that I do.
I mean, Globus,
Fair
if you're
enough,
happy
fair
that me, as a human, I get to decide I believe in the globe, why would you have any questions? Why would you care?
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree. It's
I-
up to you. It's your prerogative. If you decide that this is your worldview and you think you have adequate evidence for that, then more power to you. It's
I wish
only
someone could
when we
understand that.
it's only when we sort of try to nail you down and question you thoroughly that I feel as though you fall apart.
Well, I don't
But I
think you've
mean,
ever got to that stage with me.
yeah, I don't know if I've personally got that down to that stage with you, but I have heard other people get to that stage with you.
Who would?
You do scoff at alternative ideas, and you are always asking what are the alternatives to your globe belief. And
No, I try not to now, Vance. I don't ask for alternatives.
well, I have heard you ask for alternatives,
Yeah.
and even when you hear alternatives being proposed, like example, point in case just before, you kind of came in hot and scoffed at those.
It was just your question. Is it logical? That was my key
Well,
to come in and say something when I joined VC.
On the island, he had an alternative. When I said I see flat water, he said, "Well, I'm going to split up and think my own thought now, and I'm going to have an alternative thought to that." Demont.
Exactly, yeah.
See, now
and
you have an alternative, but whoa, dude, you're just going way in circles. Go ahead, Bansal, you got him.
and and to say that it's not, well, it seems like a very logical train of thought. Magnetism and energy and all that sort of stuff, and the correlation between the two. And is there this greater potential towards the poles and lesser at the equator? This all seems like a very logical train
Yeah,
of thought,
I
Dawn.
wasn't
Right?
knocking the whole thing.
So the whole me saying it's logical triggered you to come in and kind of poo-poo the idea when
Yes,
it seems a very logical train of thought.
I wanted to explain to me it's not logical to come up with alternative ideas to the globe. That's what basically my only point.
Well, you don't want to hear them, perhaps,
To
but
me, it's not
you know,
logical to want to try, even.
okay, that's fine. You don't have to try, and you are not trying, but others are trying.
Yeah, it's
Right?
fine. I was just answering your question. You asked. I know it wasn't to me; it was to Nate, but I just came in and answered.
Well, if the globe model's broken 99.999% of every way, why wouldn't somebody have to come in and fix the broke piece of shit?
I don't think it's broken.
Well, where's it fixed at? Where does it work in the lab?
It doesn't work in a lab. I told you that.
Oh, but it's not broke. Something
No,
wrong.
it's not broke.
Wouldn't
It
it be
doesn't
more?
work physically.
Wouldn't it be more constructive though, Dawn? Go, you know what? I don't agree with this, and this is why. Let's try and maybe nut this out, and put constructive into the thought process that you may have, instead of trying to shoot it down. So perhaps some progress can
Okay,
be
I can
made,
try to.
and that progress could benefit you too in some weird, strange way.
Yeah, my question would be: how does this electromagnetic force on the flat Earth? How does it attract humans that aren't magnetic or metal?
It's not an attraction like that.
Pushing down. How does it push down humans that aren't metal? Like, how does it affect non-metal things?
The thing that needs to be affected are the things that want to be released from ground or to go away from ground or to have energy to have resistance of ground. Those are the only thing that needs to be affected. So if you want to fly, that's when you need to be affected, not any other time.
No,
When you're walking around,
it can't be
stop.
wanting to
I'm gonna
fly.
fucking tell you the answer. When you're walking around, you don't need fairy tales and fucking dog shit. The only time you do on flat Earth is when you want to leave the dirt. You put a little power in your feet and you fucking jump. And that power that you exerted upward, when you exert more currency and energy when you jump up too, you come right back down to ground. That's just how it fucking works.
I don't think that explains Bansor's idea.
Well,
that explains mine.
And all matter, right, has an electric charge. So all matter has to be affected by electrostatics by nature, because if all matter has an electric charge, well then it also too logically makes sense that everything would be affected by electrostatics in one way, shape, or another.
And magnetics, because ground pulling something towards it is not gravity. Ground pulling energy to ground is not gravity. Ground, pulling energy to ground is not gravity.
I think another thing would be you'd have to prove Earth's flat, be able to find an alternative. If Earth's a globe, gravity seems like the best answer still.
Physics.
We weren't talking about proving flat. We were talking about an electrostatic charge varying initially between the poles, greater towards the poles, lesser towards the equator, right? There was no talk about flat Earth, globe Earth, or anything like that whatsoever. I was talking poles and potential of electrostatic statics and the magnetism. Period. Not once did I mention flat Earth or globe Earth.
Yep.
Can I ask a question to you, Don? Can you answer this quite clearly?
Yeah, sure.
Holy shit. It was so great, too. What the hell?
You forget it.
Yeah, it was so great. Hold on. It's gonna be a good one. Just wait.
It'll come. It'll come.
I might be just building up a climax, but just wait a minute.
What did you think about the idea, Globus?
Oh, I got it.
Here we go. He's coming in. He's coming in hot. Let him go. Let him go.
Physics, Dawn. When you said you don't have any spherical physics, and we cannot, don't interrupt me, please, and we cannot demonstrate anything. You couldn't, come up with one idea. I couldn't myself, so I don't blame you. I can't. I've looked for 8 years for any globe physics in any lab experiment. I don't find any that even make any sense. So you're right. We can't demonstrate that. What are you left with if you can't do globe physics? What's the ladder to that, Dawn? Don't lie, please. Just answer the question.
I agree that globe physics isn't the easiest way to learn what shape Earth is, and it's very hard to demonstrate. Hang on, I'm still answering. So I revert back to thinking and trusting and believing other people's explanations.
No, what physics are you left with? I asked you. That was a cool story of your opinion. But what physics are you left with in the physical lab? What type of physics are those? If they're not globe physics.
I don't think you can label stuff as globe physics.
If they're not globe physics, we're not labeling them globe physics. That's what we're not doing. Dawn, what are you, dude? Keep up with me.
I'm trying to answer, but you're not being specific about what you mean by physics.
Me either. You're not interrupting me. They're not globe physics. I'll keep it so clear for you. I'll have to break it down. You want me to draw it on a piece of paper for you so you can take a picture?
Any way that you can be more clear.
If they're not globe physics, what are they? How more clear could I be? If I ask a kid this, not ball physics, what are they?
Seems pretty simple.
Really simple.
Other physics, all the other physics that could apply to the globe and help you learn about nature. Is that a good answer?
I don't know what that even means. What physics are you left with in the classroom if you don't have ball physics? What physics are you doing? What kind of gradients and layers are you working with?
Go back to Bansaw's definition of physics and all of that.
What are the surfaces, the area surface description of your physics? What are they? The layers, the mediums, and the gradients? Surface area description of your physics, Dawn. If they're not round, what are they? I'm only being specific as possible. Please be an adult. This is what we get. Keep this question and ask every glober this question.
All the physics are left.
They're flat layers, flat gradients. Thank you, Dawn. Welcome to Flat Earth. With proof and physics. With only physics.
You're just asserting that flat stuff
I'm asserting physics.
That's what you're doing.
I'm using physics. Do you not like physics now, Glober? Are you going to run from the science and the physics that you claim?
All the physics are available to look
into. You don't got physics. Globes don't have physics. You don't have any
what
physics.
What does that mean, globes don't have
what
physics?
What does globes mean? That's what we're asking you.
Globe means the planet we live on.
Physics? Show us globe physics so we can know what they mean.
That's
We
not a
only
good
have flat
question.
physics. We don't know what imaginary globe physics mean because they're imaginary, Dawn. They're leprechauns. Can't be produced in a lab. Don't exist. Fairy tales. If the latter is no globe physics, the next thing to that is all you see in a lab. So if you turn your camera on and we have liquids and layers and mediums and gases and they're not forming spheres and they're forming flat layers, what physics can we demonstrate to every little kid and show what we live on with physics? What electrical demonstration can we do with physics and show them what we really live on in the flat physical gradients of flatness that are the only thing possible known to man to be demonstrated in a lab, which you need for science? Just ask the Globers what is their ladder to the physics of the surface area, the surface area description of the physics with physics in a lab. Get really specific. Be hyper specific with them. And you're going to hear silence. And it's golden. What surface area and shapes can we present to you in a lab for gases and waters and oils and gradients?
Ooh, let me scratch my head. I'd have to ponder that one for a second there. That's a difficult one. That one.
Pretty sure they'd be flat.
I'm pretty sure they're in a planar type of
Yeah,
orientation.
everything from everything the military's ever done or any science people or anybody. It's all flat. All. Not one thing I've ever seen done on a globe. Ever.
Are you still there, Dawn?
Yep.
Oh, I was just checking.
There's nothing for me to answer to. Amok's just talking.
About physics and science.
Yeah, it's like you don't understand what physics mean and what globe means. It's quite hard to
I'm waiting for you
answer.
to show me globe physics in the globe with the
Globe,
same physics.
what does globe physics mean? What does he mean?
For a globe, Dawn, if you lived on a globe, if leprechaun globes existed, there'd have to be real leprechaun globe physics in the leprechaun globe class that you're standing on. Do you understand this?
Let's switch it on you. If you lived on a fantasy flat Earth unicorn, you would have flat Earth physics that you can show me in a lab, right?
Yeah, that's what we have. Exactly
Okay,
what we
show
have.
it now, please.
That's all you can see. Flat layers of water on top of each other, buddy.
Let's see it.
Look at every demonstration you have. That's all we have. That's all
Okay,
that
well,
exists.
that's my answer to you. Look at every demonstration we have. It's all globe physics.
Oh, now they're all globe physics.
Yeah, all physics is globe physics now because.
Okay, show me
that's
orbit
your
in a lab.
fault.
Show me your orbits in a lab.
All lab experiments, dude, show globe physics, so you don't need.
I'm waiting for the orbits.
Just go look in a lab and you'll find it.
Is there going to be orbits in there?
All what we have, everything what we have already.
You mean except for orbits?
And except for flat layer gradients on your globe.
Can you do the sun hovering above flat Earth in a lab?
Your globe doesn't have our
Look
flat
here.
gradients.
Can you do the sun hovering above flat Earth in an orbit?
Yes.
In a lab?
Superconduction.
Yes.
I bloody doubt it.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Next.
Go on then, show me the sun orbiting above flat Earth in a lab.
You posted a way to do it with superconductor.
No, that's
yes,
a
yes,
hovering
you did.
disc on a track.
I could just put a light on that track, and there's your sun. Yes, I can do it in a lab.
Okay, well, use that for the orbit.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Dawn.
You can just put it on a track, and there you go, an orbit.
That is the orbit, you dumbass.
There you go.
That's the Flat Earth orbit.
Okay, then hold on. Show us the same sort of demonstration around a sphere. Dawn.
Yes, we want your
Just
match.
imagine a sphere in the middle.
Hang on a sec.
Don't want to imagine anything, right? We need it demonstrated, so we can demonstrate it on a horizontal flat surface, right? Now you demonstrate it around a sphere. We don't want to imagine it because that's all we do. We just imagine these things.
I don't want to.
See,
I don't want to see a torch on a superconductor. I want to see a real sun hovering above a flat Earth.
why
I
not?
want to see a
That's
light bulb on a plastic ball either. I want to see a real superconductor around your globe in orbit.
There you
A
go.
real little
You've met the
moon.
you've
A
chosen the
little
standard.
moon,
Now
Dawn.
present the
No.
flat Earth.
hey,
A little.
hang on, give him time. He's being
Yeah.
ambushed. But Don,
Yeah.
we'll go to water next, okay? I'll make a model. I'll use dirt, sand, clay, rock, trees. I'll create a model and I'll pour some water in the low spot and it's going to hold right there. And it's not going to curve. It's going to seek its level like we see, like all of us can go out and measure today. And then you can recreate your curved water around the outside of a sphere, right?
I'll give you a care that
In a lab.
hang on, making a puddle in a lab with clay around it is easier than making an Earth with its own gravity field.
I can scale
That's
down the Earth.
blatantly obvious. You're correct.
Hang on, I can scale down the Earth to whatever scale you want. Make it a flat plane with mountains.
I
with
just
an
gave you
outside.
that. I agree.
Okay. So you saying you can't do it?
I can't make you a real Earth hovering in a lab. No. The same
Why
way you
not?
can't make a real sun above your flat Earth hovering in a lab.
Who says I couldn't?
I
How about
do.
a piece of a globe? How about the top portion of the globe? Can you do that, Dawn?
Yeah, just a section of it. We'll give you.
Can you
We'll make the
present
whole
the
thing scale
stars
down, but you just
spinning
make those
round
sections.
in water above a
Now
flat
you're
Earth?
going to sit
in a
every
lab.
time we ask him for something that we demonstrate. Now he goes to something different that he can't demonstrate again.
I hope you see
Fucking
the
weird.
standard is too
Now he's
high
talking
for
about
both of us.
stars. And we were talking about water. He couldn't do that. We were talking about dirt. Couldn't do that. Talk about physics and layers and flat and surface tension. Couldn't do that. Now he says stars. Okay, Dawn, what else you got for us?
So you can't
Milky
demonstrate
Way?
flat Earth stars above a flat Earth in a lab, can you?
Yes,
What
I
is a
can. I
star?
can model the sun, moon, and stars. Sure,
In
we
a
can.
lab.
Yeah,
How would
that'd
you
be
do
pretty
that?
easy.
Yes.
You put them
Yes.
on all little superconducting little dots, and they
No, I
all
don't want
float
to
and
see
go around in the
superconductors. I want to see
same
real
time.
suns hovering
15
around.
degrees an
Oh,
hour.
hold on.
15 degrees
Oh
an
no,
hour.
he's being silly now because he wants to see a real sun in a lab. A real sun. Come
Small,
on,
You
Dawn.
go
obviously
outside.
small
Stop
Go
with the
Banter.
outside in the
trolling.
sandbox.
Stop with the trolling.
Come
No,
on,
I got
Anyway,
it.
Glo-
Banter. He's
Outside.
asking to see a real Earth in a lab.
No. Didn't ask to
Yeah.
see a real Earth. He never said that at all. No, he
What does
didn't
he
say
mean
that.
then? What does he mean by seeing an Earth in a lab?
What do you mean by globes?
And so, what do you think he means by seeing Earth in a lab?
A representation of Earth. Of course, we can't build it the same size.
What I mean is a representation
Oh,
of
okay,
the
so you're
sun
trolling. So you're
above a flat
trolling.
Earth that doesn't include a
Yeah.
superconductor.
Yeah, right.
A small
nice talking
glowing
to you,
ball
Dawn.
hovering by itself.
See you later, buddy. Have a nice day if you're going to troll.
Did you have something, Globus? I heard you trying to get in.
I think Globus agrees with me that you're being unreasonable, Ricky and Denmark.
Well, why wouldn't he agree with you? He has the same biased outlook that you do. He's here to
doesn't.
fight against. We're showing you how you can model it very easily. You even conceded.
Globus, if he has common sense, he's going to agree with common sense, which is us, which is physics. How could he agree with no physics that you brought? You
He's a
brought nothing.
reasonable man.
We're the only
I've
ones
seen
that
it.
have brought physics, meaning you're unreasonable. And what you're saying now has been debunked every way, shape, and form, 100,000,000%. And you're still acting like you can't hear English or like you don't know what words mean now. What's going on here,
How
Dawn?
dare you?
I'll take the real sources of Earth: sand, dirt, clay, and rock. You do the same, and water, gases. What else
Real
can we
Earth.
put in there? Lights in the sky.
Real
We'll
physics,
take all
Dawn.
the same thing. I'll let you pick all that, and we'll see who can model it better. How about that, Dawn? Who do you think would win?
I think we'd both not model it well at all.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway.
I'll take that one.
The fact you think you can model all the stuff above a flat Earth in a lab is ridiculous.
You can't even model it on a superconductor. A
I don't care
supercomputer.
about superconductors, I'm afraid.
I'm in a supercomputer. You can't even model what's happening in your sky on a superconductor.
Yeah, we've got models on the computer of the sky.
Not even
No,
on a
you don't.
computer.
Really? Okay. Well, let's keep the moon and the stars out of it. Just show us the sun orbiting around a sphere. Just the sun itself. A model of it.
if we're gonna
Just
take
too much.
if we're gonna take celestial objects out of it, then we're gonna take the Earth out of it too.
okay.
I'm afraid.
Let's do that. Let's just do the surface of Earth.
Yep.
So clay, sand, dirt, rock, and water. How are you going to do then? Are you going to win that one?
We're both gonna model Earth really badly on that one too.
No, not really. I can do it to scale.
No, you can't.
I can do trees. I can actually do living
How do you
trees.
make a little tree to scale?
What do you mean how?
I'm asking how.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at a tree right now that's 100 foot tall. I could scale it down to whatever scale you wanted me to.
What, in plastic?
And whatever you wanted me to do it out of. They have little bushes that could represent
No, you
trees.
just get one of those bonsai trees.
Yeah, I was
Fuck
going
me.
to say that, Jerry. Little bonsai.
What are you talking
exactly.
about, Dawn? Are you delusional, sir? Are you just delusional?
You don't understand what a model is, guys. Your own
Yes,
fault.
I do. Scale.
Apparently you don't.
A representation of where I live. Right now,
Yeah,
I'm in a
like-
cul-de-sac. I can model this
That's not what it
very
means.
easily. Yeah, that's what
A
we
little
mean.
house. If I have a little house, I can model it any scale you want.
Yep.
As long as I can touch it and up to scale, and it'll be the same exact house.
I can make the water flow from high elevation to low elevation. I can make the
Every time.
rivers flow down into a basin and pump them back up. I can make it rain, condensate. I can put a dome over it, shine lights through it, and make the sun go around in its apparent position. What else do you want, Dawn?
Put some salt in the water, and it'll probably start making a little current in the ocean, little baby
Well,
ocean.
definitely condensates. You would start getting a cycle there if you introduce some hot and cold, some thermal energy. Dawn, you following this, sir? Or whatever you are?
I'm sorry.
You add a
I
little, yeah. once you
haven't got
that
anything
little
else to
wind,
say to you because you don't understand what model means.
Where's explaining it to you?
Okay, define model then. Let's get down to
Model
it.
means an explanation and an understanding of an idea.
Okay, what else does model mean?
Really?
Model can mean
Because
other
I-
things,
hold
but
on.
in this
An
context, it
explanation
does not
and an
mean a
understanding.
real representation in a lab.
Okay, well, we can do both. We can make you a model, and as you're looking at it, we can explain how it's working. Now
Yeah,
what?
we can do both. You
I
can.
don't believe you can make a good flat Earth model.
Well, then you just can't even. Then why are you here? You
Well,
just if
actually-
you're that simple.
Just to discuss things with people. That's why I'm here.
How, if you don't understand them, what are you discussing?
Actually, a model is a three-dimensional representation of a person or a
reality.
thing of a proposed structure, typically on a smaller scale
Scale
than the
is
original,
the original.
right?
Working
That
Oh.
is the
exactly the
definition,
same.
right? Nothing about
Dawn.
an explanation whatsoever. But you know what? We can add an explanation in there if just for, you know.
Yeah, the water is flowing from high elevation to low elevation. Once it gets to the low elevation, it's having to be pumped back up to the higher elevation. We have that in the water cycle, thermal
And
energy.
it can only do that on a flat gradient. And you can go look at that in the thing, how water climbs over a flat gradient to a certain gradient at a diagonal gradient on a flat source. It can never do it on round. There's
What-
nothing that backs your round claimed on.
One thing I'd personally love to see modeled is these coalesced gases in a vacuum. For example, the sun. I'd love to see a three-dimensional representation of that.
Well, the
Yeah,
thing
good
is,
luck with that,
hold
Dawn.
on. Can I? There's no well, the vacuum thing, yeah, but it's not even really vacuum. It's layers of gas and layers of gas and layers of gas. So what they'd really have to do is have layers of gas and layers of gas and layers of gas, and then their orbits inside that. See, these are real physics. The only thing we exist in is the air. We do not exist in a medium of whatever. And there's air up there. The moon's got air around it. So where's this Where's this super non-existent vacuum that nobody can find? Well, now air's supposedly going past the sun into it. Like, get real. Come on. What's not going to be in the atmosphere or the air of the globe eventually? You know what I mean? So when you talk physics and you talk the air versus the idea of a vacuum, which probably doesn't even exist at all, we're talking the only physics you can demonstrate in the medium we live in and the medium everything's existing in, right here, gases. So if you can't do it in gases, you pretty much can't do it for your globe because it has to be done in gases, super gases. They have to hold you up and levitate you, Lagrange point, orbit, all that crazy stuff that's like leprechaun imagination that you think even makes sense at all. I don't see how.
You got a hell of a snore in your background, Demont.
Sorry.
Yeah, you do. Something that helped me stop snoring, Demok, I don't know if you want to pass this on to whoever it is in the background, is a diet change. But I mean, yeah, it's up to you whether or not you want to pass that on.
Some people have deviated septums or mouths just open too.
Well, if it's a
It just
deviated
depends.
septum, then I can't really the
So
diet won't
anyway,
help with that. Yeah, but
right,
anyway,
right. But
that's
what
another
else
thing.
were you saying, Globus, about the thing? Like what you would like to demonstrate or whatever for a globe or what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
so
made a lot of sense.
yeah, so all I would like to see would, if we're talking about models and 3D representations, I'd love to see a scaled down version of a bunch of gases coalescing into a spherical shape in what they call a vacuum. I mean, I know it's not a perfect vacuum, but for all
Can I
Oh,
intents
right.
and
Robert,
Why wouldn't we spin it too? Why not?
you could see this in a computer model, but you can't see it for real in a lab, hovering in the air, a ball of gas, because there'd be no gravity with there inside it to hold it in the ball. You need it to be huge in space to get that effect. So we
yeah,
can only
Dawn,
observe other gas balls. We can't make our own one.
Dawn, but I can model dinosaurs. I can model unicorns with using computer modeling. Let's make
Yeah.
them real.
Oh,
It
I know,
doesn't
but
make.
what I'm telling you is, it doesn't make it not real because we can't. Because you have to admit, we can't
Yeah.
make a real planet in a lab above our own
I'm not
planet.
asking
Yeah,
for.
so,
I'm
so
not
let's
asking for a
talk
real
about
planet.
what we can replicate.
Reality.
I know
Something
you
is
know this,
real.
Bobus. I know you're sort of asking for a thing that you know is impossible.
Something that's real, Dawn.
Well, let's
Replicate
stop.
something real.
Isn't
Okay, let's
Dawn
stop asking for that. What we can do is replicate lights in the sky using solar luminescence and things we know. We have energy source. It seems to be a liquid up there. Even the mainstream scientists are calling dark energy dark matter turning into dark liquid. So you put that energy into this in a electromagnetic field. You get these light sources called solar luminescence or something like that.
Yeah.
We can model it like that. That's another way we could do it. Hello.
Yeah, a couple different frequencies into the liquid. Yeah, a little different light shining, a bigger one in the center. Yeah.
And we're not having to make anything up on a computer. We're using things that we know are happening, are all around us.
Like, what about? I don't know if this is possible or not to demonstrate. I think it's impossible. But how about just demonstrating a gas coalescing into a spherical shape or any geometric shape for that matter?
You'd need gravity when you're in the middle. How would you do that?
Mass is everything. Everything has its own mass, right? So the apple pulls the same as the earth pulls the same,
Oh,
right?
all right. Well, manipulate gravity then.
Get a torsion balance and put your
How would you
gas
do
on
that?
it. Hold on.
Yeah,
Go
good
get the
question.
Cavendish. Hold on. Go get the Cavendish experiment and put your gas in there instead of lead balls.
I've already asked that, but apparently it's not dense enough.
Well,
Oh, now they can't. Hold on a second. They eliminate gravity. They eliminate electricity. They eliminate everything. So it's his own thing in there. It's doing great. So now they can't demonstrate in the Cavendish idea the same different effect of physics with another object of gas. And they can't demonstrate how gas coalesces in a sphere with the Cavendish. There's a problem.
The difference
what
there
what
is
you
that
should be able to do, guys, is what you should be able to do, right?
Mhm.
With that, you should be able to get a giant lead ball, okay, however
Yep.
big it is needed, right? And that big vacuum chamber in Idaho, that big one that they do the feather and the bowling ball in,
Yep.
right? You should be able to somehow suspend that in the center or prop it up, right? So now you have this big mass in the center because apparently when it's just a little mass, right, with a Cavendish, it attracts. So now we have this bigger lead ball in the middle of this vacuum chamber with pretty much
it won't
everything
work.
evacuated. Hold on, Dawn. All right, don't poo-poo it. You haven't even heard it yet, right?
I get it,
No,
and it's wrong.
you have not heard it. So let me finish. right? Because apparently mountains can pull plumb bobs. So this should work exactly the same. So that gas that has that orange color globus, that bromide or whatever it
Yeah,
is.
bromine.
Yep.
So now put that gas into the vacuum chamber now. Now what we should be able to visually see, if nothing else, right, we should be able to see, right, a denser layer of gas around this lead ball. That's what we should be able to see.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep. Everything
Can
going to
I
the
just
lead ball,
remind
the
you guys, in
Cavendish,
case you forgot, there's a
the
bigger
gas
mass of
dishes,
gravity under the experiment in the
No,
lead vacuum
no,
chamber
the
called Earth.
Cavendish
no,
experiment.
Dawn, you forgot that a plumb bob can be moved off plumb by a mountain. That's what
But
you
that's
Massive
only a
forgot.
little bit,
Sean.
and that's still Earth moving it. Yeah, you need to do the vacuum
No,
chamber. Hang on, you need to do
it
the
has
vacuum
got
chamber
nothing to do
experiment
with
in space.
Nothing to do with
Dawn.
Earth. The
You are
Cavendish has nothing to do
hold
with
on,
Earth.
Demo. Hold on, Demo. It's got nothing to do with Earth. It's got to do with the mass of the mountain that is next to the plumb bob. At least be honest when you're going to come back with your rebuttal, because that's
It's
exactly
the
why the
mass
plumb
of
bob
Earth, the
moves.
gravity.
No, it is
You're
not. It
talking
has
about
got to
doing a
do.
vacuum experiment above Earth, above a mountain.
No, not above a mountain at all. I'm talking about
It's the
doing it in a
same
vacuum
thing.
chamber. No, it's not the same thing. Two completely
I
different
can't
things.
deal with this. I'm out.
Okay, go on.
You hate
Being
reality.
not nice. Not nice.
Of course you can't deal with it. That's fine,
Of
guys.
course. Damn.
The Cavendish with gas. I've always
Yeah,
loved that idea.
That's to be
Make my
expected.
spark.
Exactly. It should be. You should be able to demonstrate that.
You should be able to weigh that gas against that lead ball too.
I'm
I'm
surprised.
dealing with any leaps.
I'm surprised he lasted so long. Actually.
Yeah, yeah, likewise.
Kudos to him.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I shouldn't be
Always
laughing.
spin
Well
this
done.
stuff too, you guys. Give it that little spin they like, that 15 degrees an hour.
It's just a
See
straight
if
up
that helps them.
troll. Don's just a straight up troll. Admittedly, he admits that he's a troll.
Yeah.
No,
It's
I
funny
don't-
though. There's
But
I don't
people
think
do
he
want
is.
to
now.
engage. People do want to engage with him, so it is what it is.
Yeah,
There's-
you're
there's-
gonna get what you pay for there. Yeah.
There's a lot of people that he follows, namely a guy that I know as Mark Passio, that vehemently denies a flat Earth. Says, that he has looked into it, and I know that Dawn really listens to this guy quite intently and everything he says. I don't want to, speak about Dawn without him being here, but I know, I've had my interactions with Dawn, and this particular guy. I don't know if you guys know who Mark Passio is. Do you?
No. Tell us a little bit about him.
So he's a self-proclaimed anarchist, former Satanist, that seems to have all the answers, to the prominent lies that that are promoted on a day-to-day basis, and he, in a lot of aspects, he does speak a lot of truth. And I agree with a lot of what he says, but yeah, he says that he's looked into the flat Earth and there's nothing to see there, and that it's all bullshit, blah blah blah. So I don't know if this is a factor in Dawn's belief system, or in his arguments, but like I said, I know that Dawn is a massive fan and a big proponent of Mark Passio. Yeah, so this could be a factor in his belief system. So I don't think, personally, and this is just my opinion, I don't think that Dawn is a troll. I think that he does have his beliefs, and he's steadfast in those beliefs. Yeah.
When it comes to the globe flat argument, or globe horizontal, however you want to frame it, he's a troll, definitely,
Okay.
100%. But I've had some really cool combos with him too, when it's not about this topic whatsoever, and when it comes to being an anarchist and anti-government and all that sort of stuff. Reptilians and all, you can have some really cool conversations with him when it's not on this particular subject.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Yeah, absolutely, Bandy. So that's why I think maybe this Mark Passio guy, does have a large holds a large factor in what Dawn's, as you termed it, he's being a troll in that sense, purely because he doesn't want to go against what this particular guy spouts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't want to divine Dawn's thoughts, but that's just my opinion on
No,
how.
like I said, I think, like I said, I've had some cool conversations with him, but when it comes to this conversation in particular, I definitely do think he likes to troll and he likes to trigger,
Okay.
Yeah, I think
and not
anybody.
and not add to the conversation in a productive way. Like he came in hot right off the get go, like just poo pooing what I was talking about right off the bat, right? Uh,
Yeah. I
I don't
believe
know.
that's because he already has that preconceived notion, due to these people that he follows.
Yeah.
So he's just not going to take anything you say as anything of substance because he already, like I said, he has his preconceived notions due to these people that he feels like have given him knowledge.
Yeah, that is true. When you do think you have some form of like, oh, stuff can't be modeled down and like that, you really have that belief. That might be the one thing that's stopping him from coming to Flat Earth.
Yeah,
The one
yeah,
thing, you never know. So yeah, but for the most part, he is a troll because he's a naysayer about. I mean, just everything that's common sense. I mean, when you naysay common sense, man, something's wrong.
See, I disagree with that because I don't think he naysays common sense as a whole. When it comes to what we determine as common sense, with this particular argument, perhaps we think
A
that
little bit.
he's absolutely negating common sense. But when it comes to things like Bandy said, with anarchy and
Right.
government in
No, no,
general,
I'm with you there.
yeah,
I'm with you there. Yeah, any other actual civil discussion he'll have, and it'll be great. I'm
yeah.
with
So
you there.
that's why I don't understand why he's trolling this subject when it's not just purely that it goes against the grain, it goes against social norms. It's not just that. It's just that we actually have what I consider to be you know quite common sense arguments
Oh,
whereby
it is it is funny because he doesn't trust the government at all. Really anti what he's been told about a lot of things. So he's on the
Mhm.
same page with many things that we are. Like he
Yeah,
really is. He really is. It's just it's like white line fever, Globus. Like he steps over that white line and bang, it's like Donkey Kong.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
know
yeah.
what I mean? Yeah.
Hmm.
But
Globus is on the payroll. The ballers have turned the.
he's on the payroll. He's on the payroll. And
He's on the payroll.
Nice.
I just think that anybody that's like actually a self-proclaimed I don't even know what word to use. Really, a smart person, an intellectual, brilliant, whatever word you want to use. If you haven't actually looking into things 100%, and then once you do, and you see that there's no physics that can conform to the thing that you thought, like, wouldn't you then start to think the latter, like, or something? Wouldn't you then start to question? How can you question something? I mean, not question something. I'm sorry that like like no physics follow. Like the guy, they'll all tell me we don't have globe physics. They'll ask me what globe physics are. They'll say, "What are globe physics?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" If that's what we live on, that's all that can exist, really, are like globe physics on a globe.
it seems that the globe physics, damn, are just mathematical equations to predict and calculate the movements of bodies above our head. That's what it
Uh-uh.
seems to be.
To divide, times, plus, square, multiply, and divide and minus again those same numbers. Bandsaw. Those numbers are divide those numbers. Those numbers calculate the numbers. So all numbers do is equate to numbers. The numbers never equate to reality.
No,
Reality.
no, no. Yeah, no. I'm not saying it equates to
No, I
reality,
got
but
you. I got you.
yeah,
The,
yeah.
the the reality is what the numbers are supposed to conform to.
Mm-hmm, hmm.
If they don't in physics, so if I got physics and I got these numbers and this stuff and I'm not putting the right stuff down, then I'm not going to come out with the right answer.
Yeah, And see, and then you get all these up and coming young kids, right? And they aspire to be, say, a astrophysicist, right? They want to look at the stars, right? Because this is what they believe they're in, right? So now they're given a picture of some lights in the sky, and they don't quite equate to the calculations or equations that they're being given, right? So they spend 5 and 10 years to work out another mathematical equation so that can now tell them, okay, we can point this telescope now in a different position and we can see similar things. That's kind of what it seems to be, and I don't want to put down their field really what they're doing, but they're not encouraged to really think critically. They're just looking at these images, trying to explain the movement of these images, the twinkling rate, the colors and the movement and all this sort of stuff. And why isn't it doing it? Why isn't it doing so? Or, well, this form of gravity didn't equate, so now we have to come up with relativity, and then all of a sudden they're going to see something, right, that doesn't equate to that, so they're going to have to come up with another equation, right? And some other young kid will be in there, some mathematical genius, and they'll come up with another mathematical equation that now suits the what they're looking at.
It's like they're paying for bullshit.
Yeah. I don't really blame
I
the
want to know.
young kids that are actually doing it, because that's what they're
Oh,
born
no, they're
into.
smart. Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah,
The math is being done, and the kids are smart. But what
yeah.
they're doing is like tricking you. I want to know where the lighthouse observatories are, where the observatories on the very curve of the Earth are, looking down at space instead of up or horizontal. Like, where's the down space at? So if the sun and moon are going down at the curve 3 to 8 miles away, why don't we have the Burj Khalifa everywhere with an observatory pointing down at an angle, watching all the stars and stuff past the edge? Something's going on here. Doesn't seem to make any sense that there's no edge to a ball where that's all that exists is an edge. The whole everywhere you stand is like the most highest point and the edge at the same time. So like, what's going on that we don't have an edge of a ball, but they ask for an edge of a flat Earth? That doesn't make no sense. When it, in my mind, it doesn't even end the flat Earth, so there is no fucking edge. But a ball is nothing but a surface edge, and you can't even find the curve of this thing. That's a never-ending curve, but you can't find it. It's weird. And at no point can you ever look down past the horizon. It's always dirt and water there. At what point can you ever look down past the globe's curve? Where? The physics don't exist. You know why? Because it's not in their mathematical equation for you to be able to think for yourself and do something outside of these numbers. That's why they'll always tell you it's not possible for you to stand there and orientate your head as a human on a ball a certain way, which is ridiculous. Like, you can't look down, diagonal, up, around, 360. Like, come on, man. What's an owl do? Birds and stuff. You think birds are looking down to space? No, they're looking down at their food, down at where to land. There's no time any object gets away from a ball and looks forward over a curve down to space. Ever. Not even the ISS can see past the globe to space down around the edge of the dirt. All you see is a round looking circle rolling in front of you like a marble. You don't see down around any space, any sun, any stars, anything happening. Nothing's going on. There's no working universe around you all of a sudden. It's kind of odd. So the challenge has always been to leave the dirt. If they can ever get a view with all the cameras that don't have the dirt in the view on a rocket, and where only one of the views is going away, and we have our own view, or we can see it with our eyes, that'd be great. Or any object that can leave this dirt and point to the stars horizontally down, not up, not vertical. We need a downward, diagonal picture of some stars past the curve. We got jets, we got B-42. We got high altitude balloons. We got high altitude GoPro rockets. We got all kinds of shit. But none of it has a view of some stars diagonally down. Weird. That must mean there's only ground underneath you and there are no stars that you could ever see down and diagonally. That just proves the globe right there. And even rocket scientists themselves can't get more than an 18-minute photo. I challenge any of you guys to get more than an 18-minute, or to get a photo that's live from start to finish of any rocket launch, not done by a public person. Start to finish. The actual footage doesn't exist. Not even rocket science. Not even if you do rocket science. It's funny to me, man. How can you be a rocket scientist without being able to look at a rocket or see what a rocket does, or being able to judge 18,000 miles an hour, or whether their calculations at their math bandsaw? He can't go outside and tell me how fast the bird's flying or the plane.
No.
Oh, such science. The angles and the calculation and the trajectory of the terminal velocity of the oriental vent. The vector of the victor.
So, did we end up coming to a conclusion on what light is last night or this morning?
Never.
No? No?
No one's got it anyway. Yeah. It's
It
energy.
could probably be a reaction of a couple things. Like, exactly. It's like, what is electricity? Like, everything can be electricity, energy, flow, or so a lightning bolt, a lightning bug. They're sources of light. Are they the sun? Probably not, but they're light. A spark, a
Yeah.
flame, reflection, sololuminescence, an actual ball being lit up, a lead ball being heated. I mean, there's so many ways you can get a light source or things are going to illuminate. So, I mean, it's hard to say.
Yeah, okay. I understand. So, do we know what Compton scattering is?
I looked a little bit into that when you tagged me yesterday, Globus. And only very, very briefly, just on the wiki page,
Yeah.
I looked. So to say exactly, I only very, very briefly, and I put my response to it in the chat as well. But it's still, to me, it still doesn't really give an explanation really of what light is itself.
Yeah, fair enough.
Is light this particle that travels, or is it something that actually propagates in the medium?
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, when it comes to Compton scattering, essentially, the idea behind it is that light is shone, it intercepts an atom, it hits an electron, and an outer shell electron transfers the energy of the photon into the electron, knocks it out of orbit. The electron goes flying, and the photon also goes flying in a different direction, with a lesser energy than what it hit it with. And when we apparently look, this is something that, to me, I haven't done it myself, so it's hard for me to say this is fact. But apparently, this happens with X-rays, and we can actually see. And apparently, again, this is apparently, we observe tissue damage when somebody is exposed to an X-ray for too long, because the electron that's ejected within a human body, when it intercepts a cell, it keeps going and damages tissue. as does apparently as does the photon. That's also so. If this is something that's measurable, this tissue damage, then that's kind of saying that light is coming in with as a particle with energy. It is dislodging these electrons, these outer shell electrons, and causing them to fly off and cause tissue damage.
Well, I don't know if it goes as far as the particle part of it, right? I'm not sure there. Now to say that the light is in different wavelengths, one end of the spectrum to the other. We can agree on that, right? And if you're at one end of the spectrum, the light will do nothing to you. If you go to the other end of the spectrum, it'll burn you to a crisp and kill you pretty quickly. All right. So that's just the ends of the actual spectrum itself. So yeah.
Yeah, that's because of the energy. So
Yeah, exactly right. It's the energy. Now, is that energy just propagating through the medium itself, right? Because look, to think about it in particles or atoms, like this whole particle quantum kind of thing, like you have to think on a very, very, very small scale, and it's not an unreasonable scale to think about. Right? But we haven't even seen. I don't even think we've seen an atom yet, Globus. Right? It is just a theory that these atoms are atoms themselves. We got into the discussion yesterday of electrons being super positioned,
Yep.
and whatnot, but you can't even observe these atoms prior to them being manipulated. Right? They've got to be put through a magnetic field, somewhat to even observe this position that you can measure. Right? So to say that it is superposition or in two positions at once, I think is a little bit inaccurate. I think the example used yesterday was if someone's standing behind you and they're bouncing a basketball, that basketball can be absolutely anywhere, right? And it can be in the guy's hand, and as he's hitting it, it's through the air and hits the ground. But you've got that delay between the sound and all that sort of stuff, and it's not until you turn your head where you know exactly where that position of that basketball is, right? You have to identify and pinpoint that position. Well, it's the same with these electrons. Just to say that it is in either all they're saying is it's in any possible position. It's not in two positions at once. It can be in any position. We just don't know what position it's in.
Right. And then when you
Yeah,
look at it,
yeah.
you see the action, the reaction.
Yeah, but
yeah.
in that example with the basketball, I'm not sure if it is analogous because the guy that's bouncing the basketball behind you knows the position, so he knows where it is. So there is information as far as he's concerned, as far as a conscious observer is concerned, as to where the basketball is located. So that would, in my eyes, yeah, the way I see it, that there is an actual position to the ball because there's somebody that can actually process the information. As
Well, in
to
that case, that would be the flashlight with the light.
Yeah,
that would be the flashlight being turned on. That would be the basketball person.
And I think you're splitting hairs for the sake of
Yeah,
splitting hairs a little bit there, Globus. It's like just because I don't see it myself, it doesn't mean it's not in this position or that position because someone else sees it and they know the position, right? Well, that hasn't changed its position whatsoever. It's going to be in the position it's going to be in. It doesn't just because someone's looking at it doesn't actually change its position at all. Now, I haven't identified it, but that person behind me has identified it, but I don't know. But that person that knows the position hasn't changed.
Have you ever heard of optical radar?
No, I agree that that person that knows the position hasn't changed the position purely because they know where it is. So that determines the position of the basketball.
Well,
That's
okay.
not analogous to the double slit, because that's with that particular observation there is only one interpreter of the path information.
Well, okay then. Well, you're on a river. You're on a riverbank, and there's a tree, right? And it drops a leaf in the river. Right now, this leaf is floating down the river. There's no other person there, right?
Mhm.
To identify anything whatsoever. It's just going to do what it's going to do. Now I turn my head. Now I can pinpoint exactly where that leaf is. Right there, you go. There's something that's maybe more analogous.
Here's another thing.
Yeah, that
Why?
is more
And then
analogous.
hold on a second.
Yep.
With the basketball analogy, I like that because dude's dribbling it and moving around, doing whatever he can put it, do whatever he can do with it. You're not totally in tune focused. Remember what I said about the sight, Mansell, putting out a frequency or a beam also, like
Mhm.
optical radar. Okay, so when you turn around, now your sight, your optical radar, your sight, your beam that comes out of your eyeballs and that comes back. There's an interaction there. So the same way there might be voltage or the radiant energy from the sun, you might have a radiant energy or an optical radiation of your own. And that's how you pinpoint exactly where the sounds come and when, where. You see, your sight actually it ties them both together. The sound and the
Well, this light thing
reaction.
is a problem because they say it's massless. That's my beef
No, it
with them.
can't be that. It's burning you. It can't
There's
be
no way
massless.
it's massless.
Yeah, that's not possible. It's reacting through the material. The material reacts with material. Material has to be something.
Yeah, but you can't say massless or mass without defining mass. I already said that yesterday. So it doesn't mean anything to say massless. It doesn't really mean
It's
mean
voltage. I
anything.
don't know.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's voltage. Voltage is what
So
can burn you
that
also.
yeah, well, that's why I don't even go there when it comes to light, because it's undefined. So what's the point of discussing that if it's an undefined term?
Right, to a certain extent. Yeah, exactly.
Well, there is a point to it, and I'll explain you why. To show the ridiculousness of what they mean by it, you have to pin them down. So when they say it's massless, what exactly do you mean? Because most people, when they think of mass, they think of stuff. They think of particles, right? So it's literally like saying
Oh, hold on a
something
second.
can
If
affect.
light's massless and the sun is a light, how is it pulling all the mass towards it? If mass attracts mass. If
That's
sun's
another good
massless.
point. Well, they say it's gases,
Ooh.
so yeah.
Ooh.
It's a
It's a
hodgepodge of
gas light. It's a
poles.
gas reaction. So that would be light. And I mean, I'm just saying, in their explanation, it sounds goofy as hell.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, a gas giant in a vacuum. That's ridiculous. That's why personally I think it's whatever it is, it's electromagnetic somehow.
Yeah, that's why I keep telling people your eyes put off a thing too, kind of like bats sonar. It's called radar, optical.
You see, the fact that kills them dead in the water is the duality part. Something cannot be something else, right? That's how I know they're wrong. Just from that, when they say that light could be both a particle and a wave, right there they're wrong, because something cannot be two things.
Right, like pseudoscience
Well,
and pseudofacts and pseudo. Yeah,
I don't think it can physically be a wave, because that's just a probability distribution. It's an action. It's not something that's physical. You could almost describe it as a verb, something that something is doing, rather than a noun.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I think there's no such thing as a wave particle duality. It's to me the way I see it, it is just a particle. It's what it does can be described as wave-like, but as to what it is physically, or however you want to describe it, it can't be described as a wave, because it's something that something does.
Yeah, I know. It's fascinating. That's the way you're looking at it, right? But they don't see it that way. They see it that way when they explain the the double slit experiment, when they say the wave function collapses, but when they describe it like in the real world, let's say, they describe it as a wave or a particle. It's like, I know what you're saying, Lobus. It's described in that double slit as a mathematical function, actually, but some people actually describe it as a wave in reality.
Yeah, well, they're objectively wrong in my view.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but then again, I'm not so sure if it's a wave or a particle. I'll be honest with you. Like, I can see both. Actually, I can see it as not a particle. I can see it as a verbitation. You know how Theora Apophis explains it? To me, it makes more sense that it's like something exciting the medium, like a sound wave, but that's just me. I cannot see a quanta of energy on its own floating around. I can't do that. That's just me, though.
Yeah, fair enough. What did you want to say, Ben? Did you want to say something?
No. I was just. I don't know. And what is it? We talk about this ether a lot. Stuff is propagating through the ether. So, like, is this ether everywhere? Like in the air, in the water, in the ground? Like, is it everywhere?
Well,
I would say
apparently,
so. Yeah.
It's a misinterpretation of what the medium is that we live in. Same as scientists think we live in a vacuum above. It's a miscalculation or interpretation or different idea of what's going on from the action to reaction or cause and effect. High to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. It's potential. That's all the ether can be. That's it. The potential is everywhere. You can't really get rid of it, but you can defer it a different way. Kind of like water. If you got a rushing river, you're not going to stop the water from coming at you, but you can redirect it. So you're never going to stop the potential, the things that's going on around you, action and reaction, but you can
Yeah.
redirect.
All right. So this because something needs a conduit to travel along to get from point A to point B. It can't be nothing. Something can't get from point A to point B without having a conduit, some sort of carrier to get it from point A to point B. So if it's not the ether, is it just the ground? Is it just the water? Is it just
Oh no, it
the
is ether.
air?
It's ether, it's air, it's electrical potential, it's the word energy that you can't destroy or create, but you can only convert. Or what I mean? Like I said, you can't do nothing else with it but try to deflect the flow to where you need it to. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
but then we know what Earth is, we know what water is, we know what
Right,
gases are, right? Now this
right.
ether, this other thing, ether,
Potential.
right? Well,
It's just
potential.
the ability for all, Bansal. That's what confuses. It can be positive, it can be negative, it can be neutral. Everything that you do to it switches the ability of it, the potential. You see what I'm saying? You don't get rid of it. You just can convert it or control the flow to different shit, but it's still going to go right back. You're not going to get rid of the potential. The potential's going somewhere. It's going to keep doing something.
Yeah. We've got these,
So that word,
yeah, but we've got
so the
these
word ether,
reactions. Yeah, we've got these reactions, and these reactions are traveling from point A to point B, hot to cold, high to low, positive and negative, all this sort of stuff. I'm on board with all that, right?
electrostatics. Yeah, it's
Exactly, right?
electrostatic
So
medium.
whether it's doing it through the ground or through the water or through the atmosphere or atmos, right? So the medium is there, right? It is the ground, it is the water, it is the gases, right? This
Exactly.
okay, so this ether, this other thing that is spoken about, seems to be something completely different other than these three things that I just mentioned, or is what you're saying is ether just the actual reaction, this actual transfer of high to low, positive or negative, hot to cold.
Differential.
Yeah,
The,
so
the change.
it's just the differential itself. It's actually nothing. It's just the actual differential.
That's what I think.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, personally, that's what I think. Because when you say
Yeah.
ether, it's like this electromagnetic conduction happening. I mean, when you say the ether's moving this, I'm like, well, no, nothing. No strange words move stuff. Actual stuff does. So if we know magnetism, we have already got it. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. So everybody's idea of ether is probably different for their own term, which is weird.
Yeah.
That's
Hmm.
why I couldn't pinpoint it. I've asked 3 different ether believers, and they all 3 said different things. I was like, oh, okay. So I don't know still.
Yeah, when people talk about ether, I get even more confused over it. But you know, the actual just the actual reaction, right? The transfer of one thing to another, right? And that's all it is. Like that probably makes more sense than anything, to be quite honest with you. Well, the medium is already there. The air's there, the water's there, the earth is already there, and that's the medium that it's traveling in itself.
Right.
Yeah,
It's just conduction. The conductor
yeah,
of the train, baby. Woo,
yeah,
woo.
yeah. Damn. Right.
You know, it's weird. They do one experiment, double slit, and they think because of that they can deduce how the whole universe works. You know.
Well,
Meanwhile, I can produce the collapse of the wave function with a $20 laser and a needle.
well, just to be technical with you there, SC, with the demonstration that I saw you do, if you're showing a diffraction pattern, then you haven't collapsed the waveform function.
Okay.
Well,
So
hold
the
on.
wave,
Hold
yeah,
on.
yeah.
Isn't that pattern how the wave pattern shows in the double slit?
Yeah, so
It shows it as a wave.
yeah, so the diffraction pattern appears when the knowledge of which path the light has traveled isn't known. As soon as you know which path it's traveled through, then you get the other pattern where it's just like 2 bars.
Yeah, right. It's
Yeah.
exactly. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the opposite of what you said, but I mean
It's the
that's
opposite. Yeah. I said it wrong. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, no, it's just a technicality.
Yeah, but I was still able to produce it. Right?
Yeah, no, it definitely seems that way.
Yeah.
And if anything, it's sort of strange to me because you obviously know if you only have that single path, then you know which path it traveled. So, if anything, you should be seeing. I don't know if I'm getting this correct, but yeah, if anything, you should be seeing the other pattern. You should be seeing the 2 bars or the single bar of light in your case, because you know that it's traveled through that pinhead.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so that's what I found strange about like what you produced. I'm like, the double slit experiment actually, it sort of contradicts what you showed in a way.
You're right. I never thought of it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because
It's
I'm
the
like,
opposite.
yeah, because obviously you're shining it through this single pinhead, so that means you know that it's traveled through this single pinhead.
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
so why aren't we seeing,
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
next
Yeah.
time you do it, SE, close your eyes so you don't.
That's my
eyes.
Yeah, I suppose.
So it's a bunch of nonsense. Now, could it be what I think it is? It's that somehow when they turn on the detector, and to their credit, some ballers have agreed with this. What I think is when they turn on the detector, it somehow influences the
It
whole program.
interferes. Everything
Yeah.
is restriction, like flow, current, even in no matter what the medium or what, you can restrict, distort sound, you can distort light, you can distort. That's all it is. It's interference, electrical interference.
When they did the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, they removed the detectors from the whole experiment, and they still either got interference pattern or the other pattern. I think it's called a collimated pattern. I could be wrong.
But they didn't remove all of them. What they did was they observed it after it passed the slit, but I think
Yeah.
before it hits the back. So this is strange. So it starts off as a particle. It wasn't observed. So whichever happens, the collapse or not. But when they observe it, then it like turns around and enters as a way, like two slits, sort of a thing. So it like it goes back in time, kind of a thing. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly.
Let's see if I think I have a diagram of the experiment here, because they definitely did remove the slit detectors. Well, I think a lot of people get the slit detectors confused with the photographic plates. So where the photon is said to end up, they're two different things. So the slit detectors purely tell you which of the two paths the light has traveled through.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So as far as I know, from what I remember, they definitely did remove the slit detectors from the delayed choice quantum erasure experiment, because the experiment is set up in a way that they're not even necessary, because there's essentially five detectors whereby the light can end up in. So there's it's like D0, D1, D2, D3,
Yeah,
D4.
that's right. Yeah.
So yeah, I think I don't remember. That's why if I can get the graphic up, it'd be easier to explain. But I think it's D2 and D4 that are actually known paths. So that means that the way the experiment is set up, the light can only end up in those detectors if it's
That's right. Yeah.
if
Yeah.
it's through a particular path. So those are known paths. So if the light hits D4 or D2, then you know where it's traveled through. But the other paths, they've got like semi-reflective mirrors. So they're like semi-silvered mirrors. So the light can either go through or reflect. So you would never know if it went through or it reflected. So you wouldn't know, which path it came from. But if I think I had it here. Is it here? Yeah, I've got it here. There it is.
Yeah, he's saying there it is. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that's the one.
Hodgepodge of whatever the hell that is.
Yeah. So if it, yeah, that's okay. That's it. Yeah. So if D3 gets hit, it came from the B path. If let's see, if bang that goes through there, so if that goes through there, bang hits the.
So these paths that this light is traveling, Globus, right?
Yep.
And it's been directed towards a slit, okay, and going through these slits and coming out the slits and doing things that tell us all this stuff. So if I think what light is doing, it propagates, all right? So how are we preventing the light that has gone through that slit propagating other light, right? And it's other light that is going through that slit.
That's a good question. How have they isolated just one? Yeah, that's a good question.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Like because if I get a laser beam, right, and I turn off all the lights in a room and I point that laser beam, right, now I can see that laser beam, but there is also too a glow in the rest of the room.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it lights up the rest of the room, so it's not just the actual light from that laser beam. You can see light everywhere else as well. So the light is propagating in every possible position. So how have we isolated that it's that one particular particle or particles, right, and not other particles that have propagated between slit A and B? And now this other bit of light is the other bit of light that has gone through that other slit. How have we isolated that?
Thanks for making it even more complicated.
Yeah,
That's all.
How dare you?
Sorry, Montreal.
But you're right.
It seems pretty. It seems fairly like a logical kind of question to ask.
It does
really.
in a way, but I think it just comes purely down to visuals. Like wherever you see that beam going is where you sort of assume that it is going. So you don't. Yeah.
So it's only visuals, right? So, like I said, this light can be propagating other light between these barriers.
It could
That's
be,
what,
but that sort of seems unlikely.
how?
Well, the
How?
fact that like visually you're seeing this beam travel in this particular direction. You know, you're seeing this. It's sort of evident to you.
But
Yeah,
what about the other light that is being emanated from this beam?
that's sort of lighting up the room. You think that's sort of in a way.
Well, it's there. You can't say it's not there. It is there, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's not there.
Yeah. So
Like
if you
whether or not it's taking a different path, I don't know if that.
well, it would have to be taking a different path, wouldn't it? Logic kind of dictates that it would be taking a different path if there was other light being emanated from it. It's already on a different path.
Would it be taking a different path, or is that just down to the amplitude of the light, like the intensity?
I don't
But
know.
yeah, I sort of get I sort of get what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know. I
But
don't have the answer.
You're throwing a
This is
massive spanner into my experiment
Yeah,
it's just a question that I
I
don't
know.
really
It's a
think
question
that
that-
doesn't really has an adequate answer. Really.
Well, I definitely don't have that answer for you. Like I said, I haven't said, but I think I said this yesterday. You know, my knowledge of all this is rudimentary at best. So that's not to say that it's not, there isn't an answer for what you're asking, but I sort of see it like very intuitively, where you know I just look at the light that is traveling in a certain direction. But yeah, you bring up a good point. I don't know the answer to that question.
I'll say this, Bansaw. You do bring up a good point. Thing is, though, in the experiment, we could actually see the line, the beam.
Yes.
So maybe it does.
Yeah.
But for this intents and purposes, maybe it's not that important. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, just because we can see the beam of light, right, it doesn't negate that there could be other light going through that slit. Like we're only seeing the path of a very intense light, okay, and we are presuming that that is what is happening to this very intense light, right? Not the other light that is around it.
Indeed. Yeah, no, I agree. That's a good point. I'm sure somebody smarter than me will be able to answer that.
Oh,
Something.
we'll get Gummy or Nate or
Yeah,
somebody.
I'm sure they have an excuse for it.
Maybe Jace could come up with something.
Yeah, maybe. Absolutely. But something I did want to clear up from yesterday that I was hearing a lot, and this I was hearing even the Globus say it a lot. I think like Nate was that it's purely the act of observing it that collapses the waveform function. That isn't necessarily correct. It's what collapses. Sorry, the waveform function is just the information. Even though that does require an observer, it's not the fact that you're simply looking at something that collapses it. It's the fact that the knowledge is being processed.
I'm glad you said that, because it's not even that. It's even worse than that.
Yep.
Apparently, from what they say, Globus, is that even if there's no observer in the room, even the fact that it's been recorded makes it collapse.
Well, yeah, because there's information. There's path information.
Like the knowledge of the witch path is what does it.
Which is
doesn't matter if there's a sentient being there. Like,
well,
that's crazy.
Eventually, well, that's the thing. In order to actually interpret the results of this experiment, you're going to need a conscious being to interpret them. Otherwise, who else is going to interpret it?
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah. So you that definitely requires a conscious observer to know which path it's gone through. But it's essentially the information that collapses the waveform function, not just that you're observing the experiment. Because you can observe, like I can observe the double slit experiment, but if I don't know which path the lights travel through, I mean, this is according to the rhetoric. If I don't know, then the waveform function is not going to collapse. It's only when I know. It's only when I read the data and I know that it's either traveled through slit A or slit B, you know, as counted by the photoelectric detectors, then you see that collapsed pattern.
How can you change something, Globus, just by looking at it, just by observing it? How do you change anything just by observing?
Well, yeah, like I said, it's not that you're just observing, it's that you are acquiring knowledge as to where the light ends up. Or essentially, where it ends up or where it's gone through.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you haven't changed anything.
That's
But you have. I know what he's asking. I could answer that.
That's
Okay,
the whole.
then.
That's the whole. What people would consider woo with this, and I haven't done the experiment myself, so I can't say, oh, okay, this actually happens and this doesn't happen, but apparently, if you know which path it's gone through, you get a different pattern. The light ends up somewhere else.
Yeah, but that wording is tricky. The known. This is the problem here. When they explain it, and the way Bandsaw and you are thinking of it is that the path which is known. So in our head is like somebody knowing it, but that's not really what the known path is. The known path is when a detector is activated. Now, I think it could be merely the fact that that detector is activated and it's influencing the experiment. Has nothing to do with anybody looking at it. That's what I'm starting to believe with my limited knowledge.
SE, but that was one of the whole points behind the delayed choice. They'd remove those detectors. There's no in that diagram that I showed. There are no detectors. So
No, you're wrong. You're wrong about that. No,
I'm not.
Then how do they know the which path?
Because of the experiment. Because of the experimental setup. Because like I said, if D3 gets hit, if you have a chance to look back at the diagram, if D3 gets hit, it can only come from B path. If you follow that blue light, the blue little line, it goes out of the B slit, and goes into that PS which is a prism, hits the beam splitter A, and then hits D3. So D3 can only ever get hit if it comes out of B, just like D4 can only ever be hit if it comes out of slit A. So there are no slit detectors there. It's purely part of the experimental setup, the way it's been set up.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, Lobus, but you just said it yourself. It hit a detector.
Okay, yeah. So
regardless of the one that you think.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm
saying? That's where the disconnect is, though, SC. It's So you said just before that you think it's the that's why we need to be specific. Slit detector and where the photon ends up. They're two different things. The slit detector in the double slit experiment tells you which path it's gone through. In the delayed choice quantum, there is no apparatus that interacts with the light that tells you. You just know it ends up in a certain path purely because D3 can only ever get hit if it goes through B, for example. I don't know.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So,
and I get that, but but I'm just saying, like, that energy somehow, I wonder what, but then you can't, because if you don't have the detector, you'll never know. So see, my point is there's always a detection happening. And I know what you're saying, because it comes from one slit, but nevertheless, there's still an interaction there. So yeah, I see what you're saying. I might have to revise my thinking on that one. Good point there, Globus.
This is the way I understand it, and I've looked at several sort of videos and I've read a lot of literature on it, and it's the biggest issue when the double slit sort of first became famous, if you will, was the fact that, like you said, a lot of people, and I heard a lot of Globers say this as well, and this is recently, a lot of people were like, oh, well, it's the photoelectric detectors, or I think like JS was saying, it's the he was using I think it was polarizing detectors or something along those lines. where it was like a polarized lens that would determine which path it had gone through. So in a way, that polarized lens that he was talking about, that's like a cheapskate way of doing this experiment. That you don't have these photoelectric detectors, but it still tells you which path it's gone through. So a lot of people were like, okay, so it's the interaction with this third-party apparatus that's not human, that's actually causing the waveform function collapse. But that's why this experiment was this is part of the reason, if not the main reason, the delayed choice quantum razor experiment was devised, is that they wanted to remove that from the equation so that anybody that was in the camp of saying, like you were saying, that it's the detectors, then you could eliminate that. You're eliminating a variable, like you would in any scientific experiment.
Yeah, you got a very good point here. Yeah. Very,
Yeah.
very good point, Globus. Yeah, I'm gonna have
The
to
other,
rethink this. Yeah.
yeah, have a look at it again, man, if you have the chance. And another interesting thing about this experiment is the D0 detector that we haven't talked about yet, which actually registers a hit before any of the other detectors, D4, D2, D1, and D3 gets hit. And whenever like a D0 gets hit and registers a diffraction pattern, then because let's go back a little bit before that happens. So you get what's called spontaneous parametric down conversion. So the photon goes through that prism, gets split into two what they call entangled photons. So it's like I think it's an idler and something else. I forget the other name for the other one. But anyway, so it's essentially it's like two sister photons. So you get one that goes to D0 and the other one goes to either D4, D2, D1 or D3. So whenever D0 registers a interference pattern, so the diffraction pattern, then its sister photon will also sort of show the same pattern. So it's almost like it knows where it's going to go before the other one hits. Do you know what I mean? So it's like
Yeah, that's the
predicting.
creepy part. Yeah,
that's the part of the whole thing that's just like, fuck, is this really happening? That's why I would love to do it for myself, but I mean,
yeah,
I don't have
the implications.
Yeah.
If this is true, Globus, the implications are truly remarkable. But I gotta see it for myself. I don't buy this.
Yeah, and I'm in the same boat with you, man. Like as soon as, and I don't know if I'll ever get around to doing it. I mean, there are things that are much more sort of that take priority in my life than doing this experiment. But it would be, definitely interesting to do it and to see these results. But a lot of people draw conclusions from this experiment. Like, I think I heard Napalm yesterday saying that it sort of makes you are the arbiter of your existence, and I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think, if anything, it sort of highlights the fact that information requires a knower in a sense. So, in order for you to have information, it needs to have an origin, being a knower. So, if anything, that to me, that would denote like a creator. So, if he creates information, it needs to come from him. Like it's like the chicken or the egg, which came first, sort of thing. Like there needs to be, in order for the information to be interpreted, there needs to be something to interpret the information.
And something that makes it. Yeah, absolutely.
And something that makes it. So
parties.
So it's not like, oh, it's subjective, do whatever you want. No, if anything, it tells you that something made you, something created DNA, something created RNA, created that information. So no, don't do what thou wilt, because there's something created you. There's information there to be accounted for. So I don't align with what Napalm was saying yesterday.
All you're doing is just reading that information. You're just pinpointing where that information is at any one particular moment in time.
Yeah.
Really. All right. So you haven't created anything like that. All you're doing is measuring some information at a very specific point in time. Right? And you can't change it by looking at it or anything like that. You can change these things by interacting with them, manipulating them, and stuff like that. Now you may not know the outcome, right? But once you have pinpointed a target, right, and that target is where you measure it, right, you have now identified it at that one position.
Yeah. But it's
Yeah,
only
but
at that one position as soon as you have identified it.
the crazy thing about this, Bansa, is that's not the case. Because what it says here is that a particle could enter as like one slit or the other, right? But then when observed, it changes. It like
Yeah,
it,
I don't.
it's astonishing. Like the
Yeah,
implications are astonishing.
Yeah.
It's like
So
it goes
yeah,
back
I
in
don't.
time and changes.
Yeah,
I
I don't accept that. I don't
yeah.
accept that at all. Personally,
It's fine.
Same.
myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to, man. Like absolutely, I
Yeah,
don't. And a good example that I forget who it was, but I remember this example because it sort of resonated a lot. I don't
yeah,
know if it resonated, but it really made an impression on me.
yeah.
It was the fact that, say, you and I, Bandy, would say we'll go to a beach for the first time, and we're the first two people to ever, set foot upon this beach.
Mm-hmm.
And we both look out onto the horizon and we both see an island, and it's undeniable. There's an island there. You can see the trees, blah blah blah. So now you and I both, like you were, we took photos of the island, blah blah blah.
Yep.
We had fun or whatever.
Yep.
Got back into the car, got into a car accident. We both died,
Oh,
and so that information dies with us.
yep.
So, having said that, this given the repercussions of what we just discussed, the whole nature of light,
The
this
island doesn't
island,
exist.
yeah, it doesn't. No, it's not that it doesn't exist. It doesn't necessarily have to be there. It can be there, and it cannot be there. That's the whole
Well,
superposition thing.
until the next person comes along,
Yeah.
beat.
Yeah, if
Right.
that person comes along, but if that other person comes along
Yeah.
and looks out at the horizon, that island doesn't have to be there, or it can
No.
be there, but it can be shaped differently. It can
Well,
be
yeah.
smaller, it can be bigger, or it cannot be there at all. It's just a probability.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
that's kind of
probability.
ridiculous. Yeah.
It sounds ridiculous, dude. I know it does because it's sort of counterintuitive. But the fact is that everything that we see on a daily basis, somebody else has already observed it. That the information is there. Either we've observed it, somebody else has observed it. It's always there. It's like it's constantly being updated. You could say almost. It's always there.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like you and I can go to Melbourne Globus and we can look at the building, right?
Yeah.
Say this is the building, right? It's exactly what this building is, right?
Yep.
And tomorrow in the morning we wake up, we go get our breakfast, and we go back to that building, right? Is it exactly the same building? No, it's changed slightly. There's now a bit of dust landed on. Right? It's not the same building anymore.
Yeah.
Right? There is something slightly different about it.
It shouldn't have changed though, unless that's the thing is we both saw it and we both registered that information. So unless we died and everyone that's ever seen it has died, then there's no reason for that building to change.
No, what I'm saying is that the building has changed because now it has one piece of dust on it, so it's not exactly the same, right?
Yeah, but that's not the structure of the building though. That's like something else.
Well, no, it's you don't want the whole beach analogy, or it's just pinpointing something down in that period of time that we're measuring, right? That is exactly this, right? We are pinpointing it down, saying that this is exactly what it is at this moment in time, right?
Mhm.
Everything about it is exactly this, right? That's what we're doing. Okay, then it's exactly that. Now, with the building analogy, right? The day before it was exactly that, but then we came back and there was one piece of dust on it extra, so it's not exactly what we saw the day before. It is slightly changed.
Yeah, but the reason that piece of dust has fallen on it is because that building is there, because we know that that building is there.
Well, look, I know we're getting into a semantic argument, really. To be quite honest with you, mate. Like the
This is what this does, bro.
Yeah, I
It
know.
makes you talk. It makes you talk nonsense. That's what
Well,
this
Yeah,
quantum.
exactly.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
talk
look,
nonsense.
Exactly.
look, I will agree that it sounds like nonsense, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna say that it's I'm not
No.
gonna say that's 100% nonsense because I haven't done the experiment,
Same,
because the
same here.
repercussions. Yeah. As long as we can all be honest and say, look, intuitively it does 100% sound
Yeah.
like bullshit and sounds like nonsense. Let's be honest, and I'll be honest in that sense too. But can we say that this is not the case? I can't.
I think Gummy did sum it up, well, his opinion of it, right? It's just that the position of something, where it's going to be, and what position it's going to be in, we can't actually quantify, measure it.
Yeah.
I think
It's impossible to do. Yeah,
yeah,
location. It's
exactly right.
impossible. Yeah.
Now that position of whatever is being measured, right? There is numerous probabilities for it. They just don't know. It could be this, it could be that, it could be upside down, it could be right side up. They just don't know until it's pinpoint. It's not actually in two positions at the same time.
Oh,
Right?
hold on a second now. Hold on. That's a
Yeah.
whole different pile of. Yeah.
SC.
Now this superposition, not that I can say it's absolute nonsense from my point of view. You know, there's no way that something could be both dead and alive. Now that I can say with certainty. You know, to my way of thinking, the superposition, I poo-poo it right off the gate.
Yeah, I think it's neither, personally.
Well, yeah.
You only determine that and when you observe it as such.
Yeah.
I can't accept that either. I can't accept that either. That it's neither.
Well, it'll be something, right? But all superposition really means is that it can be in multiple. Well, it says in the definition that it can be in multiple states at the same time until it is measured. So it's basically saying in the definition, until we measure it or until we open that box and see if the cat is dead or alive, it can be either dead or alive. It can't.
No. You got that wrong, bro. That's where people mess it up.
Okay. Oh, damn.
Andy, it's not that. If it was that, I'd be on board. It's that the cat is both dead and alive. That is superposition. Like, that is the definition of it. It's in all states at all times. So the cat is both dead and alive.
Well, I don't agree with that personally.
Yeah.
But, definitely, but I can definitely get on board until it is measured. It can be in either. Until you open the box, the cat can be either dead or alive.
Because
Not
you
in
don't know.
Either or.
Not in reality. It's either going to be dead or alive. But until you open the lid,
Yeah,
you're not
in
gonna find it.
in reality, I don't think there
Yeah.
is. Yeah, but
And
it's because you don't know.
yeah, and it doesn't matter what you're talking about. If you're talking about a photon or whatever the case may be, it's going to be exactly the same, right? It'll be either here or there, right? But until you actually pinpoint it, stop it, and measure it, right? The probability is you don't know what position it is if it's upside down, left side up, rotating left, rotating right, or whatever. Until you actually open that lid or measure it, that's when you know exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thinking of it logically, but they say it's both here and there, and over there, and under there, and in the cupboard, and in the glass, and in the salt container, and all everywhere.
Actually, we've got someone here may want to pipe in. Hey, Blue, how you going, man? You been listening? Have you got any thoughts on what we've been talking about? Maybe he's got.
Oh, hello, Bandy. What's
Hey,
going on?
yeah, not much, mate. We're just talking about.
G'day, Blue. How are you?
Hey, Globus, what's happening? Hello, Montreal.
Hey, Blue, what's up, bud?
I'm just sitting here listening.
Any thoughts on what's being mentioned?
I'll just keep them to myself. I don't.
Okay then. Okay. Sorry to drag you in.
Yeah, no, that's a good position to take at times, 100%.
Yeah. Well, quantum stuff is very weird. I know that much. So I'll leave that to the smart guys. They can
Fair enough.
work
There
it
is a
out.
high chance we could be butchering this right now, but you know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Blue's way of saying bollocks. I'll stay out of this one.
Isn't there a word called omnipresent?
There
Possibly
is a word.
meaning things.
Omnipresent, yes. Go
Yeah.
on. Elaborate.
Yeah.
No, I'm just a short talker, but it came to my mind when you were talking about two things existing at the same time or not, whatever. So it's omnipotent, omnipresent came to mind. That's all. Like I said, I'm a short talker.
Yeah, fair enough. But I wouldn't really apply that to us as mere mortals, personally.
To be
I
honest
think
with you,
that
I did come in a bit late in the conversation, so I don't know the full context.
See, I'm liking that both sides are scratching their heads on this one, right? It's not clear cut. Like, I'm sure Blue is saying, what the hell, man? These guys, yeah, they got a point with this superposition stuff. So this is definitely something that both sides can agree is just mysterious, you know?
No, we learned yesterday it's just emails, man.
Well, that was crazy. The email lock. Oh, come on, man. The quantum lock.
Oh yeah, quantum locking. I heard that. Yeah, I heard you guys discussing it.
The QKD code.
Yeah.
It's just like a PIN number for your ATM card, what I can gather. Pretty much what it is. You get X amount of
In a
chances
way.
to access it. Well, that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
Right? Now you go to the ATM machine, right, and you get 3 chances to put in your PIN code before it swallows your card up. Well, this code just enables 1 chance, and if you get it wrong the first time, it goes, I've been tampered with. I'm going to let the other person know that I've been tampered with.
Yeah, simple.
That's what it seems. That's what it seems like.
I explained it in a very well, in a good way. I thought I explained it like this: it's a computer code that simply states this email is going to leave from me to Bandy. If it gets intercepted by a third party, just delete the contents. That's it. No superposition needed. I mean, code and internet. And there was a coder in here that said, that sounds, it's just a code written. If email gets intercepted, delete it. I mean, simple.
Well, I think everybody on both sides of the argument are both totally correct and completely full of shit simultaneously.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. When it comes to this, absolutely.
I think that's called super bullshit. I think that's called super
it's
bullshit.
only when you open your mouth that you determine which state it is, right?
Yeah.
I think that's more true than any part of the conversation yesterday. I would agree.
Yeah,
All right, I'm going on mute.
All right.
Hence my reluctance to comment.
It's a good move, Bandy.
See, I still got a 50-50 shot at it. You guys are already fucked.
Yeah.
We're already committed. We're committed.
Yeah,
Blue
everyone
is the smart
knows
one
our
here.
position.
He said, I don't say nothing on this one. Look, anything that when they say if you understand it, you don't understand it, you know it must be full of bull, right? Because even Einstein said, if you can't explain it to a 5-year-old, is that what he said? It's useless, right?
That's what I said to Nate yesterday, actually. I said, explain it in such a way that I can understand it, mate. Like, seriously. Because he kept on
Yeah.
going, do I understand? Do I understand? And the explanation was doing my head in, Blue. It really was. I couldn't make heads nor tails of it.
Even
using
in the
all this
art of
data.
war, Bandy, even in the art of war, right? Sun Tzu says, if the soldier didn't understand the command, it's the general's fault, not the soldier. The general did not explain it properly.
Indeed.
The art of war,
well,
the art of quantum physics.
Look, guys, I attempted to shine some light on the whole issue, if you pardon the pun.
Yeah. And it's just made things a hell of a lot duller.
A lot worse, but he has a good point. Yeah.
No, he did. Well, you think about my point there, Globus, and then you come back to
No,
me.
yeah, that was a great point, man. Absolutely. What you said earlier, I had no answer for it because like I said, don't really know the ins and outs of everything when it comes to this, but yeah.
Oh, well, you know more about it than me because you've done a bit of investigation, so.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I'll say this off the get-go, when they say that they split the photon, right?
Yeah.
How the hell do you split a photon?
Yeah, well,
With what I'm saying?
With a really little axe. That's what
yeah.
you
Yeah,
a little axe.
Well, yeah, apparently it's with a what is it, a non-linear crystal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
A photon
splitter. So yeah, it splits it into I mean, that's in a way it's I get what you're saying though, because it's supposed to be the smallest amount.
Exactly. Now you're tracking. Exactly.
Yeah, that we know. So how are they splitting? But yeah, I don't know if it's more of a split. Could it be more of a conversion than like a physical split? Does that make any
I'm not
sense?
sure how they explain that, bro. I think they say it like in two entangled particles, like somehow it's crazy, man. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they call. Let me see. One was an idler, and the other one's called something else. I forget what the other one's called. But they're supposed to be of lower. As soon as they go through that prism, that the energy isn't the same as it was originally in that when it was a single photon.
I wonder, does it halve the energy or? That's a good question.
Yeah, it does. I'm pretty sure it halves it. Don't quote me on that, but I know that the energy is definitely lower. And they are what are considered to be two entangled photons of lower energy.
Yeah, so off the get-go, there's a problem, right?
Yeah,
they're making something into two things. So we have one bandsaw, we put him through this thing, we got two bandsaws now. Okay, we're starting off in a good foot right there.
Yeah. Yeah, a pump and an idler. That's what it was. Yeah, pump photon. Yeah, it's an
Say it again. What do they call them?
So one's an idler and another one's a pump.
Right. Yeah. Of course, makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, didn't you know?
Yeah. See, this is why Globers think we're arrogant, right? But we're not arrogant. We dig in and we don't just accept their theories and experiments, right? We dig in and look at the stuff we find. Like come
Hang on,
on.
sorry, I got that wrong. It's a signal and an idler.
Yeah, it makes no difference. You could have said Zimbabwe
really.
and Ethiopia, you know? Yeah.
That's true. It's just for the benefit of the audience, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm just playing around.
But it definitely says that it converts them. So yeah, I don't know if split is the correct verb.
Well, it says it makes one particle into two. That's for
Yeah, well,
sure,
yeah.
right? One goes one way, one goes the
Yeah.
other way.
You have one, and then they become a pair, which
An
obviously
entangled pair to
Yeah.
boot, right? So that's just bull in my eye, you know? So you can take that one particle and send it way across to the end of the universe, and somehow they remain entangled. Sure. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the entanglement is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's sort of hard to grasp, but I think the entanglement is just purely is information based. Like,
No, apparently you can't. They went around that and now they say, well, you can't transfer information, or it's useless. The information you get is useless, so therefore it doesn't kill the faster than light speed. Like, they come up with these crazy things, man.
I don't know if I've heard that.
Because light has a speed limit, right? According to the model.
According to the
So
model,
if
yeah.
one particle is way on the other side of the universe, then how does it know? How do you know? How can you? You can't. Even if you witness one here and you know it's spin counterclockwise, let's say, for a lack of a better term, then you instantly know the other one is spin clockwise. But how can you confirm that? You can't. There's no way to confirm that. It's because how are you going to send information to confirm that if it can't travel faster than the speed of light? So, I mean, it's not even a theory at this point.
Yeah.
Apparently, you can split it into 3 now too.
Is that right?
Not just 2, yeah. So they're saying they can do.
How do they do that? Is it still with the crystal?
I'm just reading now. This is the University of Waterloo. By directly splitting one photon into 3, it's the first of its kind.
Yes.
Used the spontaneous parametric down conversion method.
That's
Of course. Why didn't I think of that, Bandy?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's the same method that we were just talking about. It just
Yeah.
uses that non-linear crystal.
I mean, does anybody have any evidence for the isolation of a single photon to begin with? This alleged photon?
Well, apparently, not directly. You could sort of invoke, the photoelectric effect and Compton scattering. As I don't know if you could directly. It sort of, in a way, sort of presupposes a photon. But yeah, I get what you're asking. It's I think I even asked QE that a while back, and I wasn't met with a friendly response, if I'm honest.
No.
Right.
No.
Right.
Probably.
Or very descriptive, clear answer, right?
Oh well,
even with like the photo.
Yeah, it was purely just insults. That's all I got in response. So
right.
I'm just like,
So,
dude,
like,
I'm just trying to learn.
Yeah. The photoelectric effect, right? It's basically you have an apparatus that's picking up energy as it hits the plate. So where does the physicality of this particle come into play? And have we seen it isolated? I would stand to say no.
Well, I think the fact that it is knocking an electron out of orbit and causing it to eject would sort of, maybe dictate that it is physical.
Well, that's what they call the process, right? The story is that this physical photon particle is knocking a physical electron particle out of whatever, and that's where you get the effect. But to me, that's just an interaction of energies, right? And even the person who discovered the electron, J.J. Thomson, said that the electron is nothing more than one unit of dielectric induction. right? So you have energy coming into contact with some sort of material, creating some sort of energetic response back from it.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's
like a
definitely
mirror effect, you're saying, not like
one thing.
something gets knocked off.
Yeah, one thing I think we can definitely sort of all agree upon is that it is energy, and that the electron or whatever you want to call it, I'm happy to call it an electron, does absorb that energy. It gets excited, and the consequence of that excitation is the ejection, because it gets
The movement,
knocked out of orbit. Yeah, it gets knocked out of orbit or whatever. Like, this is all shit that to me I've never seen happen, but to an extent I can accept, maybe. Although when I do that, I kind of feel slightly globerish, if I'm gonna admit.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, especially when they got it wrong and changed it from an orbital model to a cloud probability model. Like, right there tells you, maybe they don't really know what's going on here.
Sorry, I left out part of J.J. Thompson's description. He described it as the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction, meaning where the energy terminates, right? So
where it ends up with.
If you're throwing this energy towards a plate, and then that energy is being transformed in some way and then terminating as it exits or reflects off of it, it's a cool story that these things are little BBs that are hitting one another and making each other move more quickly or whatever. But to me, that's just a story for the human mind to better grasp the concept, and not necessarily a reality, at least in my opinion. I haven't seen enough evidence to support that.
So you don't think you could sort of describe them as, like you said, as babies when you see that that collimated pattern on a photographic plate, for example?
No, are you talking about the double slit experiment?
Yeah.
I honestly haven't seen enough good evidence of this double slit. Most of the time when I go in, if I have the time to go in and look at the experiment, I'm met with many like CGI examples or cartoons of what took place within the experiment, right? So it's like I'm left to wonder, right? Because I'm not looking at the actual data, the actual apparatuses, the actual interpretations. It's just kind of like something you would see on like that movie that came out, like What the Bleep is Happening or whatever the fuck, it's just like cartoon
100%,
imageries and CGI, right?
Yeah, I had the same thing when I was trying to look for the actual demonstration itself, or the experiment, whatever you want to call it. The exact same experience, man. Like, I was looking for actual video, and all I was met with with CGI, the same sort of shit you normally get when things sort of are bullshit. In my experience.
Kind of like a rocket launch. It's real until it hits that part of what they call space, right? Then
rocket launches, viruses attacking cells. I've never found actual footage of that. I've only ever seen CGI representations. So that personally, that leads me to believe that there's fuckery afoot. That somebody is sort of trying to represent something, how they might think it happens. Not necessarily that they're lying, but I mean they're trying to get across a concept. But is that what's happening? Yeah, that's another question.
Or is that their interpretation that they're trying to display in cartoon imagery, right?
Yeah, that too.
Like it's not really leaving the evidence out there for others to examine, really, at least in my opinion. And these experiments that we're talking about are modern. It's not like we have to get some sort of, rendition as to, you know, people in period attire from the 1700s that were doing these things and do a recreation of it. You know, it's modern experiments. You think we would have the technology to be able to at least, you know, whatever you're seeing through an electron microscope should be able to be, you know, streamed onto a screen, which can be recorded, you know, all of these things.
Yeah.
What you know, how true what you guys said, you know, the ring is very true what Globus said, especially because of the double slit experiment. What we're talking about right now is just one interpretation of it. It's called the Copenhagen interpretation. There's many more, right? This is not it. You guys are aware of that, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
The many worlds is another one.
Many worlds, yeah.
But yeah, going back to like,
it's one possible explanation of this magic that we've seen. Just one. Yeah.
Yeah, and waves of energy hitting something to cause some type of either reaction or you know, energetic reaction or physical disruption still doesn't necessitate that the energy that's hitting it is in some sort of physical particle packet or anything like that, at least in my opinion.
Could we say that the sun inducts or induces the atmosphere in that same way that something is inducing the photon? And you were saying about that. So if the sun has the ability to do that, is that a possibility?
What do you mean that the sun induces something?
Like the sun would be the how do you with
It's
induction?
It's an obvious energetic source, right? And we receive energy from the sun. Everything on Earth relies upon it, right? For the energy that it provides. And that energy, as it's transferred from the sun to the surface or to a plant for photosynthesis or for us to absorb the energy, that energy is being induced through the medium, meaning it's not necessarily an emission from the sun point A to you point B. It's a rate of induction. It's not like a speed in a way that like a car travels in a speed from point A to point B.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking.
How you're referring to induction?
I'm thinking along the lines of yes, like you were saying. I'm also thinking along the lines of like noble gases, argon, neon, that type of thing, and then being in the atmosphere, and then you're only seeing these things more during the day than you are at night. So if the sun is activating the atmosphere in the sky, is it, you know, that's what I was saying is.
Yeah, I think that's a very good possibility because we know that we can use like solar panels, right, to induce electrical energy just directly from the sun, right? So it's transforming that energy from the sun into electricity. So I would say it stands to reason that the sun certainly could be energetically charging the noble gases in the upper atmosphere, and that might be why we see the sky as blue and the various colors that we see throughout sunsets and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. Just trying to think of my train of thought. Lost it.
Yeah, but I could see the energy from the sun fluorescing the noble gases in the atmosphere. I could see that as a very definite possibility.
Yeah, you can see it in your phone screen. If you've got your phone screen off, depends what phone you've got, because I've had 5 different phones and the one that got at the moment doesn't give any colors at all. Motorola, Samsung get really good things, and you basically can reflect halogen lamps off or the sun, and you'll see all the colors of the spectrum coming down to the ground.
but they're all mixed up in the atmosphere. But if something was charging, then it would put them into order only along that line, you know, like the line of sight or whatever apparatus you're using. It's only going to organize what's in its way, but it's not going to organize the rest of it, you know.
I hear what you're saying. You know what's fascinating? What fascinates me the most is when you split what we can call clear light, right? It's all different colors. You know what I'm saying?
It's the three primary colors that you get on your printer: the magenta, the cyan, and the third one. And if you blend the three together, then you will get white.
Yeah, this is what freaks me out the most. Like, how could different colored light make like clear? You know what I'm saying? It's like counterintuitive.
But maybe we see it as white, but a different animal or something different might see it in a different color, you know?
Yeah, the detection, whatever. That blows my mind. Like, how could yellow, green, blue, you know, magenta make white?
I would say that even calling it white isn't necessarily a really good description, right?
True. Light and dark.
We don't see any of it at all until it reflects off of something or until it hits something.
Yeah, that's why I said clear.
Yeah.
Like, there's no color. You don't see nothing. You just see what you said, that reflection. Like, this light thing.
When you make them really bright, then you're going to get more of a white type of it. But if you make them really dull, then you see the white, because there's light and dark, and white and black aren't colors.
That's what they say, yeah.
Well, the shades, because when we look at TVs, that sort of thing, the only thing that adjusts is the shade color.
And this phenomenon is only with light itself, right? You can't take pigments of like paint, for instance, and mix them all together, or else you'll get gray. You won't get white or clear or anything like that.
Yes, exactly my point. Yeah. Only with light. It's like that aspect alone is like mind-boggling. Like, everything is there. You don't see it until you split it up. Like, that's fascinating to me.
You kind of think maybe everything is actually reflective. You know, you look at a brick, you say, well, the brick's not reflective, but is it reflective because it's sending the light back to your eye, or something stupid? I like saying stupid stuff, sorry.
No, actually, that's the current theory, right? They say that an object isn't that color. It actually absorbs all the other colors except the one that it reflects back. And that's what you see as red. Isn't that the official explanation?
Yeah,
sounds clear.
Yeah. It's absorbing all the other wavelengths, and the wavelength that it's not absorbing, the one that it's reflecting, is the one that gets reflected back to your eye.
Yeah.
So maybe black can't reflect. Maybe. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
but you see it though, so that can't be true.
Black is the highest absorption rate. Yeah.
And you also see white, so that can be true as well for white. That's why light is the most mysterious thing, man. It's almost as mysterious as water, but I think it's one notch up.
Yeah, and I almost want to, in my mind, consider water as like an element, like so elemental to the nature of this place that you'd be hard pressed to separate it from, or separate any constituent parts that it may contain.
Yeah, think of it as a base as well. We like to talk about this over at Next Level. Shout out Bev and the boys. We think of it as, you know, above and below water. Like, it sets the zero, right? You have one kind of pressure above it, and you have a different below it, right? So you can think of water as a base. Even, you know, how we think of it as level, like horizontal. It's more to it than that. It separates, like, you know what I'm saying? It separates like pressures.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. Yeah, it's kind of, it sets our baseline here, right? In this realm, in this reality, it's what we measure from upwards for elevation. Pressure differential is different above it, as you know, it would be
Exactly.
below it. Yeah.
But
That's
when the
why I
water,
say,
sorry,
go
mate.
ahead. Go ahead, bro.
When the water level rises, surely the atmosphere is going to be under more pressure. So if we're at 14.7, how much lower does the water need to be to go back to zero? If that makes sense.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. If it raises, it creates more pressure. Yeah, I guess that's logical. Yeah.
If you're in a container, it doesn't matter what you do in that container. You can do anything you want in that container as long as you don't interfere with the ins and outs of it, and it'll still be in equilibrium. So naturally, as the ice is thawing out in the same thing, there's an opposite effect of something else. What are the effects of our atmosphere being pressure being 16, 20, 25? You know, more headaches, that sort of thing there, fatter people. I don't know.
Well, yeah, we're designed, whatever you want to call it, right? We have to exist in the realm. We have to exist in a certain pressure, certain air, or, yeah, we're like very delicate little petals, you know?
Yeah, I could almost see the Earth as a whole is some sort of almost closed system, right? That your point being, if the water levels rise, you would increase the pressure. So it's almost as if this movement is probably continuous, right? You have an increased rise in water, you increase pressure, that probably does something to, you know, evaporate more water levels go down, then you have it rise again, and it's this continuous movement, almost like a pump with a very, very slow or very small increase and decrease constantly over and over, like it's a machine almost.
So if we know how much ice is still left to melt above water level, we can calculate what our highest water level is possibly going to be. And in some stupid way, if that was actually the maximum that we could get in the container, and there's a tiny little air bubble at the top, and we're all just floating in the water with our lips up to the ceiling, trying to get the last breath, you know? I guess the oxygen's got to go somewhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, so you guys talk about water a lot over there on at Bev's. What about the thought of water just being water and not actually H2O? Have you guys explored that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're not, well, I'll speak for myself.
Yep.
The H2O part, yeah. Who knows? I mean, can you take 2 particles of hydrogen and 1 of oxygen and make water? Can that be done?
It's still the 2-1. But if all air in the squashed into the water and was forced to infuse with the water, would you naturally have hydrochloric acid, which is H2O2, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, but if you take into consideration their atomic weights, I think Doofus was saying something about their atomic weight. So you take that into consideration and you get those ratios right, SE. I think you need 8 parts hydrogen to 1 part oxygen. Well, that's the ratio thereabouts.
8 to 1.
Sorry, yeah. I think hydrogen it's got an atomic weight of 2 compared
Sorry,
to
I gotta
oxygen.
take a call, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, maybe we should be talking more about the nitrogen than the oxygen, possibly.
I mean, it's my understanding that the only way electrolysis works, right, which would be the separation, alleged separation of hydrogen from the water, right, is you need some sort of electrolyte or catalyst, salt, something else present for that reaction to take place.
Deionized water. Don't you have to use deionized water as well?
I think so, yeah. I'm not sure. I haven't experimented with electrolysis myself.
Yeah, they have to use a certain frequency to get the maximum benefit out of the power input, because otherwise, because people are trying to on their cars and trying to get it. Yeah, you get for the power, you want more power than effort put in. So you do want a positive and not a negative. Oscillating water. There's one trick where they oscillate a test tube of water so quickly that they could light. They got a flame and took it to the top of the test tube, and it stayed. It lit the hydrogen that was coming off. I mean, simply the water being evaporated high in the sky and then getting separated again into hydrogen and oxygen instead of precipitating could be something that's adding to our oxygen and nitrogen. Hydrogen and oxygen, and then something would make nitrogen just because there's 80% near Earth's surface and it's abundant.
Another thing with water, at 33 feet, not 32, not 34, at 33 feet, it starts to cavitate.
Illuminati confirmed.
Isn't that something, huh?
Can you explain that a little more in detail? Like, what are you doing with the water? You're just elevating at 33 feet?
Yeah, here's the setup. It's very simple. You have a container of water, a bucket. You have a tube, thin, those thin clear tubes that they use for like a water level. Everybody must have seen that, right? Yeah. You take like an Avian bottled water that you buy at the local store. You fill that up with water, and you stick it on the other end of the tube, and you seal it. So the story goes, now you leave the bucket, of course, on the ground floor, and you go up 33 feet. Now, as soon as you reach 33 feet thereabouts, well, actually, it's supposed to be exactly 33 feet, the water in the bottle starts to boil off, starts to cavitate. And it just disappears. Now I want to do that experiment and see what happens to the water. Does it actually cavitate, or does it rush down the tube and fill more water in the bucket on the bottom? But apparently it just degasses. It just cavitates. It's it's something really freaky.
I think it also depends on how much water was in the vessel that you.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think it's just the altitude, like
Yeah, but you've got the weight of the water, and it's going to be. Yeah, sorry.
That has to do with the pressure, I think.
Yeah, but the pressure at higher up than it is at ground. Something came to mind was slightly different. Was a fella they were measuring the force of gravity on something going, and they said that the force of gravity was and it was kind of sounding like the environment does a gap and lets something fall in, so that the gravitational thing on the object always remains the same. It never speeds up. So it's just simply saying that basically the gravity doesn't, no matter what you do to speed it up and everything like that, the effect of gravity on it would still remain the same. Therefore, something else is allowing something to fall fast. And that would probably be the atmosphere, the everything around us, the ether or whatever, all the electrons, all hold. Because it's all bonds, isn't it? It's fusion.
I hear what you're saying. In this instant, they refer to the pressure, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you have some sort of movement there, obviously you've got the high to low pressure movement, right? That causes movement. The pressure differential, pressure mediation will cause movement.
Even the word pressure, so it's always a force. You know what I mean? So it's a force onto everything to keep you intact. But you can break the force of the ether or whatever just by spinning a disc on the end of a bar, and if something wheel or anything like that. Experiment where the bicycle wheel stays vertical, even if you take the second axis off. When they hang the string from the roof. So you can break the force of gravity. You can make something lighter by spinning it. Therefore, gyroscopic and shit like that. But it definitely is a pressing sort of force, and you can break it if you get.
Yeah, you break it with a counteracting force, right? So you, like with the demonstration of like a bicycle wheel being held up by a string on its axis, right? And it'll still continue to stay vertical and precess. That's, you're creating that centrifugal force that's counteracting the downward force, whatever you want to call it, if there is such a thing. So you're only breaking it via a counter force.
Yeah. So like if you spin something, it'll push the water away and it's in the water temporarily at times. So you're breaking the hold of the water. So if the atmosphere is a fluid, then naturally it has a hold on us. We think that we can swing a golf club at 200 miles an hour. It takes a lot but the point is that you can only swing something through fast at a certain speed with enough torque or whatever like that. Same thing happening. And Gauss surfaces, let's say they were between two Gauss surfaces. So they're just
Yeah, you're referring to two Gaussian surfaces where you have varying levels of energy, right? Voltage between the two Gaussian surfaces.
Yeah, it's the attraction. What naturally happens. The word
Yeah,
Gauss, I always think they give us little code words in our English language, and that is like Gauss and gas. Possibly
well,
being
Gauss was the name of, I think it was his last name, right? That discovered
I think
the
it might have been the word.
equations to figure out. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're just cutting out a bit, so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But I think
No.
Gauss was the gentleman's last name that discovered that you could equate these different voltages or amperage between two Gaussian, what eventually was called Gaussian surfaces, like within a capacitor. But there's Gaussian equations to figure out what voltage you would have based on the distance from each specific Gaussian surface that you're trying to measure the voltage between.
Yes.
Kind of like a similar idea to like the inverse square law as far as the amount of light that you would see at a specified distance based on based on the intensity of the light from the source. You're measuring how the intensity would be at varying distances. You can also do that with energies through the Gaussian equations.
Yeah. You said about how far we can see the light. So possibly things that we're looking at way in the distance are just sort of in, you might think it's 5 miles away, but it's actually 7 miles away, for example. So, like I say, use the inverse square, and naturally you can tell how far you can see, and not for how far the physical.
Yeah, I would say if you have a known measurement of the intensity of the light at the source and you move it away at distances, you should be able to, through just measuring the intensity of the light, calculate, not necessarily measure, but calculate the distance to the light source based on its intensity, as long as you know the intensity at the source to begin with.
If you have 2 air bubbles and they weigh 1 gram each or whatever like that, and you touch them together to form like a bond or whatever, they'll be the same weight, but their surface area volume would be different. That imbalance there would probably make heavier. Would you agree with that? So like when you bond 2 soap bubbles together, they become heavier, but they don't weigh. So they drop to the ground faster when they bond, but yet their weight hasn't changed, and that's in my eyes because the volume isn't ×2. It's actually just slightly less than ×2 because they've had to integrate.
I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about that, to be honest. Makes sense.
If 2 molecules fuse together to occupy 1 area, whereas before it was 2, then the opposite effect of that must be like an up or a down. You know what I'm saying? Or a thermal thing. everything is in a reaction, isn't it?
Yeah, like there's some sort of within the fusion, there's some sort of loss in one factor or another that would cause an overall movement after fusion, right?
Yeah. Well, maybe not, but it wouldn't be the button effect, but it's the equal and opposite reaction. Probably a bit like basic, where you can at times just invert, and it'll still get the same answer. So inversion. I was going to say, induce. The word induce, when you induce a cow, what are you doing? Are you causing it to separate? Like, are you causing things to relax? Because I always think there's a lot of connections with all things that are spelled similar. They all have the same root, and then the first two letters have something in common. The first three letters, etc., etc., etc. So, to induce something is to induct it. Induct is to introduce. When you induct someone into a job. The beginnings. I'm just wondering if there was a bit more to induction that actually described it in a lot easier way.
Maybe I'd first probably start with some sort of inquiry into the etymology of induct, the word itself, see how that kind of applies or has applied historically. I don't know. The problem with language sometimes is that we get pretty sloppy with our application of certain terms over time. Then we sometimes associate some of the sloppy things that we've done that we have come to know as the normal things with the root of the word, which might not necessarily be the case. But
yeah, I love breaking down words. In, the first two letters in is like inside and not out. The first three letters is ind as an individual, so single, and then induce. But going from there, it's like thinking about how the word to induce something, like if something induces the atmosphere, does it cause the atmosphere to relax and to separate, to ease, to tighten up, possibly? It's things like that. Like vibrations, like during the day, you get more static during the day. The sun does all the work, and then I think the moon just cools and just makes sure that everything stays at an equal temperature and not whatever. But does the moon do something to the sun for the sun to?
I'm not sure, but just a breakdown from etymology online of the word induce would be to lead by persuasion or other influence, to lead into, bring in, introduce, conduct, persuade, suppose, or imagine. So in, the first part, in, would be intro, in, on, upon. Deuce would be to lead, meaning to bring about. So that last part, to bring about, kind of makes sense when you talk about like the term induction, right? So you're bringing about, you're creating a disturbance within a medium, right? And you're inducing a wave.
When you add the E onto the end, you're bringing, giving birth. All of a sudden, as soon as you add that E in, it almost took on an opposite function temporarily.
Yeah, when they use the term induce birth, it's probably going back to that bring about, right? So you're speeding up the process to bring about, to bring forth the child more quickly or whatever. You're inducing the birth, you're bringing it about.
Yeah, so you're taking from in to out, and then when you conduct, you go take from out to in, possibly.
I don't know, I'd have to look up conduct. But I just wanted to go back briefly while we're on this pause. By the way, Realm, you are cutting out quite a bit, so I'm trying to pick apart what you're saying. But you were talking previously about swinging a golf club and the fact that, you know, you have restrictions to that based on the fact that we're in air or we're in a medium. And I think lots of times we forget about the fluid system that we do live in, that we call air, because we don't see it. We only feel it when the breeze blows, but we don't always think about how that plays a factor in a lot of the things around us, is the fact that we are technically in a fluid medium. And that fluid medium is what gives us the ability to communicate with voice, right, to one another. If we didn't have that fluid medium between us, we wouldn't have the ability to induce sound waves within that medium to be able to communicate verbally with one another.
Apparently, an average word can consist of many notes. So for a person just to say a sound like "mwah," it would require so many different notes. So there's multiple frequencies going on just to say a simple sentence. Not multiple frequencies, because they're all different notes. So a simple word could have 10 or 20 different frequencies at one time.
Yeah, there's something very special about frequency, and I don't think that we think about it enough, or think of the way that it kind of orders things within this world. I think even Nikola Tesla was famous for saying that if you want to understand the world around you, think in terms of frequency and vibration, right? Everything's ordered in terms of frequency and vibration. It's very complex, right? Even like you were saying, simple sentences that we say to one another require so many different notes in order to put those simple words together, string them along into a sentence.
You know, like when you get a ripple to you looks like the wave is coming towards you, but to me, the liquid or whatever hasn't moved towards or away. It's just gone up or down. So things that go toward or away, they just move up and down, but in the same position. So when we hear things, it's just the air. I guess there's nothing moving towards us, but then again, you see the sound shock wave, and you see that moving, then you can say, sound vibrates, but maybe liquids don't. I don't know.
No, it does. I mean, it's a similar concept, and you are right that when you think of like a transverse wave, or you think of a wave pattern, most people think of looking at one of those peaks and the trough and following that across from A to B. But really what's happening is anything that's around that. Anybody who surfs knows that when you're sitting out on your board and waves are passing beneath you, the actual path of your movement is why can't I think of the word, is the opposite of the way in which we think that the wave travels, right? So your movement on the ocean would be up and down, but we see the wave moving from horizon to beach. Yeah, it's very interesting when you start to look into the waves and the movement of energy and how there's a good YouTuber called Fractal Woman who has done a lot to illustrate these movements and the movement of energies and or matter around various types of waves. And yeah, she has really good visualizations to kind of understand the underlying movements that take place within various waveforms.
Might be able to compare them to like AC and DC, and most of what we use and see and everything around us is in an AC format, because it just oscillates. It doesn't go in one direction. It goes back and forth many times in a small amount of time in a very, very small space. So everything that you're seeing is just sort of temporarily moving, activated, induced, excited. Maybe it might be another word. So it's temporary excitements, and you get all these things happen. Energies during the day, you see the sun, you see what's going on, and at night time, there's different colors at night time, purples, darks and all that. Deep in it. These conversations you can't have with an average person. The fuck you on about? You know what I mean? It's like, chill out, bro. I've been thinking about the word Cavendish lately. Cave and dish, all at the same time. So the world being a dish, sort of concave slightly at the sides, beveled up, and a cave mixed in with that. Another code word they left us of some person that existed, that had money, and he split the water and he got hydrogen and the Cavendish experiment. But even his name, like, break
It's
it
very
down
close.
to
It's very close to cavitate as well.
Tate. Then what is a Tate? Very tight.
Well, when we talk about water cavitation, right? And he was dealing with water and breaking apart hydrogen. Yeah, it's interesting. I did post something in Livestream voice text that I was referring to about general wave movements and stuff like that. It is in relation to ether and magnetism, so I'm sure people will get triggered about that, but it's good illustrations.
Like Coriolis, I looked him up, and he was testing the way that water jerks, where it goes through a pipe, and it depends on how big the bend is in the pipe. But the bend is hanging down, then gravity pull it down. But the way that it's a bit like your washing machine pumping the water out, the way that it's moving because of the pulses of the pump. But whatever Coriolis was doing, he was able to work out it's something about the water itself actually energizing itself and making itself move through. It's maybe something mixed up with that the siphon idea when you pump the water, then you drop it into a bucket, but the opening of the other side of the pipe has to be lower than the source. So he was working out what effect this has in a pipe with multiple loops in it, and the way that it's another simple idea was probably like coat hanger washing line, and it was something to do with if you pulled the washing line down, what rippling effect would happen, and they would start to become more of a pattern in the way that it rippled, water being the same.
Yeah, water is very interesting, man, and it can be very powerful, especially within like its implosive power that it has. Things like a water hammer, and how you can utilize these basic principles of pressure mediation to create quite a bit of energy just from water cavitation and like a water hammer. It's very interesting. There's some really good information on this topic, and I'll just kind of say it once and throw it out there for people to look into. It's called the sympathetic vibratory physics. Sympathetic vibratory physics. Look into that. I'll say it once.
It's like water. If you slap water, you jump into water and you belly flop, it's gonna fucking hurt. And the surface tension is really, really strong because of the surface area, blah blah blah. Now, if you mix that cold water with cornstarch, you'll start to get more of a thing that's very, very fluidy. The viscosity is obviously thicker, but as soon as you try and squeeze it, it'll solidify, and then you relax, and then it goes into liquid. So the same sort of effect is happening. I guess it's the density of the liquid that you're using, but it seems only for the cornstarch that I know of has a more extreme version of the same thing. Where all the molecules just, as soon as there's any pressure put onto a area or something like that, all of a sudden everything just seizes up and gets hard and strong.
Yeah, I think you would be interested in looking into what I had mentioned previously. A gentleman by the name of John Keeley. There's a lot of good ideas, not only ideas, but inventions and experimentation with water cavitation, different frequencies and vibration. I think you'd enjoy digging into some of his work. Oh, he left.
Flat.
I don't think people really understood the whole 50-50 thing of winning the lotto. Like, he didn't say that, but that was his logic, right? So he didn't know the percentages of blowing up on a rocket. He just said you either can or you can't. So 50-50, right, dummy or goofy or whatever the fuck he said? That's his logic behind the 50-50. So by that logic, you have a 50-50 chance of literally anything on Earth. Hitting the lotto, anything. Right? I mean, yo. Oh, my God.
You talking about DMOX thing?
If I use the logic, you got a 50-50 shot of people blowing up on a rocket ship, but really it's only 30%, or maybe it's 10%, or maybe I don't even fucking know. But I say it's 50-50 because it can or it can't happen. Well, what would you go on to think after that? That doesn't matter what the actual percentages are. If something can or can't happen, it's 50-50.
Yeah, binary world. That's a lot of the people talk about globalists do that, where not flat. Well, what does that mean?
What are the odds you spontaneously combust in 10 seconds?
50-50. It either can happen, it either can happen or it can't happen. That was his fucking logic with the rocket blowing up. People back up this goofy, dumb shit. It really makes me question my own people.
Your own people? Who said this? Whose idea was this?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I think it had more to do like with how people say space travel is dangerous. It's like freaky dangerous, right? That's why it can't be done anymore. Space travel won't return back to humanity until they can find a safe way of doing it. So, well, how dangerous is it then? What's your chances of dying in a rocket? And then, even if it was 50-50, right? Every time you shoot up, government just got lucky. It's 50% chance something will go wrong. But for some reason, like the government keeps flipping a coin and it just keeps landing on heads because of all the factors, all the mitigation, all the risk assessment and procedures they put in place had just made something inherently dangerous not dangerous anymore. And it seemed like government doesn't have that capability. So if they lied about that, I mean, surely they must be lying about the whole shtick. I feel like that's where he was going, but he really didn't articulate it very well.
I thought he was being sarcastic, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think it had a couple different layers to it. I don't think he was exactly saying there's only a binary choice in all things. Either it does or it doesn't.
Yeah, either you can blow up on a rocket or you can't blow up on a rocket. 50-50 chance. Doesn't matter what the actual odds are of blowing up on a rocket because it can or it can't happen. That's the logic that that we're gonna use, right? You guys think that shit's cool? That's smart. That's not fucking dumb at all, right?
Well, I mean, if it is 50-50,
that's your boy, right, Crit?
No, I'm saying, yeah, it is, but I think you're missing the bigger picture. What is the chances of blowing up in a rocket?
50-50. It either can or it can't happen.
Okay, so then you add
No, it
in.
doesn't matter. We don't know what the actual chances are, but we know what some people think the chances are. This shit like that worries me, man. Not just for the guy who said it, the people backing him.
No, because I understand what he's saying, and I feel like you're missing it. Okay, how about this, right? If you're going
There ain't
to,
no words you can say to make this shit make sense, bro.
Yes, I can. I promise you.
Okay, let's hear it.
So, going into something inherently dangerous, like, I don't know, base jumping. They say doing this jump, this base jump, that where you low parachute opening through a window rock, nothing but net. It's 50-50 if someone's going to make that. And they determine that, through whatever process. So the person's like, okay, so what I'll do then is I'll make sure the weather conditions are correct. I'll get enough sleep and all these mitigating factors, one mitigating factor after another, to reduce it from 50-50 to something less than that. And if they did it to a point where it was not dangerous at all, right? Like, this fit supposedly claimed dangerous activity. No one's ever been hurt. No one ever died or got injured. It'd be like, wow, how was it deemed to be dangerous in the first place?
Okay, what does that have to do with the actual odds of something happening and the odds of something happening being 50-50 because it either will or won't? You're scaring me, Crit.
Okay. No, but I hear you. I do understand what you're saying. That it's really simplified just to say everything is 50-50.
What are the odds that I roll this dice? 50-50. What are the odds that it comes up with a particular number? 1 in 6.
Yeah, I don't get why we call out every little single thing of dumb shit the Globers say, and we let our own people slide with saying insane, crazy shit.
Like DMOC?
Anyone.
or Lemon, or George, or Jen.
I do call them out. I call people out. Lemon's pretty good though. What does Lemon say? It's crazy.
I mean, when he says something, he just says, it could be this or something. I mean, it's very
Well, they're
ambiguous.
speculate. Well, if they're speculating, then whatever.
But the problem is the speculation has no. I mean, it's just like literally throwing noodles on the wall and seeing what sticks. I mean, there's no reason to believe any of it. There's no proof. There's no evidence. There's not even a theory. It might be this or something.
We've been mining gold. Oh, I can't. Geo's got something going with a circle of light thing now. If you were seeing a circle of light on a flat Earth, and you came up off a flat surface, that circle would appear to curve. Me and Brandon did this a year ago. I tried telling heads, they fought with me on it. I hope he brings it back.
What up?
What's up?
Got a little heated with Democ there yesterday. Jeremy.
You know, let's try to focus on the positive. I have my feelings about Democ. We'll just leave it at that.
Will do.
If people like what he says, that's fine. I don't know. I mean, what do you think? If 30% of people blow up when they shoot up on a rocket, I don't. Never mind. Never mind.
No, go ahead, man.
Dude, if 30% of people show up, blow up, if 30% of people blow up when they go up on a rocket, and somebody says it's 50-50 because it either can or it can't happen, by that logic, everything's a 50-50 shot on Earth. You have a 50-50 shot of rolling a 6 when you roll a dice, die, because it either can or can't happen.
Yeah, I've used that as like a joke before. People say, is it going to rain today? And I said, well, there's a 50-50 shot. And they're like, no, it's not. I was like, yeah, either it's going to rain or it's not.
I hear you.
I need a Glober to tell me why Einstein had to revise how gravity is explained. What was Einstein's problem with Newton? Like what did he find unsatisfying about what Newton said? As far as I know, it's because Einstein he wasn't able to tell a moving body from one that was still. Like there wasn't a way for everything to work given that. So that led him to the frames of reference. And he couldn't use the Earth as a fixed point, as this pulling thing. Gravity had to be non-point specific because there weren't any fixed points. Or there aren't. So instead of saying that gravity pulls things, it warps the space around objects and then space pushes the object into the bigger one. And what's surprising is a lot of people don't realize that's what Einstein says about gravity. Like, I'd say 99% of people think that gravity pulls stuff, but no, it's the observation of things falling that is gravity, and it's explained not by gravity pushing on things, but space pushing things. And I've heard that you can get to Newton's physics through Einstein's field equations. Like it yields the same result. So I'm wondering what the point was to have this new theory to explain it. Like something that should be figured out is that whole dark matter thing. Or, quantum stuff.
Quantum stuff is weird.
Yeah, for the last couple of days, Bandsaw and this guy Napalm, SE Montreal, they've been going all back and forth about what it is that light does at the quantum level, and all. It's just mind numbing.
Yeah, it is. at one time I got so fed up with not understanding that I actually did a course, and I've gone through all the math and everything, and yeah, it's a disaster. Basically, in the math, they put an I, so the square root minus 1. That's in all the formulas, except that doesn't exist. It's the imaginary number. It's not physical. So they start with general equations like, what is it, energy and velocity, and name it, and they all all the equations, imaginary numbers pop up. So position of an elementary particle has an imaginary part. God knows what it means, but yeah, it can't exist.
Yeah, I wonder a lot of times where this comes from. Like, what is the point? Like, what was seen that led someone to think, well, something else is going on here? Like,
Yeah.
I get why they would need, atomic theory, but go quantum. It's like, what? Like, why?
So the explanation I got was that after they discovered the particle wave duality, they basically said, let's take classical physics and put in sines and cosines, so wave functions in there, and see what we get. And if you do, then you basically get Schrödinger's equation, or you get a differential equation, and Schrödinger's is one solution of that differential equation, is how I understood it. And basically there are infinitely many equations, but at a certain moment someone said, oh, this is a pretty nice solution and it seems to work, let's go with it. And so, yeah, the onset is pretty logical, just put waves in classical mechanics, and then, yeah, square root square root minus 1 pops up everywhere. And then they said, yeah, let's treat it as a chance, and then it becomes a real number again. And see here's the chance we find electrons in certain places. And it seems to work somewhat.
What's going on, man? Is all the paid shills on taking a vacation, 3-day vacation, or what?
Word up. So where you guys at?
Who's out there, man?
Like too many people.
Is that my main man, Cuddles?
Most of them seem to be in there. There being the box.
Yeah. Are you in a box right now?
You just said out there, and I said I'm out there. As opposed
You
to
out
in
there?
puns induced and included.
Oh. How's your Friday going, Carlos?
Fantastic. Other than all the people inside the box, I'm doing great. Be fun to have some people out there with me.
Yeah. Are you gonna go to the club tonight? Or?
Nah, dude.
What are you doing tonight?
I don't club. If I'm gonna go dance,
What are you?
it depends. It depends on what I want to do if I go dance, because I know how to dance.
You used to dance at Carlos?
Not, dude. I ain't talking like club hip hop shit. I'm talking like I know how to dance, like dance.
Mm-hmm.
Classical.
What, like you do the waltz and whatnot?
Right, and other dances, depending on the culture, yes.
That's weird as hell, Carlos. I've never met someone that actually does the waltz. But that's cool, man. That's cool.
You'd have to do it to understand it. It's a concept of tempo, it's control, composure, it's precision. Now you can get into salsa, swing. You're doing the same thing. You're talking precision.
You're right. You'd never catch me doing that though, but you're right.
Hey, look, you don't want to go hang out with a princess, and I do. So I got a tux, and I know how to waltz. What's up? I would love to go and be your +1 princess at the ball. Oh yes, I can dance. Oh, let me show you how to cut a rug.
You wild and Cuddles. You wild.
You're supposed to go wild, right? Isn't that what being free is? It's just within the bounds of morality.
Yeah.
The container is morality. Within that, I am limitless.
Yeah. So I hear apparently Earth is still a sphere. I don't know.
I'd like to see that with the whole celestial hemisphere, the azimuth projection.
Oh yeah, Cuddles. I always wanted to know, man. What made you become a flat earther? Like, what was the proof you saw, or what happened? Like, how did you fall into
I
flat Earth?
prefer biblical cosmologist or scriptural
Mm-hmm.
cosmologist. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Over
He was a
anything
Bible man.
else, because it was there right under my nose the whole time. And school and then reading and then school and then reading at home, and it's just like something's conflicting. This shit wasn't making sense. I mean, it was a cool story, but
What
I
wasn't
was
making sense?
studying.
Honestly.
So I was studying law. I bounced over into
All right.
scripture while studying law, and then in the bits that I was getting into in the scripture, talking about law, was getting into the Anunnaki, the Nephilim. So that led me to another video where somebody else was talking about a study on this topic. And that
Whoa,
topic
you
led
were
in.
you studying law through videos? I don't understand. It's like a YouTube law school.
I've got books and videos.
Oh,
There's
so you
tons
were
of
like it
videos
was
out there that people
self-studying
make.
the law. Okay,
Right.
okay.
I'd been doing that
I
for
thought
years.
you was at like
Oh,
college or something. Okay.
no, they wanted $100,000 for that for 4 years. They're crazy.
Yeah, fuck that. Screw that.
Or $100,000 a
Okay.
year. Like, no. Nobody's got
So
that kind of scratch.
you was all right. So I hear you. You were studying law on YouTube at home, and then like the algorithm threw a flat Earth video at you, right? In your recommendations or something.
Well, the guy was testing the globe. He's one of the guys who built that site.
But why, when you saw that, because you were still a Glober at that time, why wasn't your initial reaction, "Ha, flat Earth, crazy"? Why were you interested in something to do with the flat Earth when you wasn't a flat Earth? What about it?
The guy who was talking about the Hebrew study and the word study with the Anunnaki and stuff was one of the guys who built testing the globe. In his video, he hit key points with things, and I was like, oh well, fuck. Let's watch the next video. Let's see what's up in the roll. Just boom. And jackpot. Bible flat Earth. Bible flat Earth. Oh shit! We got something here, buddy.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
So
That's
then they
crazy.
started going around showing you the different pictures, the different trips that they've taken, all the different stuff, all the tests. Most of this reality, all you can do is test. And if you really think about something, and I do mean really think, not what people think thinking is today. Ugh. If you take time, a month, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to actually process it, you find the solutions in front of you without even having to test most things.
Whoa, what? Why wouldn't you have to test things? Like, why do you just accept what's being provided?
Think it
Like
through.
this guy.
Why is it warmer? Why is it warmer?
Hang on, Coach. Just hang on. Like, for example, this guy whose videos you was watching. Did you ever, whenever he makes a claim in his videos, did you ever do something to verify that for yourself, or you just went along with it?
Look. Just follow me, all right? Why is it cooler in the shade during daylight and warmer in the shade during moonlight?
I don't know. You tell me, Carlos.
It's obvious. I mean, I see it as obvious, but how long did I take to think this one through?
Yeah, Carlos, you still didn't answer my question though. So if you was watching this guy's videos, did you verify any of the claims he made for yourself, or you just went along with him?
Oh, dude, I'd already had evidence. I just hadn't looked at it like that ever. I had pictures from cell phone towers, from high-rise buildings. I used to have a portfolio. I'd take pictures from the 10th story of a building out over the landscape. you'd have a bunch of pictures of the stuff, the work that I did before and after, and then I'd be taking a couple of, I mean, it's beautiful.
Okay, so you took pictures. What about these pictures said the Earth is flat?
Well, bro, I did surveying, and I put 2 and 2 together.
Oh, so you went out and did some surveying, and that
Bro,
told you the Earth is flat.
I was in commercial construction.
Uh-huh.
We were the first ones in and the last ones to leave.
Okay. So it's the
We were
construction that got you into flat Earth, not the Bible and this other dude's video.
Dude, it was the Bible. But see, here's the thing. I did this construction almost fucking 18 years ago, 16 years ago, 15 years ago. I've been a flat earther for 7. There's 7 years where I was a glober, and you have no idea how big a glober I was. I wasn't like some of these people want to get into the debates. I wanted to learn how things worked. I'm a builder. That's what I like doing, is building shit.
So you're a Mason, right? Stone Mason.
No.
You're a
No,
stonemason,
no.
not a Freemason, not a Freemason.
The first people to break ground on a job site are not the wall builders, and it's not even the foundation guys. It's the plumbers.
Oh.
First one's in, last one's to leave, because we have to dig all the holes for everything. You've got excavators that come in and level everything out, but that'd be the only guys. And the plumbers generally, if you've got a big enough company, they have that equipment already, so it's still the plumbers doing it.
So in your plumbing and water system endeavors, what did you do there that told you?
Well, there's markers. We set markers. We had markers. Now, when we got to a job site in a city, we would find the nearest marker. We would start at that marker. We would go to what they have set in stone as the official. And then we moved theodolite into the job site to where we're going to put our pipe. We have to measure everything from this road to that road, from the ditch to that. We got to make sure everything's spot on. Because when they pour that slab, this drain is either going to be in the right spot or the wrong spot. And they're doing the same thing to pour the slab. They have to come in with their own theodolites and do shit. If we haven't staked stuff off for them already.
So what about all of this says Earth is flat?
So, moving back to when I started realizing my experience and putting them together with what I was learning. The markers that start in Plano, Texas, go all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. If you have the right equipment, you can go from marker to marker all the way down to the Gulf. And you can measure it yourself. Now, all of that is planar.
Right?
All of that is planar.
Yeah.
Every time you drop the theodolite, you're making a plane.
Because you're going marker to marker, right?
Right. But now, if you go from 2,000 foot above sea level in Plano, Texas, to sea level, you're making steps every time you decrease elevation. You're literally making steps. All the way down that are all parallel with each other, going out over the water. That's the end of it. Yes, because you do the theodolite. When you set it up, there's a specific way it has to be done. You have to calibrate everything first. It's very precise. So yes, they are parallel.
How do you calibrate it? The theodolite?
You level it. They've got them now where there's 3-axis. They've got some with gyros in them too. Auto level.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're doing it step by step, I mean, obviously, just gonna dinosaur there.
Well, yeah, if you're doing it correctly, you're going to get correct stuff. If you're doing it wrong, and one of your legs is shorter than the other, it's off center, it's not leveled
Yeah,
correctly.
but I mean, Cuddles, this still isn't telling me the Earth is flat. Like, what is it you saw? What is it that made you a flat Earth?
Dude, the information, my experience. I've traveled. I've driven across country, dude. I've flown in planes. I get window seats every time I get on a plane because dude, I'm not scared. I don't care. Y'all get near the exit. I don't give a shit. I'm looking at this beautiful flat Earth.
It looks flat. That's it.
No matter how far we go in one direction, we're still carrying the same altitude. And
So it
looking
looks
straight
flat.
down, I got my 90, and my 90 just drags across the surface. And it's just obvious. I pair that with my surveying experience and how that actually works and the spatial reasoning that goes with that, which I've explained. It's obvious. There is no other answer. Because everything I do in construction would be wrong. I wouldn't do that method. I would be doing another method.
But everyone I mean, the people that invented that method, the people before you, you know, the generations upon generations of plumbers before you that have used these methods, 99.9% of them thought Earth was a sphere, or think it is, or know it is. You know, like I mean, they do all of these things knowing Earth is a ball.
It wasn't that widespread once upon a time, buddy. It's only modern
but that's
times
a long
that it's really a big thing.
That's like 2,000 years ago, once upon a time.
4,000 years.
4,000 years ago, once upon a time. Like that's a really.
They weren't talking about the sphericity in large numbers 4,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, it was still in small groups. You're talking little.
No,
niche.
2,000 years ago, it was pretty popular. It was a pretty popular idea.
Yeah, in a couple of countries. Ooh.
In a lot of places all over the world, the main contention was: is it Earth or
Oh,
the Sun that's in the middle?
All the religions that were there 2,000 years ago all say flat and stationary. Some of them say it's on the back of a turtle or a whale. You've got the Greeks, you've got the Mayans, you've got the Japanese, you've got the Chinese, you've got the Koreans, you've got the Mongols, you've got the Europeans, you've got the Finnish, the Vikings, India.
Yeah, you got a lot of places.
Every major
that's a really
culture
long time ago.
in the world knew.
Yeah, but nobody does think that way anymore. No one lives that way of life anymore. You know,
right?
They don't hold on to those beliefs anymore because they're old. They're outdated.
Why aren't lighthouses 10 times taller if the Earth is a ball? Wouldn't it have to be higher to see further? And if it is flat and you put it even twice the height, ships further away would be able to see it better. So it's just, it's too much simplicity to be seen.
You lost me, bro. What about lighthouses?
It's all right.
Oh.
7 years doing this, man. Chopping up clovers. I go fast sometimes. It is what it is. Everybody else caught it, and this is being recorded, so at least you can go back and listen to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
What did Cuddle say, bro?
Why didn't they make lighthouses taller?
Once upon a time, they had signal towers. They were taller than what they make lighthouses, but those were normally inland. Even on a mountain peak, they'd put it about good 30, 40 feet up in the air.
What was your question, Jeremy? Why didn't they make lighthouses taller?
Yeah, if that's the ship's way to see, oh, that's where the land is, before all our modern day shit.
Right.
Why did you just make them taller?
Like, you mean to space? Why not make them go all the way up to the space? They were
No,
as tall as they needed
no.
to be.
I don't know about all the way up to space, but
what I'm reading says the height of a lighthouse takes into account the curvature of the Earth. So the
yeah, we
higher
know.
light above mean high
That's a
water,
cool
the further
story.
away it can be seen
But
as sea is.
at 200 miles away on a boat, I shouldn't, because of this quote unquote curvature, be able to see that lighthouse, and I can. So explain that. You can't
just
say
saying-
refraction,
My bad.
because if you say refraction, then you're now saying you can't trust your own senses, and that's a horrible way to go.
Which lighthouses can you see from 200 miles away? Go
I'm
ahead,
just
Jeremy.
saying flat around.
Right
what
ones.
difference? Flat around either way. Why wouldn't you build them taller if you could only see them from X distance?
Yeah, it's a good question, man, but it's an obvious answer. They built them as tall as they need to be, and if they needed them to be taller for some reason, they would build them taller. But
Well, wouldn't you want the
obviously-
ship to?
Yeah, but
wouldn't you want the ship to be able to see from, I don't know, 100 miles, 300 miles, 500 miles?
if that's needed, you have to understand the cost to cost to whatever ratio would be based on having to build it higher and higher. So it's going to be more expensive to keep building it higher. And if it only needs to be 100 feet, 200 feet, whatever, however tall they need it to be, then there's no need to spend more money to make it bigger. If it does the job of it.
Issue though, if there is curvature, it must be taller, period, to be able to go further, because it's line of sight, not curve of sight, not bendy space, whatever the heck that is.
Is it necessary
line
to
of
see
sight.
200 miles?
It's a triangle. If you're on the ship and you're looking at the light is up. The ground is under the light. You have created a triangle.
Is it necessary to
have
see it
3
300
lines.
miles?
It can be, depending on how treacherous the coastline is.
I can't really think of a situation where that would be necessary.
Go to
Saying
the
the structure,
Philippines. Go to
the
Japan.
structure-
Go to Hawaii.
the structure you need to build, I mean, you don't even need to build anything real underneath it. You just pile blocks up and then put the light on top of that, no?
Lighthouse is a great place to do a Cavendish. I mean, a Foucault's pendulum.
Why would you want to do a pendulum? Show me where the phenomenon exists at, where I can experience it, please. Before you get into apparatus, take me to where I can experience the alleged phenomenon.
I'm more interested in why a lighthouse.
Wouldn't be taller. I mean, you understand that they're generally pretty tall structures, like in a
Right, but they should be taller though.
Hey, how tall should they be?
Dude, taller. If you have modern technology in it, you also have brighter light. So what you're gonna get is a signal to more people. That's all it is. It's just same thing as boosting the power on a damn antenna. You're pushing the signal further.
When was the last time you heard of a lighthouse not being sufficient? Do you hear issues like that ever? Like people are like, oh man, these lighthouses need to be taller. We need to make taller lighthouses. Because it seems like if they're
brighter and taller.
They're doing the
Not
job at the
nowadays.
height that they are right now. I don't see what the issue is.
We don't even need them anymore, really, do we? I mean, but
Well,
back
that's
then,
what I'm saying.
back then, I know, but back then, if a ship was like, yo, I can't see the lighthouse, I don't even know where land is, or where I'm going, or whatever, you would figure they would just made them, because you could just pile dirt. No, I mean, if you have a cliff face on the side of a mountain, you don't even need to put a structure there. You could just put a light on top of the cliff.
Yeah, but I think it's,
I guess you
I
wouldn't
think
want
it has to be
going to
maintained
that
now.
spot, but
Go to Tampa, get on a boat, go out to sea about 20 miles. When it gets dark, look back at the city. Tell me what you see.
See a city.
You see light. Now, in places where you don't see light, you know that there's probably not a marina or a dock or whatever over there, so you're not going to go that way. You're going to go towards the light. It may be that they don't need them as much because, one, the capabilities have gotten better, and two, most shit's lit up at night, dude.
It seems like one of those non-issue issues.
Dude,
no,
I
I
already
would have
gave you
made the
two
lighthouse.
examples: Philippines and Hawaii. You're gonna still need shit out there because there's stuff underwater that you may not know about.
Okay, so let's
In
go
the
ahead
Philippines, you're definitely not going fast through there with a big boat.
let's go ahead and let's make a determination. What's the minimum range that you think that you should be able to see a lighthouse from? Like if to be safe or to know where it is or whatever, because 300 miles is probably way too far. So what do you think there should the minimum range where you're certain it makes sense that they should build a lighthouse so you should be able to see from there, like 5 miles.
They should have made them so you could see them about 300 miles.
That's insane, dude. And you know it's insane.
Are we
How high
saying
would it have to be?
exactly? That's what I was just about to ask. Are they all made the same height then? If you're saying
Dude,
that,
who the hell needs to see a lighthouse from 300 miles away? Like, what are you talking
That's
about?
your only reference for knowing where land is. I mean,
people
you'd
in
want
a
to see that from as
storm.
far away as possible.
What the fuck? This guy's
Dude,
acting like storms.
300 miles
and
away. Imagine
sea.
you're not at sea anymore. You're on land. Do you need to see everything that's 300 miles? You don't need to see things that are 300 miles away. That doesn't make any sense. It's just
I'm on a
insane.
boat in the ocean, right? And I'm like, damn, where's land at? I don't even know where land is. I'm
Then
looking
you don't
for
need to
a
be
light.
honest. You don't need to be a sailor then. If you can't tell which way, where you are or which way land is. There's other there's if you're 300 miles away from land, being able to see the land is not your method for finding out where land is.
There's no cell phone towers in the middle of the ocean. What the heck are you on about?
Where's the go ahead, man.
If you get outside of the shipping lane, you have absolutely no technology really to help you.
What does that have to do with
Except for your compass.
Right, you have a compass.
and a
Right.
sextant.
So compasses don't work, right? Celestial navigation doesn't work. We're not talking about technology. We're talking about knowing where you are. And if you're 300 miles away from the coast, a lighthouse is not your last method to know where the coast is or to know how far you are from anything. Like
Yeah, but that would be dope if you could see the lighthouse.
Yeah, sure.
All right,
that would be cool, man. But it's completely unrealistic and not necessary.
It's not, but that's
how high would a lighthouse have to be to see it from like
300 miles. Let's find out.
Over the curve, it'd have to be 10 times taller than what they already are. Because the boat's not looking directly at the light, and this isn't. Like, in order to get that, you're both at two different angles. To get that, you'd have to make that damn lighthouse tall enough to where it's overcome the curvature.
I mean, we don't even need lighthouses anymore. It's fine. They're fucking irrelevant, ain't it?
Well, that's what I said. Go to Tampa, get a boat, go out to sea. Along the coastline, you're going to see a lot of dark. And then you're going to see chunks of cities along the coastline, roads, highway, stuff that's lit up. You're going to see light.
If the lighthouse can see down around the curve, or you can see the light around the curve, where's the observatory lighthouse that can see stars looking down diagonally around the curve also?
It's a good question, man. But I think that's a little bit different because of the what do they call that? Air mass.
Yeah, it's all a little bit different on a ball, but anytime I put a toothpick, I can put it anywhere I want on this styrofoam ball. It's kind of weird. That
is weird. You're right, but I think like in astronomy they have something called air mass, and so if you're looking straight up versus looking horizontally, it's a totally different amount of air, and so you can't even really see stars close to the horizon, let alone below.
Have they demonstrated like air mass, like in a lab, like? How come we got all this stuff that happens, but nobody can demonstrate it, but they have it calculated? That's kind of weird to me that all this stuff is calculated with numbers, but none of it can be demonstrated or duplicated. And when it is, it's nothing like what they say. It's like this different kind of light for this different kind of space, this different area, not even the same gas, not even the same, nothing's even like at all remotely clearly the same at all. Nothing for, there's no globe physics I can even.
That shit bothers me too, man. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, you got no globe physics.
Yeah, Jeremy. No globe physics. We can't see lighthouses from 300 miles away. We don't know. We haven't done air mass in the lab.
Then I'm just tempted to buy a piece of land and get a boat and put you on the boat and put a bright light up on a freaking tower.
How tempted are you?
Very.
Temptation is a hell of a drug, man. But I'm down.
Yes, it is. But put you on a boat. I mean, aren't you gonna have fun?
Oh, and then
will, dude.
300 miles away from the lighthouse.
You forget, dude.
Well,
I used to be a professional sailor. Okay, so you can go ahead and do that. Just allow me to bring guests.
Shit. I don't know that we've met.
No, maybe we have. Maybe we have. But yeah, I was a sailor for the U.S.
I'm
government.
just saying they should have built the lighthouse. If that was your only way to reference where land was seeing a lighthouse, they should have built the dollar. That's all.
I know, but you have to understand that sailors, they're not. It's not like when you go to learn how to fly a plane and you take a class for an hour and you fly a plane. You know, it's like there's a lot that goes into being a pilot. Leftling's in here. He's doing like pilot school, pilot training or whatever. But it's sailing too. Sailing is not just about knowing how to drive a boat and know how to look for lighthouses. Like when they're 300 miles away from shore, they're not looking for lighthouses and or depending on that to know where the shore is. You know what I mean? Like that. I think the range I'm assuming would probably be somewhere within 50 to 25 miles. Like this is somewhere where you might start looking for something like that. But 300 miles is insane. No one's looking from 300 miles away to see if they can see the coast.
Light goes forever, says you guys, and it bends around curves. Why can't you see the light forever?
I think the claim is that there's obstruction in between you and where the light source is.
That it's bending around? No, hell no. How can there be an obstruction bending your view when that very light is bending around that so-called obstruction, which is the curve, and showing you the object you're looking at, supposedly like disappearing around the edge, right? It's like bringing it back to you supposedly a little bit. So how can you have the two? How can you have no bend but bend?
Yeah, I gotta think about that, man. Hold on. It's fucking got me, dude. I'm not in my Glober game lately, dude. I'm slipping.
It's all right. I got Dawn this morning within 3 seconds too. He was quiet for a long time. I've never heard him go so quiet.
Well, I would have thanked you if I was there.
Yeah, Dawn, right?
Don Shredder, right?
Oh yeah.
No, fair enough. I think Jeremy's messing around right now, anyways, dude, with the lighthouse thing. I mean, I'm not that familiar with having to even use a lighthouse, let alone what the range would have to be. But I just know 300 miles is it's unrealistic expectation.
If you go out to sea and say you got your radio and you got your radar, I mean, come on. You're using something to navigate electronically near the coast. You obviously have line of sight. I mean, you talk about curving water, but then radar that's mounted on the roof of a boat or the front deck is line of sight.
How fast do you think a typical boat's going? Like 20 miles per hour?
Still line of sight, dude.
So it takes you 15 hours to reach the coast for 300 miles going that fast.
What's a typical lumen value for most lighthouses on average? Anyone know?
Typical what?
Lumen value.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Probably more than 20 million. Maybe more than 5. I don't know. I haven't looked at that in a long time.
You know, one of the brightest lights, I thought, in the country. I don't know if it's one of the brightest lights, though, but it's one in Vegas, the one on top of Luxor. Extremely bright light.
Hey, if you can borrow one of their telescopes, the big ones, you can probably see it if you're above it in elevation. Just throwing that out there.
Okay, I'm on the nakedscientist.com, and somebody asked, what is the output of a lighthouse? Let me see.
The Naked Scientist. What the hell?
It says some modern lighthouses have 1 million candle power. That's basically 1 lumen, right? So I guess about 1 million lumens. One lumen is 1 candle light, right?
No, it can't be, dude. You can buy things in fucking Walmart that have like 25 million candle power or something.
Hold on.
Right? I don't know the exact numbers, but one of those floodlights that you could buy for like pizza delivery guys or something.
Hold on.
Basically, apparently a watt equals a lumen. So with like the 100 watt bulbs, that's 100 lumen, apparently.
1.21 gigalumen. Why you always gigawatting on me like that?
Yeah, this one's got 245,000 candle power.
What's that?
Just some random floodlight off Amazon.
Oh. It's funny. I remember who it was. Fucking who was this dude? I don't know. It might have even been Godscalpel. I don't know who it was.
Would you say the lighthouse was?
Well, they said that the thing I saw said about a million lumens is what it said, or it said 1 million candle power is what it said. But I remember.
That's it.
Yeah. Let me see. Candela.
Well, usually lumens too. You know, on the back of the box they got the colors, the amount, so you can see all the different ranges and stuff that your light has, the spectrum, the lumens.
Okay, a common wax candle emits light with a luminous intensity of roughly 1 candela. And then it says,
there's a 1 million candle power spotlight on Amazon for $22.
Okay.
And you're saying the lighthouse is only 1 million?
Well, that's what this thing said, man. Let me get a better. I mean, you're looking for shit. Look for that shit too. Let me see.
That's the way you set
Oh,
it
here
up
we go.
too,
I got a spotlight that plugs in your cigarette car lighter. It's 15 million candle power. That one's actually that's $330. Yeah, that's an expensive one.
Okay, so
Look
here
what
goes.
the spotlights are. Just look up what the spotlights are that they do for like grand openings.
Yeah.
Look at how many lumens that is, because that's
like
probably
sports
closest to
stadium.
what you're.
But check this out.
Like at a sports stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Concerts, stuff like that. Carnivals.
Okay, it says here lighthouses don't use a bulb. They use a reflector and a large stepped lens called Fresnel lenses to use as much of the lamp output as possible and beam it in one direction. So it seems like the power from the lighthouse doesn't come in just the power from the light itself, but
being magnified.
Yeah, direction.
It's the collimation lens. They have a lens that's been there for since the.
So they got 1 million
1200s.
They got 1 million candle power light shining into a Fresnel lens.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That makes more sense then.
That's why it can be seen for so far away, dude. Now, if we
Also
use
probably why
modern
they
lights,
rotate.
that'd be cool.
That's probably why they rotate too, right? So they have more power in just a direction.
They have a lens too that's around them, or the glass too, that probably can magnify them a little bit too. And then they have a mirror behind them. You know, that little four-way mirror, they stick it in the middle of them, and then they rotate the mirror around. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
See, now you're talking about focus and light in a straight line.
Also, lighthouses are never typically on the shore, right? They're always like on a cliff, like a high plateau.
Yeah, you need them up and back a little bit, yeah.
Well, they're normally near dangerous places to let people know that this is a spot you don't want to go into.
So I mean, given that description, there's no reason at all that they should be 300 miles away.
Dude, what if that damn town that you're looking for is 300 miles to the south?
They're definitely going to be 300 miles away, but can you see them for 300 miles is the question, right?
That's what I mean, yeah.
You used them mostly for bearing, plus so you didn't wreck your ship.
I was kind of curious now. I thought the question was how tall and how bright would it need to be if you're going to see it from 300 miles?
That's still brewing. That's still brewing.
Wow, dude. I'm looking at, if you look at the actual, wow, dude. You actually look at what these the little bulbs, not really bulbs, but these glass structures that the light is actually coming from, like these intricate fucking glass cases. Yeah, the thing that actually spins around, that has the light reflects off of before it comes out in your direction. They're pretty crazy looking. Wow, dude. It looks like Fresnel, the guy with that's named after, he actually invented Fresnel lenses for this purpose.
The Fresnel lens, yeah.
Yeah, but he invented it for this purpose. I didn't realize that.
It's Fresnel, not Fresno. Fresnel.
It's probably French, who knows?
I'm not even looking at anything, so.
Oh, because I told you those glass structures, like these intricate casings that go around the light source. That's why they look like so intricate like that, because they're like these crazily designed fancy Fresnel
Oh,
lenses.
I've seen what you're talking about. I know what they are.
Well, I didn't know that was the reason they were shaped like that. That they were actually just big Fresnel lens glass casings.
You're trying to maximize your output.
Well, it spots in periods as well, doesn't it? It turns.
Say it again?
It turns, doesn't it? And it's like the way it's made. It allows for the light to leave and then stops and then allows for it to leave.
Yeah, so check these out. These are some of the glass cases I'm talking about. Crazy looking.
see some videos trying to use a Fresnel lens to magnify the cold light of the moon. Nothing really conclusive though.
I wonder if it's really a cold light of the moon. I don't know why that, like, why if they're not done with the test, and there's a lot of stuff that you had to manipulate to, like, for the variables, like, and then some people have done it inside a house, outside a house, under this, by a tree, over here, and they all get like the reading that it's colder, which is kind of weird. Like, how can it be? Like, there should be a differential from in your house to outside to buy, you know what I mean? All these different things.
I just tried that one yesterday. The thing is cold light. Everyone keeps thinking in temperature, and that's not what it means. Go look it up. It's luminescence. It's just glow. It doesn't have a particular temperature.
Yeah, the
So
problem
I'm
is the test.
wondering if what they're testing is the leaving of the temperature.
Exactly.
The
That's what.
offset, the dispensation. I don't even know which word you want me to use. The fucking.
No, but you're right. You're right. That's why you generally, when you do like when I did it, and the way you should do any kind of test is you should isolate, control every other variable. So if you're doing it like in the house and outside of the house, or near a building, then away from the building, or near a tree, away from a tree, those are going to affect
front
the
of a
test.
glass, behind a glass. I mean, there's going to be a differential there. I don't know what people think.
You got to make sure everything else is controlled.
Right, and you're 70 degrees in your home, and you're like, "Oh, this is cooler light." Well, the window is going to be cold because the air outside is cold. Are you getting a cold window or cold light? Like, what do you? What? Come on, man. You can't equate goopy shit for other goopy stuff. That's what gets you into wrong science.
Well, the way I did it,
no, not you. I'm just
no.
saying
But I'm saying the way I thought it should be done, I suggested to people, and then I did myself. So I put it in a Tupperware container that was completely clear, and then I took another Tupperware container that had black paper surrounding it, and I put the cup inside both containers, and I measured the temperature of the water before the test. They were the same, and then measured it after the test, and the one that was out in the sunlight was slightly warmer, but not by a significant amount. But neither of them was, or the other one wasn't colder. The one that was out in the moonlight wasn't colder. And the reason I did it like that is because everything else is the same. They're in the same container. They're in the same.
The only thing different is moonshade and moonlight. That is what you want to boil it down to. Is that being the only difference? So what was the result? Sorry.
There was a like if you looked at the exact values, the one in the moonlight was slightly warmer, but it wasn't a significant amount. So I just wrote it off as they were the same.
Fair enough.
So warm in the moonlight, not cold.
Yeah, well, you would imagine there's more energy in the moonlight, but like I said, the amount I got
was the opposite. I think it's a pulling away effect. I don't think it's pushing down anything.
Yeah, well, another test that someone could have done, and I've suggested, and people have done in other means, is you could get a solar panel.
Hold on. If the moon needs charge, Coach, think about this. If the moon needs charge, does it have to be putting out? Why can't it pull in? Why can't it exert energy from things? And that's the idea you're getting of cold or negative.
Right? But that's why I thought the Fresnel lens in this is quite a good idea, because it's so, like you noticed, it was so minor that you couldn't really say. You just said it was the same. Like, yeah, there was one a tiny bit warmer in the moonlight, but you don't know whether that was actually because of the moonlight. Whereas with the Fresnel lens, you can obviously, with the sun, you can cook your dinner. You can heat up your water.
You can literally melt all. I mean, you can get a crazy temperature. I forget what it was. I used to study the Fresnel lenses, but yeah.
Right. So yeah, makes sense why you'd want to try it with the moon as well, and see if you get any sort of colding effect.
I like it because it was the first time I heard of a flat magnifying glass. I was like blown away. I was like, damn, that's badass. I thought we only had the rounded ones, with the beveled, lens or the beveled crystal or whatever, but no, they got flat ones, and you can make them out of plastic, glass. You can make it out of anything, really. It's all any material is going to have another effect on that sunlight, which is supposed to not. The sun's supposed to be a constant doing its damn thing. So how does the glass get a chance to stop it, redirect, focus it?
Well, what do you think
It's
about
supposed to.
yeah. What do you think about the idea? Because, like I said, a test. I just don't know what it would tell to you guys if it was one way or the other. But what do you think about a test where you took a solar panel and you measured the energy that the sun receives, that you receive from the sun at like noon or something, and then you
See if
took
it's
you,
any-
A
and,
lunar panel. Yeah,
well, no,
why
yeah,
would
well,
the
you
lunar panels be at the?
can't use a solar
anything
panel.
from the solar panel.
Yeah, you would still use it for the full moon. Just wait for a full moon and just directly above you as well, and
Do you
measure
get the
the
same
energy.
effect? Do you pull energy off of it?
Well, yeah, supposedly it's about 1 in 3,000 difference between the sun and the moon during a full moon, especially. But I've never done it myself.
But here's the thing: you can have cold plasma, right? That's a lot of energy, but it's still cold.
Right. No, right. That's my whole thing. Like, what are they really testing here? What are they really getting at? You know, I mean, is it really cold sunlight coming at us? Is it the dispensation of the heat going away from the object? Is it a sort of energy going from or to? You know, I don't know. Can there be a cold frequency? If cold is the most that we like in the idea of our science, the super thing is cold. That's
Well,
what they
I was
explain
just
to
trying.
us.
Well, I was just trying to say to Kosho because he said about that you would expect there to be more energy there, but just because there's more energy doesn't always mean more heat. You know.
Right.
You would think so, but like I said, and this is, I guess, a difference of definition. But the way I understand heat to be defined is defined by energy. So when you add
Is
energy to
it
something, you're adding heat. In order to add heat to something, you have to add energy to it.
is it cold fission or cold fusion that the so-called community at large says isn't possible? That it is clearly possible.
Cold fusion.
Okay.
What
There's
it
a guy
is
on
basically.
YouTube that builds a reactor and does it at his house. He's got a video.
You're talking about the diffuser?
This is what they say that it isn't possible, and he does it. Now, if it's not possible, how the hell is he doing it? And
You're
it's
talking about
cold.
diffusers?
It's actually cold. It's not putting off.
Fusion
It's
just
putting off
means
energy.
Fusion just means super resistance. When you fuse one thing into another or try to compress it, you're not going to. It's not going to go into the other unless it turns into an energy. Then you go high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. So once air potential or water potential is compressed, it will become energy. Same with sound. Once you compress sound, it becomes sololuminescence. You have a medium, you have a focus, you compress it, you focus it to a focal point. That's the compression. And then you get the resistance is light.
You're talking about this one when you say the guy fusing stuff at his house?
But think about it. What is the super cold, you guys? Super cold, superconduction. It's hot and cold at the same time. How is it not? If you go in a freezer and it's 4,000 degrees below zero, aren't you going to get freezer burnt the fuck up?
Yeah, well, the way that I understand cold, I have a very limited understanding of most things, right?
I
But
think you should rethink it.
cold to me is not different from darkness or zero, meaning that it's
Right.
the
Yeah. You think it's an
absence
absence? Yeah.
So it's the absence of energy is the coldness. It's not really a thing in itself, in my understanding.
So it is its own thing in its own. If
I'm
it's
saying
a,
that,
if it's a,
yeah.
if it's a buildup of that and there's more of that, that has to be the relevant thing that causes the reaction of the other thing within itself. Does that make sense?
It's still water though, and there's a lot of energy in water.
Right. Now think about Antarctica. Super frozen ice, but they claim to you that under that ice, the water flows fine and it's warm.
And they have a lot
No
of
problem.
salt, apparently, don't they? A lot of salt deposit.
Yeah, and as long as you have a flow, even in your freezer, if you no matter what the freezing temperature, they say if there's a little flow or movement, currency, that water will still keep doing it, and life can flow, no matter how cold it is above or around it.
Apparently, things grow bigger in colder temperatures because there's more oxygen.
Yeah, it's a differential too. It's a different thing too. A lot of that stuff over there has alcohol blood. or Freon blood or something different. You know what I mean? It's a different reaction they're doing. Yeah, exactly. They're under extreme pressure, extreme differential resistance. So the compression of the fucking medium around them and the temperature create sololuminescence together.
That's intense. Oh, this is what you're talking about right here? Cold plasma torch. Let me check this out.
That's just one thing. The cold fusion or fission.
Well, what
I'm
it's doing is
looking for it.
it's blowing out the compressed air at a really cool rate, right?
Hold on.
And then,
I'm just trying to find the video because it's on YouTube. Yeah.
No, I already seen it. So then what he's doing is he's got the cold air and you can blow and it's cold. But then when he hits it with the thing and lights it, ignites that end, like about an inch away, there's an inch distance of coldness and then the flame at the end. Right? Like it's blown out cold, but then the flame at the tip is hot.
No, it's cold. It's cold to the touch.
Oh, the flame is cold itself. For how long?
Yeah, it's cold the whole time, dude. It's cold plasma. Cold plasma. The plasma is actually cold to the touch.
Just gas. They're just blowing out gas and they light it up. So it's cold gas.
Yeah. It's cool.
So you're blowing it out at such a rate like Freon or a cold thing like nitrogen, right? So it's like coming out at such a cold rate that the heat exerted from the flame doesn't even bother it.
Or it's like being charged at a certain amount, so that the way it, the gas holds its charge.
Yep. Yeah, the potential of it is, exactly.
Yeah, they obviously do it to a certain place where it's cool. Obviously, they could charge it more and it would be hot. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it's already been pre-compressed and already been, they did all their stuff to it and put it in the container. Now when they come out together, it comes out cool as fuck, and the heat at the end is cool too. Yeah, because the rate that it's coming out like a compressor of your air conditioner. So basically, if the air conditioner stuff coming out, if you forced it under a little like bead through just like a little hole, it'd be super cold. And if you added like just a little bit of stuff with it, you light it. Good to go. So you have cold things that react, and the reaction of electrical continuity brings a spark or fire or flame. Then what's the flame actually burning? It's not actually burning the like actual liquid or the gas. It's burning the vapor, right?
This is pretty interesting stuff, dude. I got all this stuff I got the helium at my girlfriend's house, but I'm thinking about making one of these today, dude. It's pretty cool.
What about Freon? What's up with that? Freon. Where's that go? Where's that come from?
Why isn't it free?
Cotton Eye Joe, Freon. Get a little container. You got to pay $80 for it. Cools you. Freon. How come space isn't a little bit of Freon?
Good question.
How come there's stuff we haven't even brought up and talked about, but all these people know so much, and they haven't brought up Freon? There's other stuff they haven't brought up too. It's weird to me.
Well, you understand that any claim, any general consensus, or any currently understood thing in any subject in science is going to be just the just the extent to what we currently know. So if somebody hasn't brought something up yet, and then it's looked at, and it's looked to see that it's actually that's actually the answer for something we already had an answer for, then we adjust our understanding. So
like the tuning fork, the hollow tuning fork. I've never seen that in anybody's design and anything. I came up with it myself. I actually wanted it to be a flute, a tuning flute for a musical instrument, to have a new musical instrument, because I never heard there were any new ones. They're all like the same kind of A, C, F, G, D. So I wanted to have one that was different, if that was possible. Just a whole different set of musical notes, right? Start my own, But I noticed music is power. It's differential. A big organ, pump, all that shit, it's all energy. So if you took this same musical instrument, pumped water through it at a certain frequency through the certain holes, you had them blocked off or opened as you needed, and you would create certain amounts. And then you vibrate the motherfucker. You can rotate it if you want, and you're good to go.
Found it. Boom shakalaka. There you go.
Oh, this is the one?
Yep. He says this is what they say isn't possible, and he literally just sits there and goes step by step. He builds it, and then he shows you how it fucking works.
Well, the one I posted a little bit higher than that, Mr. Skype Lessons or whatever, he's making one at home as well. I'll look at this one that you posted. The thing is, generally in science, when they say like cold superconductor, cold fusion, what they generally mean, what they generally mean is a temperature that's above 32 degrees.
Oh, okay. Think
Fahrenheit.
about this too. Yeah, 32. Yeah, 33. Every 33 feet, your water boils, right? Every 33 feet up a mountain, your water boils.
I know every 33 feet below sea level, you gain 1 atmosphere of pressure.
Or you gain electrical continuity, right?
Well, you're talking about that.
You gain a resistance. I'm sorry, you gain there's a resistance there. The more you go down, the more resistance. The more you go up, the less resistance. So you're gonna have more voltage up, more currency down, right?
Something like that. I think so. There's 100.
Like that, yeah.
It's 100.
I didn't read the Bible book of science like terms. I don't know.
Well, no, but you're right that there's a what do you call that?
A differential, a trade. So when you're surrounded by the super cold, this is what I'm. Yeah, listen to this though. If you're surrounded, okay, suppose we're on a little Earth, and the little Earth has warming. It has reflected heat, the source of the sun, and all this stuff. Our main things of heat, the thing we're on, and the one thing, the sun, right? And anything reflected in that area or path, the heat comes around, and there's a reaction or an action of these things. So you're surrounded by super cold. Now the heat is being pulled while the other reaction is coming in, right? The electrical, like high to low, hot to cold, positive, negative. So you got two things going on. So like this super cold is the conductor of everything that's going on within it.
I mean, there's something to that, dude. I mean, it's kind of what and more or less, in a lot of different words, of course. It's more or less what quantum field theory is explaining.
A super cool fluid, a viscous fluid that we live in, underneath, different layer built up above us. It could be like freon, helium, whatever, all the noble shits. Yeah.
Well,
and then there's a reaction.
Freon's not a noble gas, though. I think it's a mixture of carbon and something else.
I think any mineral or medium or any other thing that it's trapped up there, or any potential from here, is going to cause a reaction of energy or light or. So, like, say you went up there, the thing that you went in is just going to turn to energy or light. It's going to be like, it's going to be exerted. It's going to be superconducted. Same if you go to Antarctica, the same thing. If you go to Antarctica to a certain temperature, it's going to be the same action of space. I want to know why that hasn't been brought up. Like why Antarctica and space are the same thing. The idea is super cold, right? So whatever we think we can do in space, we should be doing in Antarctica. That's where we should be trying for space, not water.
Yeah, well, something that again back to like the heat and energy thing we were talking about before. There's a difference between heat, temperature, and the difference being that the Antarctica is a low temperature, but not because there's not for the same reason space has a low amount of heat. It's because in space there's no molecules. There's if you were in a pure vacuum, there's nothing to transfer that heat. You'd only be receiving radiant heat if it was being imparted on you. But Antarctica is cold because the molecules that are down there have very low energy, but there's still molecules down there. So it's just it's a totally different environment. Two different
down there or out there. But here's the thing I was thinking of is like, like at CERN they have huge magnets, right?
Yeah.
And they need to be super cooled.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now,
superconducting magnets.
Yeah, no, like maybe that's what it is.
If I remember correctly, they have like, I don't know. I thought it was 100 of them, but I remember being corrected on that.
Yeah, apparently they're like some of the biggest magnets around, isn't it?
Yeah, it's part of the reason why this is the biggest building in the world, and certainly the most expensive one.
Yeah. What do you think they're actually trying to do around there? Fiddle with time?
Plenty of things. But there's a dude in Gems who just got a job there, and there's a dude who's been in this community for a long time who sets up experiments. Sometimes at CERN, sometimes other places. But yeah, there's a lot of different research groups doing several things.
I don't know where it was, but where they tried to sort of basically make a sun in the lab. I don't know if that was at LHC.
The China thing recently or something?
Oh, was it China? It might have been China. Yeah, it was on the ground. It was a lab. But yeah, they said that they had this chamber, had it at some stupid temperature, but they can't do it for too long, obviously, because the metal won't last.
Damn, it says it's $1 trillion artificial sun. Holy shit. They spent a lot of money on that bullshit.
It's only $1 trillion America owes them, isn't it?
Apparently. I wonder if this is the same one people were talking about, because the one I'm looking at that was $1 trillion is, yeah, I remember they've been working on this one for years. This is their fusion reactor. It says 5 times hotter than the sun for more than 17 minutes.
What's the inside supposed to be made of then? Like tungsten and cobalt and titanium.
At its core, then the heat, both the heat and the pressures that exist down there, trying to create that same thing on Earth is a tall order. Oh wow, I didn't realize that. It looks like the one in China. I was about to ask, do you think the one in China is going to be built first or the one in France? It looks like they're working together. So.
It's not really a surprise. The French and the Chinese both eat anything.
China's crazy fast when it comes to building shit.
You mentioned sorry, mate. You mentioned cobalt, and was that random or was that kind of?
Well, it's because I know that one of the strongest alloys is going to have to include tungsten, titanium, and cobalt.
Oh yeah, Damascus.
See, that's really interesting because I was talking to I work at a proving ground, which is like the proof the cars for Europe and stuff like that. And he was saying to me, with the lithium technology, they need cobalt to accelerate the lithium, and without cobalt, it's kind of lithium is not as useful. It was quite interesting that the price of cobalt just shot up recently, and it was interesting that you said it as well.
Yeah, I just remember it when trying to find like some of the strongest metal alloys, because tungsten is normally the strongest, but because it's brittle, it needs to be mixed with something a lot less brittle. Normally,
or put in a vacuum.
But apparently, cobalt is used quite a lot in that alloy as well.
Yeah, no, really interesting, because at the moment they're saying that they are digging out cobalt from Congo, and they've got kids doing it and shit like that, and it's something else involved in it. But it's interesting that you said that. That's all.
It's crazy how much real estate China's obtained in the past 30, 40 years, and the resources, that they have underneath the ground there.
They got a program on Netflix or Prime Video about China in the last 40 years, how they got rich. I didn't start watching it just yet.
There's a lot of reasons. But they're most likely looking at another rice bowl, so send them some love.
What do you think came first, the plate or the bowl?
Plate. Yeah, I was watching a lot of these videos, these charts, and they're interesting. Like I watched probably like 10 or 20 of them a few months ago, and it's just interesting to see like China's progression in the past 10 years or so compared to our progression in the last 100 years. It's crazy to just compare these charts in that way, because I'm sure that they're fairly accurate. I mean, this is all public information, so it's not hard to pull. But yeah, they have one for like the top or the country with the most billionaires, the most population. There's all sorts of stuff.
Look, it's the country that imports the most food.
Most food? I think there was one for the food imports or exports or something like that. Let me see.
There was an article short time back, I'd say in the last 6 months, that China is most likely going to go through a rice bowl, another rice bowl, which is where they have a shortage, a plethora of people, shortage of food. And they're importing a lot of rice right now.
From where?
Well, I mean, China isn't the only place rice can be grown.
Well, yeah, of course, but they grow a lot of it.
Indonesia, Japan. I'm
Thought somebody'd get a laugh,
as
though.
local as possible.
I do love that, though, when people talk about botany. It's like, oh, this plant is only found here. Right, because there's nowhere else on Earth you could plant one of those seeds, right? Now, you can build a terrarium or something of the like, and you can make the environment for it.
Interesting how cherry blossom trees blossom before everything else.
I mean, you got Thailand, China, Pakistan, India. They all eat different types of rice. They grow rice. I'd say India'd probably be one of your exporters.
I'd have thought so as well.
I mean, once upon a dreamy time, we used to do canal systems and ponds, and used to have our crops feeding off of those in the middle of whatever area we were at or surrounding us. Dig a trench, wait for a good rain, put some fish in there. And you're gonna have to be careful with the tractor. Heck, you could even do algae, grow that, and then dump that in your fields. Grow a whole trench full of algae with a bunch of glass sheets, plastic.
Yeah, these charts are interesting, man. I mean, according to them, you know, we're still. I'm just looking. I looked at the USA, EU, China, Japan one. We stayed at the top for GDP and GDP per capita and military spending, but if you just look at the rate of that, China is increasing and catching up. If that were to continue at any sort of consistent rate as it has been for the past 10 years, yeah, they'll soon pass us. But that's only if it continues. But it seems like it is going to still continue.
But that's more men than equipment. Just saying. That's just more men. Ours
Their
is
GDP.
equipment. Oh, you said the military.
No. That's well, I said military spending, but I was mainly talking about the GDP and GDP per capita. Military spending, military numbers. I think we have more men than us, but they've had that for like over 100 years, but that's because they have a lot of people.
Yeah. Big families will do that.
Isn't India second?
Yep. How big is India compared to the States? And they grow their own crops. They take care of their own stuff. They have fish markets. They have meat markets, spice markets, fruit markets. They seem to be doing just fine in a lot of places. I think somebody got it right and somebody got it wrong.
What? Because you're stuck with corn?
No, that whole like 2.5 children thing. Like, what the hell is that? You have 9. Why not? Oh.
Damn, we had 12 million people in our army at one point, or in our military. That's a lot.
Yeah. Hey, did you ever go download that book?
What book is that?
Law of Nations.
Law of Nations? I don't think so.
Uh-huh. You're gonna love chapter 3.
Law of Nations, what is that?
It's a book that was adopted as law by the Continental Congress in the 1700s. It was also checked out of the Library of Congress when Congress was attacked during the war. It was never added back to the collection. It was the rules for government, period. And Law of Nations is an applicable book to every country because these laws came literally from every country. Most of which I'd say came from God directly, but I mean you'll see the pattern as you read the book. There's a lot of very common sense things, and when you read that, and say you go back to read Exodus or Chronicles or Kings, you'll see things that you didn't see before because of the information. And the funny thing is the whole book was written based off scripture and other law.
Yeah, I'm downloading it now.
Basically, the Law of Nations is international law at the common law. And I know people get weirded when they hear common law, but common law is natural, basic people stuff. Murder, bad. Theft, bad. Don't do it to him. Don't do it to yourself. Don't do it to other people. Really simple stuff.
So what's maritime? Because that's
Law of
international.
Merchant, number 3. Would you like a resource?
Oh, I'm just saying because it still comes under the category of international.
Yes and no. So you have natural law that covers everything. Then you have commercial law that operates under that umbrella. What they did is they made their own umbrella.
Yeah, and they want you to come and use their services.
Replicated didn't they replicate the Constitution and made like their own version?
Yeah, that's the U.S. Constitution, 1781. They proposed a similar version of the exact same document 90 years prior during the ratification of the Articles of Confederation that failed.
Trying to free
what
themselves
happened?
from the papacy.
Well, what happened was that when they failed in 1781 to ratify the Articles and actually amend anything, the Articles moved forward from 1781 to modern day. That's the law of the land. That's it. Now, they adopted the Law of Nations written by Edmund de Vattel after he'd written it. They'd also adopted many other things to become law for government. How lawyers and all these things, the courts, the cops, all this stuff is in that book. How they're supposed to act is in that book. What they're not allowed to do in that book, all of it.
Magna Carta.
Yeah, but what they did was they took the Constitution and they made a duplicate version, but they rearranged certain words so that the Constitution wouldn't apply in the word trick.
Say that again, you cut up.
Yeah, you're roboting bad, bro.
So it
My bad,
apply
man.
In the world of trade.
The Silk Road expanded. That's what you're looking at. The law of merchant. Business. Governments converted over to corporations. You can see it all over the world. at many a different time. It's a mess.
Hey, cut. That guy who wrote the Law of Nations, or post a link or something in chat.
I have a copy of it here. I'll post it.
I mean, I got a copy I can drop. I didn't know if anybody'd freak out.
I'm reading through it now. It's a fairly long book, but a lot of it is fluff.
I suggest a large library to anybody, because mine is still small compared to what I'd like it to be. But I got a ton of books already.
And most of the things I own are books.
Right. But most of the books I have are about topics like this.
You guys must stop buying books. All right, it's a huge waste and wildly inefficient. Just download that shit or get an audio book on something.
Save those trees, man.
Yeah, well,
Bro,
audiobooks allow you to open to a specific, page and chapter. And
the only issue with that is digital books are hackable, bro. You can't hack a paper book. The only thing you can do is destroy it.
Yeah, thing about
Well, if you were
you'll never
unsure,
see it again.
well, if you were unsure about the digital version, you could always go in a shop, look at the hard copy, and just check to make sure they haven't changed it.
Well, that's the thing, though. If you're not supporting production of more hard copies, there won't be one in the library. That's what you're missing. The books are already missing from the libraries. This book should be in every library, literally every law library, every jail, every courthouse, but it's not. Why? Why? Because this book is the law of the land here in the States. That's a fact.
According to what, though?
That is according to the minutes of Congress when it was adopted by Congress as law. Savvy? But most people don't know what minutes are. Minutes are the conversations that they have deliberating over what bills to pass, what laws are good, what parts of the Constitution that law is going to violate, amending, changing, restructuring. But that whole book was adopted. At all of it, cover to cover, was adopted as law. So why doesn't anybody have this book? That was over 200 years ago. It was adopted as law. Almost nobody has heard of this book. Strange.
I'm reading about.
Not really. Pretty much just life as you expect it in this world.
According to a nihilist, perhaps. But I get it. The information's still out there. Who made it?
It's the perfect way to control everyone. Why would they have the book readily available for everyone?
Dude, I've got a book here at the house. If it was in every library and a copy of the Law of Nations, I think everybody'd be well off.
What's the name of the book?
The Law of Nations.
God. No, hold on. There's another one, but it's a mouthful, bro.
Which means the one we were just talking about, that should be readily available to everyone.
Should be, yes. I'm getting
Yeah,
to
what's
it.
the name
Hold
of that
on.
book?
I gotta get to the picture. Where is it? Ah, there it is. All right, I'm gonna have to put this in chat, but it
Can you
is
just
a
say your name?
mouthful, so bear with me. A treatise on the law of negotiable instruments, including bills of exchange, promissory notes, negotiable bonds and coupons, checks, banknotes, certificates of deposit, certificates of stock, bills of credit, bills of lading, guarantees, and letters of credit.
That's the name of the book.
That is the title.
That's the title of the book, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll post it in chat.
It's there. I got a meme that'll make you mad. If you read if you actually read the act that they're talking about, it's something else. Welcome to Wonderland. Funny thing is the book that I just put the picture of, that one would show us how to better fund a library so that they could have books like these. The irony. The very book you could use to uplift your community is the one book they don't have in the library, where you're supposed to be able to learn stuff to build your community up, man.
I mean, it looks like it's right on YouTube. There's chapter 17 of it anyways. I don't know if they probably have the whole thing.
Yeah, I've thought about taking some of the books that I have, like Gibson's A Treatise on Suits and Chancery, and reading the whole thing through and putting it up on my YouTube.
Oh, it's on here. They got a whole playlist of it.
You don't have to read it yourself. You can there's programs that you can have them read out. Google has a good one.
I put my special twist on things. Like I read a poem earlier in another chat to some friends that I wrote 4 or 5 years ago, having to do with law. And it's interesting because not many people will get it. You have to better understand some of the words that I use to understand what the poem means. But the few people that get it, they see it.
I mean, bro, your book's right on YouTube for everyone to see. Anyone with YouTube has access to that book.
I couldn't find it that easy. I was looking for PDFs. I wanted something that I could sit on the bus, the train, the plane.
How popular was it?
Amongst
How many hits
lawyers
did
and
it have
bankers,
on YouTube?
very.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see how many hits it had.
235.
So people aren't looking for it, which is the issue.
Most of the information that I know, the videos that I watch only have 200 hits at max. And some of that is people like me watching it 2 or 3 times while I'm going and looking up citations to make sure that I'm seeing what he sees.
And how many of the other views are possibly from people already within the bar system?
Probably, I'd say 3 or 4. Maybe half of them. You never know. But these guys have copies of all these books. The libraries don't, but they do. The Library of Congress probably doesn't, but they do. It's ironic.
But this book you can read online. I'm gonna download this one too. But I'm not sure if you can download it.
Mostly, depending on the book, I'm looking for a hard copy. I have the hard copy. I do not have a hard copy of the Law of Nations, though they do offer those. Most of the books I'm after, I cannot find a hard copy. I can barely find a PDF. They have teacher's edition style law books for advanced groups that cut out all the crap, like the Lawyer's Secret Handbook. That's one of them. They call it the Deviling Handbook. It's got clips and excerpts from Am Jurisprudence, Constitution, Bouvier's, Black's Law. I mean, all over the place. In common law, out of common law. If I were to mow your grass and you were to give me 20 watermelons every time I mowed your grass, that's a common law contract. You get out, you dealing with Best Buy, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, but watermelons go bad in a certain amount of time, don't they?
Yeah, but up to that point, look, I have a use for it at every stage. I'm going to be eating it. Once it starts going bad, I can make mash. Or if I want, I can start up a decomp spot and feed the wildlife. Do a decomp with a couple of watermelons. I cover a big enough area. Soil's going to be prime when I plant tomatoes. I'm
You mean a
finding
compost?
I'm finding zero loss. I see equity. Making mash, I make watermelon wine. I can drink that at home.
Did Witsit already do his debate that he was talking about yesterday? Is
No,
this it right
live,
here?
it says live in 4 hours.
Oh, okay. So it's gonna be in a bit. I got it. Thank you, Kosho.
Who's he debating?
Looks like two chicks.
That thirsty guy. Just kidding.
Well, his girl's on his side, so it's him and his girl versus these two chicks.
Who are these two chicks? And like, what makes them qualified? What makes them qualified to argue for the Globe side?
Exactly.
I don't know. I'm looking closely at one of these chicks, and I'm not sure that it's a chick, so I don't know.
Oh, show you crack me up sometimes.
I mean, I wouldn't. I'd be offended. I might offend this person because it could be the case that they start the debate and it actually is a dude.
You kind of look like a chick, but I'm not sure.
Well, you ever seen Skrillex?
Yeah.
Looks kind of like Skrillex, and that's
I know what you're talking about, bro.
Oh,
That's why
shit.
I'm laughing.
Well, every time I go to Gym Pandas, there's like some fucking lady that comes in there and thinks she's like super smart, or I don't know what her problem is, but she's like, unmute Democ. I want to talk to him for just 1 second. And they're like, no, you don't want to do that. She's like, no, I need to do it. Just unmute him. And like, they won't ever unmute me, but I don't know who the fuck the lady is, but I wish they would unmute me.
You talking about Miss? She has like
No.
a raspy voice.
No, nope.
Sound like a Kiwi from New Zealand?
Maybe. Yeah, younger than Miss. Miss sounds a little bit older, yeah. And
Like Queen.
She's not. I don't think she's that old.
No, not that old, just probably older than the other lady.
It's usually Queen or Jezebel.
I think it's that Mysterious, or the lady with the lips. It's not her. That's the one with the raspy voice you're talking about, right?
That's Miss, yeah.
Yeah, I talk to her a lot.
I feel like Jezebel wouldn't say unmute Democ, and I feel Queen might say that. Yeah. Who else
I don't know.
could
She
be?
comes in there laughing like, unmute him. It'll be okay. Like, I was like,
But does she have a country? Does she have a country accent?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I hate all of them. Except for Dane. Dane's a good guy.
Oh, Dane.
There's a few good guys over there.
Yeah, I used to think Don was a good guy, but the more I talked to him, I was like, man, no way. I mean, at least he says it's a belief. I mean, so in that aspect, I guess, right?
I was in there yesterday, dude. We had a pretty good heart to heart. It was surprising.
Dawn. Being serious? Never.
Yeah, with Mr. Reality, Jem, Scott Mackey, a few others.
When it comes to other conspiracy theories, I totally get what people like you and Witsit say. Like, they're completely closed off. Even the Globers, or like especially the Globers from over there. There's just this certain kind of, they're just cut off. They believe mainstream media shit.
Yeah, no matter what, it's like put an
There's
article
a
up.
certain amount of
You could be talking about
there's a certain amount of the government doesn't do anything attitude that they have over there.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's fine and dandy. They don't call the truckers Nazis and stuff. What are you talking about?
You could read their script for them.
Oh, exactly. That too.
Here's the thing too that's funny when I ever go to Gym Pandas, like it's like you guys will burn your fingertips up for I don't know how long in this thing chatting and acting like you know something. But when I ask every one of you in here, not you in here, but in the other room, the other server at Gym Pandas, for like any demonstrations of physics or anything like that, or actually lab any science, anything, I don't see any. There's not nothing. But then as soon as I ask that question, my name will get hit by everybody in there, and they'll have like paragraph long things of just words of how I'm so stupid and wrong, and this is that, and this is that, and they know this. Not once out of all the years I've been in there have I ever seen any of them put a video of any globe physical science or anything ever. Not once. It always is on a computer, and the computer model doesn't work either. but they'll burn their fingers up and talk your ear off for fucking hours about nothing. But they're on the globe.
Yeah.
Something that's impossible. That's the one thing they will tell you. The globe's impossible to make. It's impossible to show the physics of how a globe works. Well, okay, then how do you live on one?
Great question.
For me, it's anytime something new comes out, like, so when the trucker rally thing happened and there was a quote unquote 25-kilometer long convoy on its way to Ottawa, I was like dumping the news on them, right? And because I'm in Ottawa and I kind of got the latest scoop on it. But as soon as I divulged that information, everyone was like, "Oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. There's no way it's that long. You know, it's mostly F-150s. It's not even trucks." Blah 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 blah.
Did anybody get a picture of that horizontally? So we can see like the cars in the middle be up like by thousands and thousands of feet, maybe a mile or two. Like the hump, the curve, like the 25. No. That's weird.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, take a picture from the side of all the vehicles, start to finish, and get back until you get them all in your view, and you know you've covered that much land, if it's possible.
Well, my thing was it's just a matter of fact that this convoy was on its way, but I was getting so much pushback, like it didn't exist, or like I was a Nazi for even saying that the convoy was happening, until like 2 days later, officially the news comes out on CNN. Therefore, Pizizzle wasn't lying. You know, all that arguing and debating 2 days prior was for nothing.
And then you catch them. You catch them lying. Then you catch them lying, and they pretend like they were saying what.
Oh, exactly. You catch them. Exactly. And then they're like, "Oh, yeah, we already knew about the trucker thing. We already knew about that. We already knew about that's old news. Blah, blah, blah. That's old news." It's like, Jesus Christ. It wasn't old news when you were yelling at me, calling me a conspiracy theorist. And I'm a glober. So, like, when it's something about truckers or COVID or whatever, any other things, it's funny to see them use the same kind of anger and cognitive dissonance that they would use like towards a flat earther.
No, nothing's ever the same that way. In any question you ask them is automatic. We know it. It's done, set. Any question about flat Earth, if you're like, hey, even if they ask you how to demonstrate or show them something, your idea of a demonstration, the same way they can. So in a lab, a demonstration that they need that suffices them is a light bulb and a plastic ball. So if we, as flat earthers, said, okay, go get a light bulb and go get a plastic fucking square, and there you go, that wouldn't be good enough.
I especially like when you bring up something new, right? Something fresh, and how they don't know about it. But you give them 5 minutes, all of them will be absolute experts on the topic and correcting you on the topic.
Yep.
They'll correct me on stuff that I'm thinking about doing for the ideas of stuff, and they'll be like, well, this is what you want to do and how you said you, and I was like, whoa, no, I haven't even finished my sentence to tell you my idea for the design yet, and you're already telling me how it's wrong and the design's flawed the way you're telling me the design goes. It's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Stories, they exert no critical thinking at all. But any story for the flat earth or for the other side, they will scrutinize it to its infinite, right? But the globe, any globe rhetoric is just, that's a rhetoric. And all they need is tweet to believe it's true.
The expert bias.
Expert of what? The rocket scientists don't have any rocket science or rocket physics in a lab that they can do. There's nothing they can like manipulate or do. Like if you shoot something, it's going to do what it does. If it blows up, it blows up. Like you're not going to like, all you're going to be able to do is watch the action and reaction. There's no The rocket science, like if you're doing rocket science right now, what could you work with as a rocket scientist? What could you do?
Yeah. No, I mean the same experts in Globe Earth are telling me that, you know, I don't want to start getting into the Great Reset stuff, but it's insane that the same experts are telling me about my medical, you know, what I should do with.
Right.
It's just hilarious. And they're telling me that the truckers don't exist, and then 2 days later they're telling me it's actually they do exist, but they're not in the same numbers you were telling. You know.
Right. I think it should be goopy to give scientific advice, just like medical advice to people when it's wrong. There should be a lashback for both. Like, how come you can get shunned for giving medical advice to someone because you're not a doctor, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then a scientist can give you science advice when he's not doing science or physics. How does that work out? That's okay?
Yeah.
And they're making millions of dollars doing nothing. So what does NASA produce?
Well, it's all about having a white lab coat.
You're a little laggy there.
My fault, guys. I was saying that you have to have a white coat with your logo on it, with your name on it, for you to be taken seriously.
Like a lab
I
coat.
got a white coat. I got a black coat. And I got a couple coats. Which one do I need? The white one? Yeah, I'll put that one on.
Half of that server is also just like Biden kind of mainstream media, you know, never Trumper. They're like fake news kind of religious zealots. So
Right. I didn't know dollars were supposed to make science. I didn't know 42 pennies were supposed to like decide how physics worked. Over a million pennies, which decided and trumped the 42 pennies. Now physics works the $1 million way instead of the 42 penny way. And this is weird science that I just find this weird. Dollars for science. It's kind of crazy how physics can be controlled by dollar bills when there's only one type of physics. There's only one type of science. There's only one reality. How can this reality change from 1,000 years ago till now when the same rock is the same rock and you're going to get the same result as they did in the lab that supposedly they told you about 1,000 years ago when they did alchemy? You're going to get the same result. Science didn't ever change. Science, the materials don't change. The only thing that changes is the understanding of the people, and we've been brought up wrong in a biased understanding, and it's wrong. Where do we go to flip this? Where do we reset this wrong science and wrong understanding of where they're bringing us to? Like, how is it okay to just like spew nonsense and not ever be able to go to a lab, but every day of your life you talk about how it's science and it's labs and you're a part of this whole infrastructure of people that know all this knowledge, you know? But and what have we got from them? The same bottle rockets for 1,000 years. It's the same penis-shaped rocket, right? Same balls. A sphere has never changed from a sphere 360. I don't understand how anybody can keep acting like this is complicated. 360 is never going to change from 360. So when they say their math checks out, cool. We don't care about math. Not our lick. They can draw pictures all day with math. We care about the physics and the action and reaction. What can you guys think of that NASA's brought you that hasn't already been invented 1,000 years ago?
I can't think of nothing.
There's nothing new under the sun.
Crickets. So all this technology we've been like duped for, and all this so-called science and all this supposed whatever that doesn't even exist, and there's nothing new, and the physics didn't change, and the science didn't change. What's the point of NASA? What's the point of the whole fake ass industry?
physics changed on 9/11. Whoever believed believes initial story is just gullible as shit. So
Yeah, I mean, not what the I mean, even outside of the two twin towers, I don't even like to bring up the twin towers because it really doesn't matter if a plane hit them or not. But just with the Pennsylvania and there being no evidence of a plane actually hitting the fucking ground in Pennsylvania, and then the what is that? The Pentagon, and there's no evidence of a plane actually hitting the Pentagon. So I mean, I've heard some pretty fucking shit that people say it's CGI or whatever. I mean, honestly, you don't even have to look at the fucking Twin Tower ones and try to debunk that. You can just look at the other two low-hanging fruit and Building 7 too. There's just low-hanging fruit everywhere. I don't know why people always try to make it hard and say like, oh, the plane was CGI. I mean, there could have been a real plane. I don't think it was a 747. I don't really know what hit those buildings, but there's just really low-hanging fruit outside of the actual Twin Towers in Building 7, Pentagon, and Pennsylvania in that there's no evidence of any planes hitting any of those fucking areas. Thank you.
It's television. It's all scripted, man. You're following the same script. It's all TV. If you watch it on TV, it's TV. There at a certain point in time, we had some true shit, but it's because once you're surrounded by so many people, word of mouth is a bad mofo. Back in the day, there was so many people crowded shoulder to shoulder that it was hard to keep shit hidden. To an extent, it actually was to a point. And then they got better and better and better and better at it. You know what I mean?
even like when we're talking
All
about
the standards of
follow the
society drop.
science. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Physics.
Yeah, follow the science. It's like these guys aren't following the science; they're just following mainstream media, and that's why I mentioned 9/11. It's just same people following. Same thing with this whole past couple of years. They're not following the science. They're not looking at the Pfizer documents or anything. They're just looking at like literally TMZ shit.
Yeah, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000-year-old science. And they all claim that it's been a globe for thousands of years when Christopher Columbus didn't even know it was a globe in 1492.
Yeah, that's my exact fucking point. That's my exact point when I hear, oh, this globe thing. They always make this. Oh, the globe is 2,500 years old. Listen, motherfucker, you're a common fuck. You're not a billionaire. You're a common fuck. So if we went back in the day, you'd be a peasant common fuck. You would not be a noble. The concept of a globe wouldn't even come into your goddamn mind. You would just be told to fucking till the fucking ground or go on crusade. That's it. You would not fucking be sitting up on your philosophy high horse saying like, oh, the world's a globe. No, it was like the top 1% who thought the world was a globe. So these motherfuckers who say 2,500 years need to get their fucking head out of their ass.
They don't
Dude,
even
I
know how
made
to
that
measure
same
it.
argument like 2 years ago. I made that same argument like when they discovered the globe. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
You might be the first person to go through a black hole. How are you? Still all right? Yeah, you were cutting up pretty bad.
Just don't get caught in the white hole.
Well, my bad. What I was saying is that it's impossible for people to know that the Earth was a globe 2,000 years ago. If 2,000 years ago, 80% of the people did not know how to read or write. We did not have mass communication. We didn't have TVs. We didn't have radio. We didn't have cell phones. How the hell did the rest of the world was informed of that information that we live on a globe? Unless they use fucking pigeons.
I think when people state that, they're talking about the educated people, the ones who went to the universities and stuff.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They're always claiming
Five Guys.
I've literally heard multiple globers claim they'd be the guy to know it's a globe back in the day when it's like the probability of you being the guy is like the same probability as you being a fucking hexamillionaire. If you don't have $100 million today, you're not a globe believer back in the day.
Probability of you being the guy is 50-50 because you either would be the guy or you wouldn't be the guy.
That's fucking right, Jeremy.
You don't know shit about. You don't know probability, but anyway.
Even worse than that. Even worse than that. Let's say some Greek discovers that the Earth is a globe, right? Let's say that's the case. Now this motherfucker has the responsibility of spreading that information, right? What you think is gonna happen when Mr. Greek over here goes to a fucking tribe to try to change their habits and their traditions? Huh? You think they're just gonna receive? You think that they're just gonna say, yeah, man, give me that new information. We're gonna change everything about us. You think that's how it's gonna go?
Why would he? Why would that be an occurrence? Like why would the professors go to some uninhabited or some place that was with nomads or something like that and try to change their ways
What was Columbus doing?
Why did that guy?
Land for money.
Why did that guy try to go to that tribe with a Bible and got like arrowed to death? Why did he do that?
Yeah, that's a religious conquest. That's not
because there's some shit men tend to do, right? Men tend to impose their beliefs on other people.
Yeah, but this is education, and they offer education at the university, and they expect people to pay them for it. So they don't go and give it to them.
How is it?
I just googled it. I just googled it right now, and it back in the Dark Ages, only 5% of the population was even literate. So I mean, yeah, that's a fucking low amount.
Dark Ages represents a fall from.
Wasn't there famous astronomers that were put under house arrest as well for like trying to teach the globe? It was seen as heresy, was it not?
Oh, Galileo. Yeah, but in the East, where there wasn't a Dark Ages, in the East during when there wasn't a Dark Ages. I mean, when during the Dark Ages in the West, in the East, that's where the top universities were. This is what they were teaching at those universities.
So basically, what I'm looking at is if we had a direct analogy today, saying the West is America. I don't know. I'm just gonna assume everyone. Let's just say everyone in this room is part of America. I'm not saying you are. Let's just whatever. So we have 5% of the population in Europe at that time being literate. That's equivalent to basically our top 5%, 250,000 a year. So if you're not making over 250,000 a year, you probably weren't the guy back in the day who knew it was a globe. Just period. If you're not making that much, you're not in that percentage bracket.
Yeah, during that same time, those people who lived there didn't even know what those aqueducts were that had been built before them. They didn't understand a lot of shit. That's why it was the Dark Ages. They had a fall from the Roman times.
What? So you also think it might be inherited?
Inherited? No, not inherited. Just instead, like right now, we have a progression every year. People are learning new things every year, going to college, this and that, and everything's public information shared. If we had a complete collapse of society and that stopped, at least here in America, we weren't communicating with other places. In a couple of generations, people would not even understand the technology that they're like finding on the ground. Like they pick up a cell phone, not even know what it was.
Don't worry, we're all going to be dead soon, and Jesus is going to come back. This World War III is kicking off sharply.
Hey, you ready for food shortages? You ready for food shortages? Oh wait, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but in a couple months I won't be. In a couple months, I won't be a conspiracy theorist about food shortages, but right now I am.
Exactly. The power outages, the internet hacking, and all that is just fake news, guys. Fake news.
Fake until I have so many channels. Not so many. I only have a select few actually. Most channels are bullshit. But I have a select few channels that have kind of called out things before they've happened pretty consistently for like fucking 3 years now. It's kind of ridiculous.
But the real head fuck is like you thinking about it. Is that what brings it to fruition?
Oh yeah, could be self-fulfilling.
At least from the way I look at it, is everything is planned out. These motherfuckers in the New World Order have resources and they plan it out. And basically, if you know the plan, you can kind of accurately predict what's going to come down the pipe. It's like if you were in a fucking serfdom in Europe back in the medieval ages. If you knew what the fucking king was going to do, you kind of know where your country's going to go, you know?
Have you guys looked into Project Looking Glass?
Is that the bombs?
No, Project Looking Glass is it's like a really black budget military thing where apparently they could use this device to see possible futures, and they could basically input these data sets into a supercomputer and it would predict the future.
Alice in
And
Wonderland.
have you heard about this stuff?
Yeah, it's just so, you know, I mean, like, it's like we've been programmed for this. It was always coming. Oh man.
Yeah.
That's fun stuff.
I've heard about it. Asked for the future through it.
Yeah. There's one thing where they said all the data points that they put in keep converging on the same timeline. Like no matter who, when they put in Trump becoming president, it still converged on the same timeline. So no matter what we did, we were ultimately going to live out the same future possibilities.
You mean
And they're
that's what we were scripted? That makes sense.
Yeah, it was kind of scripted that way, but it our band of options narrows and narrows.
That's called control.
Pretty fun conspiracy there.
Yeah, I thought it was weird that they said they put it up to a wall and could see back in the 40s or whatever, and see the old cars and stuff and people still. And I was like, get the fuck.
Yeah, no, I've not heard of this, man.
Project Looking Glass. Yeah, there's one pretty long kind of documentary style interview.
I've heard of that term, but I've not seen any docs on it.
It's got the elite people all scared. The ones in the know.
Well, they're scared of the chaotic pattern. If they're picking up a frequency and they think that frequency is a harmonic frequency or whatever they think is good, and then they see a chaotic pattern, it'd fuck them up.
Yeah, and chaotic for them would be losing control of the population.
Of course. They can't deal with the unknowable.
Exactly.
They can't deal with not knowing how we're
gonna. They can't deal with originality.
Right. Right. They can't deal with not knowing how we're gonna act, basically.
Have you ever noticed how ugly they are too?
Definitely, I've noticed that.
Oh, how ugly they are. Have you noticed since the story Pinocchio, when I was a little kid, I see some of these big people that are supposed to be millionaires and billionaires like Soros and stuff. I feel like their nose grows the more money they get and the more lies they tell, and the people that die from them or something some weird your nose and ears grow like Pinocchio. I feel like that story has some type of substance somehow. Like if you're a Jewish guy, you're not, a real Jew or a CI, if you're some kind of fucking weird dude, the weirder shit you do, the more your nose grows.
It must mean Adrian Brody's a huge liar.
Have you seen Pinocchio recently?
He's an actor.
And Bill Gates has had surgery.
I'm just saying, George Soros' nose covers on half of his face, dude, and his ears too. He's like a big nose and ears. What the hell is he? What is that fucking thing?
A mole rat.
No, the thing on Star Wars.
Like a Chewbacca? Oh.
A Yoda. A big old nose, big-eared Yoda. Yeah, his fucking ears look like wings, and his nose, looks like he stuffed turkeys in it. Who looks like that? Come on, man. Whose facial features fit that?
Fun fact is there's the thing called Pleasure Island in Pinocchio where young boys get taken and they never come back the same.
No, mate, I swear that scarred quite a lot of us for life. That's some fucked up shit to put on for a kid.
The same with Peter Pan, right?
Oh,
Peter Pan, the little island for boys, right? And then you got the pirate coming to save him. Arr.
I think the pirate saved them in that story.
Well, Captain Hook was actually supposed to be the good guy, and
Right, he could have been the parents of the children.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, and Peter Pan was trying to keep all the boys on this island for himself because he was men in tights.
I thought it was supposed to be an analogy for boys and developing into the men, the pirates.
If that's what you get out of it.
I like Hook though. It's a good movie.
Yeah, no, it's a good story. They are good stories. I always thought it was cool when he had to chase his shadow.
I thought Rufio was a dick.
What do you think it's like, the physics, or how do you think the physics react? I know it's all one physics, but how do you think the physics are in the cold area of Antarctica? Say you got to go over there and it's like 1,000 below zero, and you could put on an astronaut suit and go over there, and you're okay, you're tempered and shit. What do you think the physics are like over there if you had like gold or copper or aluminum or like a magnet?
Talking about like a long time ago?
Right now.
You want where?
No, today. Today, right now, if you had like a copper egg or a gold egg, you could take over there and you could hit a tuning fork inside of it and vibrate the outside to give it a little, a little energy or whatever, a little vibration. Like, I don't know, do you think there'd be an action or a reaction over there in like a super cold medium?
Depends. Depends on what exactly you're doing. With what material?
I mean, anything. You're doing science. I mean, what do you think it would take? Which metal? What type of what do you think you could do to go over there and just like hover or levitate? Do you think it'd be hard in a superconductive like medium?
Superconductive medium.
Yeah, of Antarctica. Or space. They're both the same. There's no difference. I mean, is there anything in Antarctica but the gas that's above it? I mean, what's in space?
Less
Same
gas.
shit, right? Just a void, right? Abyssal plane of space, the abyssal plane of Antarctica. So like, I'm just like asking, like, what do you think we could do there?
I don't know. I once saw this a paper from these Indian dudes that were claiming to produce superconductivity at room temperature, but as I suspected, it was found out to be fraudulent. But yeah, room temperature, I think it was about 30 degrees, 30 or 40 degrees or something. I did see the highest temperature one, but it was something like 100 and some degrees below zero.
So when something gets so cold and it's superconducting, what do you think's going on with that material?
Well, they say that it's with the magnetic field inside of it, or the electromagnetic field. It basically it makes it so it doesn't interact with another electric field. So, like, this is why you can put it in the field and it's just going to stay stationary. I have to show you like a visual.
So you could literally, like, in theory, just take some copper chips or some like certain material and go ride on it like a carpet or something, right?
Well, in a magnetic field. That's why when they have superconducting magnets, you have to place it on another magnet, to see that sort of levitation.
Well, is the cold another magnet itself? It's the superconductor.
Well, no, whenever we built it at school, I had a sapphire wafer, and I forget, wrapped it in some kind of foil. Did some other shit, but yeah, it had to be this specific thin wafer, like this sapphire wafer, that allowed us to do that. I forget the exact materials because I forgot what the foil was made from, and that had to be at a temperature that was cooled. And then it had to be cooled. So when you cool it, it has to be cooled in the magnetic field. So like you put it on the magnet or whatever, and then you free. It's kind of like the same way you would make a magnet. Like you make a magnet while it's hot, and then you let it cool down, and it stays the charge, the polarity stays where it is when it was liquid. It's similar to that because you gotta freeze it, or you gotta cool it when it's in that magnetic field already.
So there's a flowing magnetic field of water underneath the ice, and then there's ice, and then there's super negative. So I think it's just exactly what you described. And I think you could levitate over there and stuff. And I don't know if there's a different temperature beyond that or other warm places. I don't know. That's up for grabs too. Anything's possible when you don't know, right? We know physics are going to happen the right way, but anything's possible for more land or not is my point.
And I saw just a second ago, I saw that it says in 2020 there's a material, what is it? Carbonaceous sulfur hydride. It's got a transition temperature of 15 degrees Celsius. So 15 degrees Celsius, that's pretty high.
Are you talking about frozen salt? What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know how you classify this stuff. It just says carbonaceous sulfur hydride, but it says that they've gotten this. But it says at 263 gigapascals. So at that pressure, at that temperature, they could make that into a superconductor.
There's a couple fluids that can be a superfluid, right?
Oh, superfluids? Well, yeah. I mean, there's there's the helium and stuff like that, but you can make tons of things with superfluid.
What do you know about Freon?
Not much.
Why does it talk about Freon?
Well, I know it's not an element or anything like that. It's a chemical structure.
Of what?
I think CFCs are classified as Freon.
So what's it from?
Well, there's all different chemical structures that you can use. So there's not like just one thing that's Freon.
It's not one thing that's Freon. So
yeah, it's not like just a single thing. Yeah.
So is there one thing that's helium?
Yeah. Yeah, helium is one thing, but I'm saying when someone says Freon, it's not one thing. So it says right here, it's
Well, how do they produce it as well? I just want to know, if me and you wanted to sit there and learn, from start to finish, where do they get where does it come from?
I don't know. Different chemical compound. I look at the recipe, but it says CFCs. Yeah, CFCs classified as Freon, but it says it's a registered trademark of a specific company, and it uses it for several halocarbon products.
So you're telling me these men make this cool stuff?
Yeah, actually, I saw a video about this recently. I think who did that? I think it was Veritasium. He did a video about the dude who came up with it.
So we can't like make none if we wanted to. It's patented.
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what you would need to make it. It looks like there's several different kinds. There's let me see. Not all refrigerants of this type are labeled as Freons. Freon is a brand name for refrigerants, and then there's like 6 different ones. So it looks like there's 6 different compounds. I think it's kind of like NOS. Like, you know how like NOS is not really nitrous oxide, but it's a brand for nitrous oxide, and some people
So
just
you
call it
can
NOS.
put a little different compression or a little bit different charge to it, or add a little bit to it.
I don't know. Like I said, there's I see here 3 different chemical compounds for it.
So your air conditioner is nitrous oxide machine for you to go faster.
Sure.
Is that what you're telling? I mean,
No,
when you
not
got
at
air
all.
conditioner, hold on, you got compressor and air conditioner unit, you got the Freon, you got, I mean, everything you need. If you just hook the tube and condense that all towards your carburetor or I think your intake, I mean, it'd be like a fucking pretty bad.
So there's something called
nice little turbo.
Chloro-difluoromethane, and then there's dichloro-difluoromethane. These are 2 different compounds that can both be classified as Freon.
Methane, difluoromethane. So broke down flowers?
I think it's got something more to do with
well, I mean, a gas from like, you know, from something degrading. The chlorophyll that's inside, salt.
Well, no, methane is hydrogen and carbon. And then you got fluoride, and then it looks like you got chlorine.
Minus like 90 Celsius is like the coldest it gets in Antarctica. There's no such thing as minus 1,000, by the way.
How do you know that?
Well, I mean, I don't. I've just
read. What I'm saying is like, how do you get temperature in the first place? Like, how do they read it?
How do they read it?
Isn't it by voltage?
Stored like specific heat capacity. I don't know actually how much energy something has.
Exactly. How do you even get the depth of the ocean on a sphere when all the land can conform and do whatever it wants, like a soggy, wet, goofy potato?
Well, it can do that over time, but like at any given moment, it's stationary, right? Like unless you're measuring a molten bed or something.
Well, I mean, going around a sphere, where would you start to measure your elevation of the water? When the water has waves, tides, ripples, you know, for the ocean, like, and if you can have a 30-foot wave or a mile-high wave or some crazy shit, like, what are you measuring? The wave, the depth, and when you're going forward on the ball, you don't know if you're going up in elevation or forward or down. Like, it's all the same thing. So I still don't understand how they could get a sea level off of a ball when you're supposed to go from the center of the ball, not the outside surface. The surface of a potato is not supposed to be the level of your gravity. The center outward is supposed to be the thing that determines where the level is of your gravity of your spherical object from the center, not the actual surface of it. See, they pick and choose. Sometimes they use the center, sometimes they use the surface. They just pick what they want whenever. It doesn't even make any sense. I still don't understand how you're measuring the ocean on a ball. If you guys got any ideas, fill me in.
Or maybe they measured the world where there wasn't any water, and they could measure the oceans just by walking across them because there's no water there.
There's some answers to your questions.
I still want to know the amount of water. That's what we're trying to measure. If there's no water, then we're really not measuring the water.
What are you asking?
How do you measure an ocean on a ball? Where do you start for level? Where's your level on a ball to even start from?
Yeah,
Are
you'd
you
use
going
like
from the center of the earth to
sea
find
level.
your sea level, or are you going from the surface of the odd potato?
Would you just go by the 14.7 psi? That would probably be a good mean in it.
So the voltage, so you read voltage and that tells you how deep your ocean is? Okay. I'm with it, man. Voltage ocean for the win. So if
If you
anybody could
measure
find out,
if you measure from like the tops of the crests of waves and from the troughs, you can average out and get a average height.
from what? We're going from where?
Well, you were saying like how do they measure what like level is with all the waves and all the
The
unevenness?
topography underneath the ocean, it's like really deep
Yeah.
dips, really high
Yeah, so
mountains, really.
you take like the average of all of it.
So they have no clue.
Well, I mean,
1.3 miles negative, apparently. If you take the water off, it would be 1.3 miles below sea level on average.
yeah, but at every point you could still measure it. So
What's it? What do we measure?
like how deep it is at that particular point.
Okay, so we got 1,000 foot of water right here next to my house, for example, and then 2 foot over we have 2 foot of water. Okay, where's the water level at? I still don't understand how anybody's finding the water level or elevation of a oddball.
So if it goes from
sphere.
if it goes from 1,000 feet deep to as shallow as like a couple feet, then the average would be somewhere around 500 to 600 meters.
Yeah, but the only place there's depth is in that hole. The other part you can walk around and find.
Yeah, but if we're averaging out the entire thing.
So you're just saying the surface of the water is the level of the water for that area and portion of land you're over with that water. See, because your land can be up above another piece of land too. So if you're like in a mountainous region or a high plateau, and you have like a big thing of water, it's like super salt water. It's like a huge amount, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 miles, and then you go over, then drop down 1,000 miles, or go up 1,000 miles, and there's continues the rest of the world's ocean. Like, how do you find the level of that? I still can't. I'm not following.
Why would you need that measurement?
A spherical glober would need whatever measurement they claim. For me, that's just pretty simple.
I reckon it ties in with atmospheric pressure. This is one or two the same thing. The sea level is determined by the pressure. So if you're 14.7, they'll say that's sea level, but that's going to be different all around the world. Surely a barometer.
So there is no sea level.
Yeah, but you start at zero, don't you? You set your altimeter to whatever thing, and then you go from there. So you determine sea level manually, don't you, in ways?
No. Like, so sea level could start.
It's electrical.
You could start at 1,000
You're reading
feet
the amount of
below sea
resistance of
level.
currency near the ocean. That's all you're reading. You're not reading the ocean. That's not depth of water. So if you can't. I always break the ball. So fun.
So if you're up on a mountain and there's a lake there, you'd be way above sea level. Like, level of that lake would be way above sea level. I think that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I hear you, mate.
All right.
Yeah, you got to make a device above the water to see the sea level of the water. That's weird to me. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, like the entire lake is way above sea level. So you'd have to just track it.
So how does that make sense for a level? It doesn't even make it. Doesn't. Can't be level at all. Not like that. Not on a ball. The only way you can have sea levels on a flat plane. And even on a flat plane, you can have differential waters, so it'd still be hard. It'd still be hard either way. So what are they really talking about? Sea level. I know water finds its level. I'm not arguing that point at all. But I'm saying what they tell you is sea level around the ball is a fucking lie. I mean, I can have 1,000. You can have the Marianas Trench next to a 2-foot, a 2-foot high piece of water right next to it, where the trench ends and it goes up. And then on top of that, there's 2 foot of water where you and I can walk around. But 2 foot away from us is a trench. And how can that be sea level? I mean, no. Just the ideas they tell us they can do that they haven't done, especially when they haven't actually measured the topography of the actual surface of the water, dirt surface, sand,
Mate, can't hear a fucking word you're saying, mate.
It's kind of in and out.
Like if the mean sea level rises, do we make adjustments for that? Because if our kilo and our metric system is tied into that, etc., have we allowed for that since the day that we established this metric system or anything similar?
Say again? The mean sea level is said to rise and change. Yeah.
Yeah, so if the sea level rises, then when we measure what a kilo is at sea level, and that sea level has risen,
I don't think that's going to make that big of a difference, though.
I agree. Just trying to think like what impact of something not just in let's say 200 years, what impact that could have.
I mean, I guess one impact would be like altimeters, because a lot of altimeters use barometers. But technically, if mean sea level changed, then those altimeters, like like 10 feet above sea level, if sea level rose, it would be the same pressure there, but it wouldn't be 10 feet above sea level anymore. So
Yeah, I get you.
yeah, funnily enough, barometers work as some of the most accurate altimeters.
You seen them weather sort of instruments? I think it's called the Galileo clock or something like that. And it's like got little different liquids in them, and you put it on your mantelpiece, and it tells you what temperature it is. It's all got different colours, and they like go up and down depending on the weather.
For temperature, or they're for temperature and pressure?
Yeah, I think there's like 7 different colours, and they something. Maybe it's just temperature, maybe because they've all got tags on them at different temperatures. So I think it's based on temperature. I think it's called the Galileo clock or something like that. Thermometer, I don't know, barometer. I bought one for a family member years ago, so it's just a general thing. But interesting, it was the Galileo thing. How I think it's something to do with that make the liquids heavier or lighter depending on the weight they've used to put the tag on the side, and it corresponds to the weather or something.
Yeah, I've seen one of those before. They're pretty badass.
I think you're thinking of a Galileo thermometer, maybe. Oh, I've seen these, yeah. Yeah, Galileo clock is something different, but yeah, the Galileo thermometer, it has those little bubbles in them with the different colored liquids.
It's like one of those birds that pushes the keys in The Simpsons. When Homer takes a nap at work. I posted a video like an hour ago from 1968, before the moon landings. It's talking about fake news and how they could manufacture the news. You guys should definitely watch it.
Can you give us a summary?
Yeah, it's like a quick BBC little documentary. It's got this kind of James Bond level supervillain speaking the whole time, and he's kind of like telling someone that they want to recruit into the organization. He's telling them like how they control the masses, and how that in 1973 they've already created all the stories like of like these artificial landings and liftoffs, and how the Russians dock on the space station, all sorts of stuff like that, and it's all already faked in 1968.
You tell me the mastermind of all this was explaining this entire thing to the BBC?
No, it's not a mastermind. It's like a recreation, or it's kind of like a clip from a movie, like where some supervillain is describing it to the antagonist. Here, I'll post it again. You definitely have to skip the intro because it's got this guy's commentary, but it's good. There. I posted it again in the live stream.
Live stream text 1? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I see it.
yeah. And he goes into some stuff where you're like, even as a globetard, you're like, oh shit, like he's literally talking about faking Russian cooperation, Russian satellites, the moon landing stuff. It's quite the watch though. You'd probably have to watch it later or back out and listen to it.
Oh, I've seen this before. Forgot where though.
Does it have any worth, Kosho? As a globe card?
Possibly. Like he says, and that's what I was about to ask if it was a fictional thing. Yeah, it's a fictional discussion from some movie or TV show or something like that. Kind of discussing, what some people thinks is real. I don't remember much from it though, so I'm gonna watch it again.
Yeah, I'm glancing through it. It looks like how you just described it. Looks to be kind of like a scripted thing.
Oh, yeah, it's from a TV show or movie or something.
I know this isn't like flat Earth related, but I'm so balls deep in this depth herd trial. Like I'm curious how long the jury's going to deliberate for. I think they're going to find. I think they're going to find her guilty. I think they're going to award him some money. I don't know if anybody gives a shit to talk about this or not, but if you do, chime in. But for some reason, I'm balls deep in it.
And a lot of people are. I just watched some of the funny clips, but I mean, even if he doesn't get any money for it, I think the purpose was to clear his name.
Yeah, do you think he's done that?
He's done what?
Do you think he's cleared his name?
Heard it any?
Well, no. I think definitely because that's why he was losing work was because of the general, the general sentiments towards him, as expressed through media sources or whatever. So Disney is not really concerned with whether or not he does anything wrong, but just if news articles are being written about him being a woman beater or something like that.
Yeah.
In which case it was, and so I think the general idea or sentiment towards him after this has changed in that regard. And I think that's what he's done to do.
Yeah, definitely redeemed himself, at least some.
Yeah, it's really impressive how much evidence they've managed to gather and how they've been able to piece it together because there is just so much evidence against her. And watching her on the stand, like I almost have a visceral reaction to her because I think it's pretty clear that she's some type of like sociopath.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there was probably a bit of like mutual destruction going on there. Like I think it was like a volatile like it wasn't a good relationship. I think.
Oh, sure.
But like I think Johnny's was more like drug induced and like dealing with her shit. You know what I mean? Like he was probably treating the situation poorly at times. But like I think a lot of it was driven from her poor behavior.
Yeah, I mean, you even had like a couple people, come and testify and saying like they kind of picked up on this that it was fake just right from the jump because she had nothing. Like she would say she'd just been abused and they'd see her and she'd no marks, no nothing, and I don't know if.
Well,
I
mean, he could be. I think he could be like mentally abusing her in certain situations. Like if he was like going on like some sort of like drug tirade, you know what I mean, yelling and doing stupid shit, that could be scary. Even if he didn't physically abuse her.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not absolving him of anything, but I think it's pretty clear that there's definitely some hardcore physical abuse that he took that was taken
Yeah.
out on him, and she was the aggressor, and also that man, just the fact that his finger got ripped off, that's fucked up, man. That's some hardcore abuse. I mean, she had to have chucked the shit out of that vodka bottle to rip the tip of his finger off. You know, if that's how it happened. It seems very unlikely to me that how are you going to rip the tip of your own finger off? I mean, I can see that
I
in like
mean,
some kind of industrial setting, but like hanging out at a bar, how you going to rip
you
your
could
finger
have
off?
an yeah, I mean, you could have an accident. You could slam the bottle down by accident if you're drunk, on the wrong part of your hand.
Yeah, that'd be tough, man. That'd be a tough one. It's pretty
I
possible.
don't know. I've been drunk at times where, like, I could have pretty much done anything and not noticed.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, so if you slam it on the counter, right? Like it would shatter. Like you have to slam it on your
Yeah,
hand yourself, right? Like if you slammed it on
yeah.
the counter, like I could see some cuts or stuff like that, but not the fracture.
No, I'm saying like you could in a drunken tirade, like when you're angry and you like took a bottle and like smacked it on the bar or whatever, and your hand happened to be there as well. Like you might not have had a good aim or like a good sense of you know what I mean, what the fuck you were doing. You just accidentally smacked your own hand.
Like
I'm
if
not
you
saying
held it
that's what
sideways or
happened, but
something.
it's possible.
Yeah, like
It's
if
not.
you held it sideways or something. I'm thinking of that holding it by the top of it, right? Like smacking it like
Well,
somebody would
like
grab the top of it and take it like smash it. That's what I'm thinking of
Well,
in my
like,
head.
look, there was one time I smacked my beer bottle down one time just out of anger, like discussing in a drunk fashion some stupid like political thing with somebody else at the bar, right? And I smacked my beer down, but I remember I had my elbows on the bar, and I wasn't that far away from my other hand. You know what I mean? My
Oh
other
yeah.
hand was on the bar as well, and I just sort of like was leaning was like leaning on the bar and smacked the beer bottle down. It was empty, but like, I
Okay.
mean, I'm not saying I hit my hand, but like, I can see how it's possible that if I was drunk enough and not paying attention, that I could have smacked it on one of my fingers.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
I'm just saying it's not an impossibility that he could have done it himself
Sure, sure.
out of some drunken sort of drug induced flailing about.
What really got me is her on stand. Like she's so clearly acting,
Oh,
and like she does like a lot of these triggers. Like if you ever watch any like behavior analysis type stuff, like she does so many things that are just so clustered together. It's like I said, I almost have a visceral reaction to her. She will contradict
yeah.
herself in literally in the same sentence. But
You know,
I go ahead.
yeah, I mean, I will say that like Johnny has me questioning, right? Like I don't know for sure whether, how good or bad Johnny was and like I think the question like some of the evidence can go both ways at certain instances, but like for her, like this has given me a very poor opinion of her. Like this has not helped her at all as far as I'm concerned.
No, absolutely not. If they maybe could have kept her off the stand, I don't think it would have been as bad. But getting her on the stand, especially being questioned by Camille Vasquez or whatever the kind of Latino looking attorney is,
Yeah,
it's
just
just
terrible.
so bad. It's just terrible for her. It looks so bad. Like I
Yeah,
said,
just terrible.
I think most people can look at that and have a somewhat visceral response to how bad she's lying and just know just it's just like this gut feeling. You're like, oh my god, this woman is a nightmare.
Yeah,
Uh,
I can't even give her a benefit of the doubt. Like maybe she's feeling some sort of like PTSD or something and reacting in ways and that maybe aren't predictable that we would think that she should be reacting and stuff. Like
yeah,
I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, but like it's just terrible. She's just terrible.
yeah,
I can't even.
yeah. And that the lawyer who keeps asking everybody who comes up on Johnny's side, are you trying to get your 15 minutes of fame? Are you trying to get your 15 minutes of fame?
Yeah, like that's
Is
gonna fucking work.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I don't know if you saw the TMZ guy come up, but he was like, I could say the same thing about you, becoming Amber Heard's lawyer. Maybe you're wanting your 15 minutes of fame here. And it was hilarious. Um, but true crime, I think a lot of people find true crime interesting. There's just so much of it, and so many people. Everybody's had a relationship, and I kind of have the feeling that most people are capable of really extreme things if you just put them in the right circumstance. So,
Yeah.
Generally talking to people. Go ahead.
There is something that sickens me a little bit about the sort of celebrity issue about it. Like if this was like a normal person or whatever, this wouldn't even be a thing, right? Like the only reason why this is a thing is because there's some sort of celebrity involved. And like this is something that me as a human being, my own personal self, have never really quite understood. It's like, okay, they have a job, they're acting or they're singing or whatever, and that's cool. And like I like have fans of like certain musicians and stuff like that too. But like I do not think that they're like special or gods or nothing. Like I don't, you know what I mean? Like why am I so fucking interested in their goddamn personal life? It's just so weird.
Yeah, it's just you get a peek into I guess what the uber rich do. Like life isn't fair. Like that guy, I mean, he had like 5 penthouses, right? And he had each one divvied out to a different friend. It you just kind of get to peer into kind of like this unfairness that comes about through being born, right? I think it's a combination of luck and hard work. But a lot of times, it's just luck. I think for Johnny Depp, it's both. But it's just you get to peer into these uber elite lives and see what they're like because that's just so far from most people's experience. It's interesting in that regard.
I mean, the only real difference to me is that they have the means to do things at will that normal people don't, right? Like if they go to fucking Paris and hang out for a fucking weekend, they can do that because they have the means to do it. But other than that, I mean, they're just humans. They're living normal lives. They just have to do things at will. That's all. That's the only difference.
Well, I mean that too, and also like the basic living structure, right? Like he had like a whole what do you call it, cul-de-sac of penthouses or of houses where like he had everybody, whoever was cool with him could live in this house. You can live in that house. And he took that one artist guy. I don't know if you saw. He became his best friend. That's what they're claiming. He basically took him off the street and provided him like a warehouse to show his work and promoted his work. I'm definitely sure there was some back and forth between them. But man, that bitch is so nutty. She is so nutty, and I think
we can all agree on that, man. This bitch is fucking crazy.
and as a guy, like like if a woman is that hot, like she can fuck with your head just from the fact that she's that hot and will give you that thatch. Like she can make you do some crazy things. I heard a story. They were talking about there was a videotape of it too, of Elon going up in one of the penthouses with her and what's her name? Something. Fuck, what's her name? She's super hot model. I can't think of her name, but she's just absolutely gorgeous. They're basically talking about him having a 3-way with like 2 of the most finest women on earth. And she's like, oh my God, man, life just isn't fair. And Elon, he's such an introvert. Like if he didn't have that kind of money, I can't help but think like he's not going to be getting much tail. Like guys like that just don't typically get much tail. It's that power that comes with it that makes him interesting to people, or at least the women, sexually speaking. But I'm curious how long they're going to deliberate for. And I can't help but think they're going to award something in his favor. It's not going to be everything, right? Because he had crimes himself. There was a little bit of evidence that he was, somewhat, emotionally abusive. You don't know if that was, kind of him just reacting to her being abusive as well. But, they'll usually like assign percentages of fault in cases like this, right? So they'll assign a percentage of fault where, like, in claims of damages, right? They'll say that like, oh, he's 50% responsible, she's 50% responsible, or she's 60% responsible, he's 40% responsible. So I don't think they're going to come back with 50 million, but I think they are going to come back with something. Or do they get this? Do they get to decide that? Does the jury get to decide that, or does the judge get to decide that? I don't know. I think the jury does. I might be mistaken though. I'm glad. I'm honestly glad it was televised. I feel bad for the dude. I feel like he got really wrapped up in this crazy relationship with a super hot, just unbelievably gorgeous woman who just tore his life to shreds as he knows it. Right? He's living through life, being one of the most famous people in the world. Generally speaks about well. Everybody, from all accounts, he's a decent human being, and then he just gets dragged through hell by this crazy sociopath. It's just a human story, man. I don't know if anybody's ever had to deal with sociopaths before, but I can think of a couple cases in my life. It's just they're just so out. They're so far outside of the normal realm of human beings that it's almost like they're a fucking alien or something, man. No empathy, no sympathy, only concern for themselves. I think she thinks she's outsmarting people. I mean, why? I mean, he did kind of back her into a corner, but like they haven't really presented all that much. And she's kind of making her lawyers look dumb. But I think that's just because factually and narratively, and I'm not speaking narratively like it's fake, just narratively as in the story of their life, like she doesn't have near as much to go on and near as much to build on as he does because they got all this stuff documented on his side and got so much to present. I think there was like the last exhibit I saw was like exhibit like 1013 or something, and I don't know. It's nuts. But they went into closing arguments today. The jury is deliberating right now, I think. I don't think it's going to take them very long, would be my guess. My guess would be 24 to 48 hours of deliberation. But I saw the craziest piece on Vox. I wish I might post this. I had to read the thing because the title was something about like Amber Heard's or the Depp Heard trial is bringing out the worst in humanity. And so I kind of assumed by the title it was going to paint a picture of her being basically bashed by the media and being the one that's been wronged here. And it did. And it outlined it. And it claimed that this had to do with the alt-right and white supremacists. They tied basically memes around that related to the Depp trial. If you make memes around the Depp trial, you're a white supremacist. That was their conclusion in one of the paragraphs. I don't know. I can't help but think like these people believe that. Maybe they don't. I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist. I don't think like they're corroborating like a lot of this stuff. I think you're just talking about these uber liberal people who are just way far out there on the left, and it's like a women's rights issue thing, and it's just the fact that she's a woman, like that alone will make them defend her. And in terms of like a societal impact, I think this has a good societal impact because like there's been no high-profile case of a male who has been the abuse of domestic violence that I'm aware of, at least in recent history, not in the last 10, 20 years. So I think this is good for society. Really. I'm sure you can make a case against that, but I think it's ultimately good because we're having the first case in 10 to 20 years of a man actually proving that he's been abused.
High profile, man, yeah.
Yeah, high profile thing.
Sure. I'm sure the shit happens all the time now, but yeah.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I'm sure it happens all the time. But I hope high profile thing. I don't know if there is one. I'm thinking like Rosie O'Donnell maybe like got accused of beating what's his name, but I might be mistaken about that.
The last thing was like the Ellen thing where it was like, oh, Ellen's mean backstage.
Oh yeah. Dude, that's so funny. That she's just like, maybe she's just super nice, but the second you get her backstage, she's just like this uber cunt.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah, I can see that too. A lot of people came out of the woodwork on that one, claiming that is kind of true.
Hmm.
You know, at least from what I saw. But that's just, who the fuck knows. But it's just funny to me. I don't know if you remember. There's a clip from like some movie with Seth Rogen where it's oh, what's his name, man? He basically hosted American Idol for the longest time, and he's got a talk show
Howie?
now. No, not
Howie
Howie.
Mandel. Oh.
No, not Howie Mandel. Fuck, it's been so long. Shit, I might have to look this up. But he was just he's just so happy-go-lucky. And supposedly Seth Rogen went in one day and saw him working. And as soon as the cameras went off, he started bitching at everybody. And he thought it was fucking hilarious. And he put it in a movie. I wish I could think of what movie it is. I might post it here in a second.
A lot of those virtue signaling assholes are like the biggest racists, and they don't even realize it. They're like, "Who's gonna clean your toilets, Mr. Trump, if you ban all the Mexicans?"
Ryan Seacrest is who I'm thinking of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there was some movie where they did just that. I can't remember what movie exactly, but they kind of showed him being a dick after the cameras went off. And they did it really well. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Was it like The Interview?
No, I think it was earlier than that.
Yeah, not the James Franco one.
Yeah.
That had Seth Rogen, James Franco, and like the news team.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. The fucking North Korea hacked Sony execs, the Sony servers.
Yeah.
Over that. How the fuck do they have people that know how to do that? That's what I want to know. Like, if you know much about their country, like, they turn off the electricity, like, in almost everywhere. Even, like, in the sort of, like, high-end areas, they'll turn it off for so many hours a day. I guess he must have hired out a team from another country, is what I imagine, to do this.
Yeah. I mean, even then, I still find it pretty, it's too sophisticated. Like, it would have to be Israel or America or Britain, like.
Oh,
There's
really?
no,
Do you
or
think
Russia.
cahoots with somebody?
What's that?
You think North Korea, like, teamed up with Russia or somebody to get that information?
No, I think we just say it's North Korea, but in reality, it's someone else. Like, mainstream media uses them as a patsy, like a nuclear war threat for the rest of the world. Like, oh, if you don't do what we say, North Korea might test another missile and launch it over Japan.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
the hacking thing, it's like,
go ahead.
If Ukraine or Russia or anybody did anything, they would be like, okay, we can't blame these guys because we're currently funding these guys, so let's blame Iran or let's blame Saudi Arabia or whatever it is.
Yeah, I guess my thinking was there's pretty decent lines of evidence considering that it was right around the time that this was being put out and North Korea was talking shit and saying that they're gonna, create problems. However, they were saying they were gonna create problems, and then right around that time, the Sony emails got leaked, and there was all these executives talking shit about, famous people basically that they work with, which is causing them problems. And I guess, in this day and age, well, back then, like, they're really clamping down on security now. I don't know if you've noticed, but like almost any account you have now will require like two-factor authentication. At least that's been my experience. Like within the last 6 months, almost every account will require like a longer password, more characters, and some type of two-factor authentication. Back then, when that happened, like, there wasn't a super high level of security on those sites, so I don't think it really would have taken that much. But it's just that the motive was there for North Korea to do that.
True. I don't know. The Sony hack was a weird thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they were talking a bunch of shit about celebrities, dumbasses. I mean, I guess if you phrased it in like a non-shitty way, it wouldn't be that bad. But they were just kind of being dicks. Do you know anything about this Texas school shooting? I keep hearing something about the cops waiting 40 minutes. Is there any validity to that?
I've definitely heard that and seen some videos of like parents yelling at the cops and then kind of some of them getting arrested or detained because they were like, what if you had kids and blah 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 blah, and they were kind of yelling at the cops. But definitely heard that there was some cowardly 40 minutes of waiting / not doing anything.
Yeah, there's pictures of tactical geared up law enforcement that were just standing around with tasers, just thinking to yourself, shouldn't you be breaching this school, not standing around holding off parents? There's a problem here somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, so if there was like a barrage of gunfire, and then the cops show up and the gunfire is no longer present, there's no gunfire, I can see them kind of backing up and making a game plan and not going in. Now, if they're on scene and they hear fire, they should immediately rush in. But if they don't hear fire, I think that that's not out of the realm of it's not immoral for them to sit there and kind of come up with a better game plan. Now, 40 minutes is definitely a long time if that's the truth.
Well, what happened? The student or the guy barricaded himself into a room, and that's where the 19 people that were killed were in that room, and the 2 teachers.
They said that, but then I also heard that he went into 4 separate classrooms, not just one.
Well, he may have. That's the last thing I heard, and it might be right. I think everything's so close right now, and me just grabbing on whatever they can grab onto, you might be right.
Yeah. For the most part, it's all just conjecture. Like that's literally all I heard. It's like 40 minutes of cowardice is like all the news that's coming out. There's no, I heard there was multiple shooters, or one witness says one thing and then another witness says something else.
Well, think about this. I think just what the news spins it. You were talking about white supremacy earlier. The kid was not even, I think he was Hispanic. He wasn't even white. You know what I mean? So you're calling white supremacy when the kid wasn't even. That's why you start pulling a black person white supremacist. Really?
I love when someone repeats that information. Like, yeah, it was a white supremacist. And then tomorrow you go into the same Discord chat. They're completely silent because it's it's a Mexican or a black person.
Well, it's like when Kyle Rittenhouse, that thing came out. I mean,
exactly.
He said he was killing black people, and it was 2 white people that two white guys that he killed, and a 3rd white guy that he injured. Now, I think I saw a meme come through. I don't know if it was true or not, but I guess the View had to pony up $22 million towards Kyle for their slander. I was can I not see what's going on?
I like how they wait a year too. It's like, I mean, I guess the trial took that long and it was all delayed. But for a good few months, they were calling him a Nazi, and like the whole Trump rally thing was a Nazi group and blah, 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 blah. Then, it fades away as the lead story. Months go by, they redact the story, and all the sheep don't know any better. The sheep still think, Kyle's a Nazi and he did it unjustified. They hide everything in the haze of time.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I heard a lot of people. I heard it was like somebody on the streets questioning people, and they're asking them about Kyle Rittenhouse, and I think it was like about half thought he shot black people. Didn't even know that he didn't shoot any black people, which is just scary. That scary that people don't know that much or don't care to know that much or to trust those sources that much. I mean, people should know by now that you can't trust these mainstream sources. You've got to be able to verify stuff in some other way than like a mainstream source. Unless it's a trusted source. There's a couple
I wish.
sources I trust. Like the AP is pretty good.
No, but it's everything. It's everything. Like I was talking about the truckers earlier, but anything that comes up, any monkeypox, chickenpox, anything comes up, they're gonna have that mainstream opinion. You bring it up to them, and they're just completely like, they already have the whole narrative in their head that the opposite of what you think.
Yeah, and it's how do you walk them back?
I think that's up to God and like their relationship. Yeah.
Well, I think two people's got, what are they willing to do for the truth? I mean, I gave up Fox, CNN, all that stuff years and years and years ago. Actually, I gave up even local news media because when I saw the local news not getting stories right that I knew directly, I had direct evidence and direct contact with, I knew not even the local news can be trusted. I think until people realize the news cannot be trusted for the information, I think that's the only way it's going to change. That's what I think.
I agree. I mean, I used to listen to like Coast to Coast, 580 CFRA, and then George Norrie started taking over. Slowly but surely, that entire radio station became mainstream media, like gobbledygook. They wouldn't even hit on actual conspiracy theories. It was just ghost to ghost, instead of coast to coast.
Dude, I used to listen to that so much. That used to be so good.
It used to be great, dude, but then it became a ghost show. It became like George Norrie asking dumb questions, never any pressing questions,
Who's the guy that ran it before George Norrie?
Was it Bill Cooper? No. There was Bill Cooper, and then there was like this Caravan to Midnight.
Yeah.
I forget his freaking name.
Whoever the main host before him was pretty good. And they had fun with it too. I remember one time I was listening, or actually I think it was they went to like a playback of something that happened from the previous host, and it was this guy flying into Area 51, and he was on the phone with him, and he was telling them about the experience of flying into Area 51, and it would cut out, and then eventually like he got they lost contact, and it was great. It was great.
I heard that one as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty popular. He also calls back a few years later and says that it was a hoax, but I don't know if that's believed. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how your thinking has evolved on stuff like this. Like I don't know if I believe most of it anymore, but just for a pure entertainment factor and storytelling, yeah, I think it was great for that regard. And some of the supernatural stuff, I mean, who knows? But
I agree. Like, I loved the show. It just, over the years, it became, when George Norrie took over, it became less about like the major conspiracies and more about just like ghosts and stuff.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like the topics, the interviews, the guests, they all changed.
Yeah, I guess I don't know that much about it other than I really enjoyed it when I was in my mid-20s.
Yeah, you'd be disappointed nowadays, maybe, depending on the day, really. But I haven't listened in a while too. It's kind of like if you've watched the first few, like 11 seasons of Doctor Who, because these latest seasons are trash.
Is nobody talking in here? God damn, it's like a ghost town in here.
Yo, dude. I'm gonna try to create a superconducting magnet at home from scratch.
Nah, you should have built that V-gate, bro. What are you gonna do with a superconducting magnet?
Just fuck around. I'm looking at the temperatures. Do you think what temperature does liquid nitrogen liquefy?
What's it debating that guy tonight?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
That guy versus some guy and some other girl.
looks like 2 chicks, but I guess one of them's a guy, maybe.
Are they doing it now?
I said 4 hours ago. I said 4 hours a couple hours ago. I don't know.
Oh, it already happened?
No. It's I'm not sure what time. Hold on a second. It looks like it's in 2 hours at 8 o'clock at 9 o'clock your time.
Oh, 9 p.m. tonight, no doubt.
I'm trying to see what's the best way to cool shit down besides liquid nitrogen.
I don't know. Your refrigerator?
Okay, thanks.
A freezer? How cold has it got to be?
Fairly cold, dude. Looks like I was thinking about 10. I was like, let me see what I can do with 10. But it looks like 10 is like 4 degrees above absolute zero. There's warmer shit, but it's like weird chemical compounds. Niobium, germanium. If I can get some of that shit. Yeah, I totally forgot that most of superconducting material is used for electrical wire. In the cases when it's used, because there's no electrical resistance.
So what are you gonna do with a superconductor for the 5 minutes you can keep it cool?
I don't know, probably nothing. Maybe I'll make a perpetual energy machine.
You should have made the V-gate, bro.
Yeah.
Should have made the V-gate. You could have showed all these guys wrong.
Yeah, there's no such thing as perpetual energy, and the closest thing in the universe that I know of that comes close to this perpetual energy device is an orbit. But orbits, there's energy loss even in that. So, but if you were to make a device that collected energy from tidal, or the tides, if you think about it, that's basically one way of capturing the energy from the orbit. Since Oh no, that's more of the energy from rotation. Never mind. Still though, it's yeah, it'd be a way to capturing the energy from the Earth's rotation.